Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku. Back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Was Chosen as the Next Successor? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. So Midoriya, the tall, slender man with jet black hair began as he moved his first piece on the chessboard. Tell me, how have you been feeling this last week? He questioned as he removed his hand from the board. Midoriya let out a heavy sigh as he reached for his first piece. The same way every week has been since my mom died. He replied as he moved his piece. Gloomy? Midoriya's therapist asked as he moved his next piece. Exactly. Midoriya mumbled while continuing the game. Have you been taking your medicine? The therapist inquired. Yes. No, Midoriya thought to himself. Has that seemed to help? The black-haired man asked as he knocked one of Midoriya's pieces off the board. Yes. Midoriya whispered as he moved his knight across the board. Have you tried talking to your friends about how you feel? What am I supposed to say? Midoriya retorted as he removed another one of his therapist's pieces. That I feel numb? That my life feels like it's moving in slow motion? His therapist sighed, running a hand through his messy black hair. Midoriya, I can't begin to imagine what you have been through. He mumbled as he took his turn. You need to open up to other people. You need to let your friends in. He said as Midoriya took his turn. You have built up these massive walls in defense. I think it's time you let someone break them down. He explained as he moved his piece. Checkmate. Midoriya replied with a monotone expression. They quickly finished their game as their session had ended for the day. I will see you on Tuesday, Midoriya's therapist said, holding the door open for the green-haired boy. Thank you. Midoriya mumbled quietly as he stepped into the busy hallway of UA. Why do I need to let people in? Midoriya questioned as he headed toward the front door. Whenever I let people in, I only get hurt more in the long run. My mom was the only steady person in my life who really cared about me, and now she is gone. I should have been there. I should have been able to protect her. A pro-hero should have helped her, he thought bitterly as he stepped outside into the cool fall air. He sighed as he watched the multicolored leaves fall from the trees surrounding the school. Deku! Midoriya groaned in annoyance as he heard a chirpy voice call out to him from behind. He slowly turned around to see Uraraka running toward him. He desperately wanted to turn back and ignore her. He honestly wanted to ignore all of his friends, but he knew it wasn't right. It wasn't their fault his mom was gone. She just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. How was your therapy session? Uraraka asked as she landed next to her best friend. Fine. Midoriya shrugged as he turned away. He mentally cursed himself for not turning away fast enough as he saw the pained expression on her face. Midoriya continued his path to the dorms with Uraraka by his side. The rest of the class was already back by this point. They usually rushed out of there when class ended. Also, Aizawa usually ended the class 5 minutes earlier when he was tired. We were thinking of going shopping this weekend. Uraraka said nervously as they approached the dorm. You should come with us. I'll think about it. Midoriya whispered as he pulled the door open. He walked inside quickly before making a beeline for the elevator. Hey Midoriya. Kirishima called out as the green-haired boy approached the elevator. What? Midoriya snapped as he turned around to face the redhead. He just wanted to be alone with his thoughts. He didn't want to be near anybody at the moment. Kirishima gulped, bringing his hand to the back of his neck. We are, going to play some games. Kirishima chuckled nervously. Please join us. He pleaded. Midoriya frowned at the boy in response. He pressed the button quickly while bringing his gaze back to the ground. He didn't say anything as he waited for the doors to open. Of course, he loved his friends. He was thankful for them every day. He knew he wasn't easy to deal with at the moment, but none of them gave up on him. Even Bakugo was a little kinder toward him, just a little. He stepped onto the elevator and pressed the button for his floor. As the doors shut, he saw Kirishima's sad face. He wouldn't mind joining them as much if they didn't act like they were walking on eggshells around him. He was tired of all the sympathetic looks he was getting. He knew if he started to act happier, they would ease off. However, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He didn't want to do it. He didn't take his medicine because he thought he deserved to feel this way. He stepped off the elevator and quickly threw himself into his room. He sighed as he set his backpack down next to his emergency bag. He always had a bag packed with extra clothes in case the time came. He sat down on his bed, pulling out his phone. He smirked when he saw an unread text from All Might. All Might, here is the schedule for the next month that you asked for. There have been extra pros assigned to each event in case the League of Villains decides to make their move. Are you sure you are up for this, young Midoriya? Midoriya, I'm up for anything. The green-haired boy sighed as he downloaded the schedule to his phone. This weekend was a training camp, and 2 weeks from now was a hero patrol in Hosu City. He quickly forwarded the text to the person who originally asked for it. Midoriya, here is the picture you asked for. Hans, good job. Will we be seeing you soon? Midoriya sighed as he set his phone down. Will he be seeing them soon? He couldn't keep up his act forever. Someone was eventually going to figure it out. He reached for the full pill bottle on his desk before turning it over in his hands. My friends will never forgive me for the things I am doing behind their backs, he thought as he examined the bottle. Maybe I should go spend some time with them before it's too late. He frowned as he set the pill bottle back onto the desk. He stood from his bed and opened the bottom drawer of his desk. He quickly reached for the bottle of vodka and a can of his favorite soda. He opened the can before setting it back down on the table. He quickly uncapped the vodka before taking a few big drinks. He winced as the burning sensation traveled down his throat. Quickly, he gulped his soda to soothe the discomfort. Let's get this over with, he muttered to himself as he capped the vodka and returned it to its place. With a deep sigh, he grabbed his phone from the bed and headed for the door. He didn't even respond when I asked, Kirishima said with a sigh, pouring vodka into his cup along with his chosen mixer. He just ignored you? Uraraka asked, finishing her own drink. Yeah, Kirishima replied quietly. I think he's getting worse every day. What are we supposed to do? Ashido asked with concern as she finished her drink. I don't think there's anything we can do, Uraraka replied sadly. We can only wait for him to be ready to open up. Forcing him won't help. She swirled her drink in her hand, wishing she could support Midoriya through this difficult time, but he had shut everyone out. It had been 3 weeks since his mother was tragically taken from him. He attended class but hardly spoke to anyone. After school, he retreated to his room, and she could count on one hand the number of times he had joined them for meals in that time. Her heart ached for her best friend. Is everyone ready? Yaoyorozu asked the circle of 19 students. Everyone nodded as she settled comfortably between Ida and Todoroki. Ida picked up his glass of water, having promised to keep their drinking a secret as long as he didn't have to partake. Who wants to go first? Ashido asked with a smile. I'll go first, Kaminari said, grinning widely. Bakugo scoffed, glancing at the empty space beside him. His eyes widened when he spotted a familiar green-haired boy staring back, expressionless. Midoriya rarely came down to the common room, and it had been a week since he last did. He forced a smile as he approached the table and grabbed a cup. Are you joining us, Deku? Bakugo asked, his voice sharp, though he felt a flicker of concern inside. Deku had always been resilient, enduring years of bullying for being quirkless, yet he remained determined to become a hero. Bakugo had never expected his spirit to falter, but now he felt a growing worry. Yes, Midoriya replied quietly, drawing the attention of his classmates. They smiled as he took a seat between Bakugo and Tsu. Can I have the vodka, please? He asked Yaoyorozu, who handed him the bottle with a gentle smile. What do you want with it? She inquired kindly. Vodka is fine, he said, quickly filling his cup to the brim. Concern washed over his friends as they noticed his disheveled hair and the dark circles under his eyes, clear signs of sleepless nights. Bakugo frowned, catching the scent of alcohol on Midoriya's breath even before he poured himself a drink. He glanced at Midoriya's long sleeves, wanting to see his arms but deciding against it in front of the others. He didn't want to add to the boy's burdens. Are you sure about that? It can be harsh without a mixer, Siro asked, worry evident in his voice. Don't worry, Midoriya said, raising his cup. I've gotten used to it. He quickly downed half of his drink, leaving his classmates in shock and sadness. He winced at the burn in his throat as he set the cup down to refill it. He wouldn't have been able to do that without some liquid courage before coming downstairs. Bakugo's concern deepened. Midoriya was heading down a dark path, and he needed to intervene. Bakugo scanned Midoriya's appearance. His once vibrant green curls were now tangled and messy, his skin appeared paler, and he was growing thinner each day. Midoriya looked devoid of emotion, as if he had lost all feeling. I'll start then, Kaminari said, looking down sadly. Never have I ever shoplifted from a store. He glanced around the room as Shiro and Midoriya both took a drink. That's not okay, Ida exclaimed, looking between the two boys. Dude, chill. Shiro laughed nervously. I was 5, I didn't really know what I was doing. Midoriya? Ida turned to the green-haired boy. My mom said when I was little, I accidentally put something in her purse instead of the cart. We went back and paid for it later, Midoriya said, taking another drink. You only need to drink once, Mineta reminded him. I know, Midoriya replied sharply, setting his cup down. He took another drink, thinking of the incident from 2 weeks ago, but he kept that to himself. Never have I ever had a girlfriend or boyfriend, Ashido announced, shifting the focus away from Midoriya. Unfortunately, he had to drink again, along with Kaminari and Kirishima. Everybody spill. Ashido squealed. Well, I kind of dated the girl with orange hair in middle school, Kaminari admitted nervously. I almost forgot. Ashido exclaimed, turning to him. Kaminari? She asked with a small smile. I'm kind of seeing someone right now, he said, avoiding her gaze. Who? Ashido pressed, leaning closer. I can't tell you yet. We want to tell our families first, Kaminari replied, feeling the intensity of her stare. As long as you promise to tell us next week, I won't make you drink again, Ashido pouted, turning her attention to Midoriya. Midoriya? She asked playfully. He sighed and took another drink. Ah, you're not going to tell us? She whined, looking at him expectantly. Not yet, Midoriya said with a small, forced smile. He couldn't bring himself to share that he was seeing someone. He especially couldn't afford to tell them who he was. It would ruin his plans. You'll tell us one day. Ashido smiled as she turned to Uraraka. Your turn. Uraraka hummed while trying to think of a statement. Never have I ever dyed my hair, she said while looking around the room. Everybody was a little shocked when Kirishima took a drink. What color did you dye it before, bro? Shiro asked, trying to imagine multiple hair colors on Kirishima. Red, he mumbled. Everybody looked at him in confusion. So your hair isn't naturally red? Kaminari asked, puzzled. No, he replied with a deep sigh. So your hair used to be different? Bakugo questioned as he looked at his best friend. Yup. Ashido chirped. It used to be black, she said with a smirk. Wait, you knew? Kaminari asked. Yeah, we went to the same middle school, she replied with a cheesy smile. Who's next? Kirishima said quickly, hoping to change the subject. Never have I ever kissed someone of the same gender, Shiro said aloud while looking around the room. Kaminari let out a nervous chuckle as he took a drink. You're dating a guy? Ashido asked with excitement. Why yeah, Kaminari replied nervously. Just tell you, Ashido's sentence was interrupted as a phone began ringing loudly. They glanced around the room until their eyes landed on Midoriya, who was pulling his phone out of his pocket. He looked at who was calling with a sigh. He quickly picked up his drink and chugged the whole thing before standing. I'll be back, he mumbled as he walked away from the group, stumbling slightly on the way. How much did he drink? Mineta questioned as they watched him stumble out of earshot. Only a cup and a half, Tsu replied, confused. You have to remember it was straight vodka, Uraraka said with a frown. That doesn't count what he drank before he came down either, Bakugo spat, clenching his teeth. He was drinking before he even came down? Ida questioned with concern. Of course he was. I could smell it on him before he even sat down, Bakugo replied with attitude. I wonder who is calling him. Uraraka mumbled as she looked to the ground. All of his friends were sitting in the room, and his mom was no longer with them. The caller ID said, "Hands," Sue said while pulling her hand to her chin, thinking of who it could be. "Hands?" Zero questioned. "Who the heck is Hands?" The class sat in silence as they desperately tried to figure out who Midoriya could have been talking to. "I'm going to go to bed," Midoriya said as he entered the room once more. "We still have to go to the training camp tomorrow," he said with a yawn as he stumbled closer to the group. "Yeah, it is getting late," Ida said as he stood up in agreement. Midoriya quickly grabbed his empty cup. He stumbled to the trash can and threw it away. He slowly made his way to the elevator and pressed the button. He used the wall for support as he waited for the doors to open. Once the doors slid open, he stumbled onto the elevator, losing his footing on the way. He prepared himself for the impact before he felt an arm snake its way around his waist. He hesitantly opened his eyes and looked at the person who caught him. "Idiot," Bakugo spat as he moved them both onto the elevator. Midoriya looked at Bakugo in awe as he admired his sharp jawline. Bakugo's red eyes pierced his green ones as he hit the level 2 button. "Keikachin," Midoriya mumbled with a sigh as he leaned into the blonde's chest. Bakugo ignored him as he stared at the door closing. "Your heart is beating fast," Midoriya mumbled as he relaxed into Bakugo's chest. "Idiot," Bakugo spat once more while looking at the green-haired boy. Bakugo never thought Midoriya could make his heart race like that. He had no clue why his heart was going crazy, but he didn't mind. Midoriya pushed himself away from Bakugo as the doors slowly slid open. He began walking off the elevator, stumbling with every step. Bakugo huffed in annoyance as he grabbed Midoriya's arm. He quickly threw it over his own shoulders as he made his way off the elevator and to his dorm room. Midoriya didn't question it. He just accepted it as he fumbled with his dorm keys. "Why do you have so many keys, shitty Deku?" Bakugo spat as he snatched the keys from his hands. He quickly rummaged through them until he found one that was identical to his own. He shoved it into the keyhole and turned. He sighed in relief as the door opened. He walked inside, dragging Midoriya with him. Bakugo walked over to the bed before gently dropping Midoriya down. Thank you," Midoriya stuttered as he laid down across his bed. Bakugo looked at him and sighed. "Are you going to be okay, nerd?" Bakugo asked as he looked to the ground, his cheeks heating up with embarrassment. "Good night, Kachin," Midoriya said with a yawn as he snuggled into his blanket. Bakugo watched him drift off to sleep almost immediately. "The things you do to me," Bakugo huffed to himself as he looked around the now empty room. Bakugo's concern grew as he noticed there was no hero merchandise in the room anymore. His walls and shelves were completely empty, not a single All Might figure in view. Bakugo ran a hand through his hair as he turned for the door. He paused when he saw the duffel bag sitting on the floor. He cautiously made his way to the bag and slowly unzipped it, trying not to wake the sleeping boy on the bed. "Clothes?" Bakugo questioned as he dug deeper into the bag. "Some of these don't look like anything I have ever seen the nerd wear," Bakugo thought to himself as he slowly zipped the bag back up. He turned towards his childhood friend sleeping on the bed. "What are you doing, idiot?" Bakugo questioned as he exited the room. Bakugo waited patiently for the elevator doors to open as his thoughts were consumed by the green-haired boy. Why does he have an extra bag of packed clothing just sitting by the door? He thought to himself as the doors opened. "Wasn't expecting to pick you up on floor 2, Kirishima said with confusion as Bakugo stepped onto the elevator. "Teach," Bakugo spat as the doors closed behind him. "What were you doing?" Kirishima questioned with a knowing smirk. "Shut up, shitty hair," Bakugo spat as the elevator arrived on the 4th floor. "You could just admit that you are concerned about him," Kirishima said nervously as the 2 doors slid apart. "Shut up," Bakugo groaned as he stepped off the elevator. He made his way to his dorm and pulled out his keys. There were only 2 keys on the keychain, so why did Midoriya have 6 or 7? Where else was he going? "Any reason you're following me?" Bakugo snapped as he pushed his door open. "Just in case you want to talk," Kirishima shrugged, stepping inside the room behind his blonde best friend. "Why would I want to talk?" Bakugo grumbled as he flopped down on his bed. "Because you haven't told me to go away yet," Kirishima replied, pulling the desk chair closer to the bed. Bakugo leaned back against the wall, and Kirishima looked at him in silence. He could tell something was bothering his best friend, but he wasn't going to force it out of him. He decided that just being there was enough. I helped Deku back to his room. Bakugo sighed, realizing Kirishima wasn't going anywhere. I gathered that much, Kirishima replied. His room is different, Bakugo said, concern creeping into his voice as he turned to Kirishima. What do you mean? Kirishima asked, confused. He had only seen it once at the beginning of the year and didn't remember much, just that Midoriya was a huge All Might fan. He has absolutely no hero merchandise in there, Bakugo said with a sigh. Not a single poster or figure of All Might. Kirishima's eyes widened. Everyone knew how much Midoriya loved All Might. He always talked about the limited figures he managed to get his hands on. Maybe he is redecorating? Kirishima suggested, trying to think of anything other than the painful truth. I was thinking that too, Bakugo muttered, looking at Kirishima with sad eyes. Then I saw he had a bag packed with clothes and necessities sitting by the door. For what? Kirishima asked, his eyes wide. He already had a sinking feeling about the answer but wanted to hear Bakugo's thoughts. For whenever he wants to make a run for it, Bakugo sighed, standing from the bed. He was at a loss for what to do. If he just asked Midoriya, he would probably get ignored. He couldn't just ask what was going on, not after everything he had done to the boy. Bakugo walked quickly toward the door, leaving Kirishima confused. Where are you going? Kirishima asked, standing up. The common room. Go to bed, idiot, Bakugo snapped as he walked out the door and headed toward the elevator. If he were to run, where would he even go? He questioned himself as he stepped onto the elevator. To his dad? It would make the most sense since his dad still had custody over him. But nobody really knew where he was. He wouldn't even tell Midoriya. His dad had told him he could continue at UA, and they would figure out their arrangements later. Would it be to whoever Hands is? Bakugo wondered as he stepped off the elevator and walked to the common room. He plopped down on the sofa closest to the door. 3 long hours passed. It was officially 1:30 in the morning, and Bakugo was getting exhausted. Maybe I should head upstairs, he thought, sighing to himself as he stood from the couch. If he hasn't gone anywhere yet, I doubt he is going to. The blonde quietly made his way through the common room toward the hallway containing the elevator. As soon as he stepped into the hallway, he heard the elevator ding, signaling someone was coming to the common room. Bakugo stood in anticipation as he waited for someone to step out. He hoped with everything he had that it wasn't Midoriya. He was soon disappointed when he saw a mop of green hair emerge from the elevator. Midoriya turned to walk down the hallway but froze in shock when he saw Bakugo standing there. Bakugo glanced down and noticed Midoriya was holding his packed bag. Going somewhere? Bakugo asked, his voice sharp. Midoriya rolled his eyes and walked closer, trying to pass him, but Bakugo gripped his arm. Let go, Midoriya said, his tone fiery as he turned to face Bakugo. Bakugo looked into his green eyes, filled with worry. Where are you going? Bakugo questioned, releasing his grip. Nowhere, Midoriya replied, moving toward the door. You are leaving the dorms at 1:30 with a bag, but going nowhere? Bakugo pressed, following him to the front door. Exactly, Midoriya said, slipping on his shoes. Then I'll go nowhere with you, Bakugo shrugged, quickly locating his own shoes and putting them on. Fine, Midoriya snapped, ripping the door open and stepping out into the chilly air. Bakugo followed him in silence, wondering what he was doing and what his plans were as they walked to the security gate. Midoriya flung the bag off his shoulder and gently set it down outside the gate. What are you doing? Bakugo asked as Midoriya turned back toward the dorms. A friend needed some stuff, so I set it there for them. They'll grab it later, Midoriya said with a sigh as he walked back toward the dorms. What friend? Bakugo asked, clenching his fists, knowing Midoriya didn't have any other friends. Don't worry about it, Midoriya replied coldly as they made their way back to the dorms. Damn it, Deku! Bakugo yelled, reaching for Midoriya's arm. We're just trying to help you, he exclaimed, frustration bubbling over. I don't need your help, Midoriya shot back, pulling his arm away from Bakugo's reach. What other friends, Deku? Bakugo pressed as Midoriya opened the front door to the common room. It doesn't matter, Midoriya said sharply while taking off his shoes. Bakugo stared at him, realizing how different Midoriya had become. He knew that Inko had passed away a few weeks ago, but this was a complete transformation. The light in his eyes had dimmed, and the fire in his soul had faded. He always looked tired and withdrawn. Everyone was worried about him, even Bakugo. It does matter, Bakugo insisted, stepping closer to Midoriya. Please, just let us help you. Everybody is worried. He could feel his heart breaking more the longer he looked at the boy in front of him. I don't want your worry. I don't want anybody's pity, Midoriya replied, his voice laced with bitterness. His once soft eyes were now harsh, and his smile had vanished. We're not trying to pity you, Deku. We know you're going through a hard time. I'm just worried, okay? Bakugo said urgently, regretting his words. He hoped Midoriya wouldn't catch that. Bakugo thought to himself as Midoriya began to laugh. Why you're worried? Midoriya choked out between his laughs. Why are you laughing? Bakugo asked, clenching his fists at his sides. Because why would you be worried about me? Midoriya replied, walking away from Bakugo. Why wouldn't I be? Bakugo shot back. You are a mess. He yelled, causing Midoriya to stop in his tracks. He turned around, glaring at Bakugo. You're hardly around anymore. Bakugo sighed, stepping closer. You don't talk to your friends. You aren't giving it your all during training. We hardly see you eat, and you look like you haven't slept in days. Bakugo said sadly, standing directly in front of Midoriya. You also haven't been keeping up with your appearance. He sighed, taking in Midoriya's wrinkled school uniform. Thanks for noticing, Midoriya replied sarcastically, but Bakugo's gaze fell on Midoriya's arms. He knew this could end badly, but he had to know. He quickly grabbed Midoriya's arm and pulled up his sleeve. His eyes widened at the sight of fresh marks on Midoriya's skin. What the hell? Midoriya yelled, pulling his arm away. You have no right. He shoved Bakugo in the chest. I have no right to make sure you're okay? Bakugo questioned, anger flaring as his red eyes met Midoriya's fierce green ones. No! Midoriya shouted, turning toward the elevator. Who was that on the phone? Bakugo asked quickly, hoping to keep Midoriya there. What are you talking about? Midoriya groaned in annoyance, turning back to Bakugo. The person who called you earlier, who is it? Bakugo pressed. It doesn't matter, Midoriya replied coldly. Of course it does, Bakugo said quietly. No, it doesn't. Stop worrying about me, Midoriya spat. I'll never stop worrying about you, idiot. Bakugo yelled. You have no right to worry about me. Midoriya shouted, picking up a glass from the table and throwing it at Bakugo. The blonde ducked just in time, the glass shattering against the floor behind him. What the hell, Deku? Bakugo yelled, anger boiling inside him. He barely recognized the person standing in front of him anymore. You have no right to worry about me. Midoriya yelled, tears beginning to form in his eyes. You've bullied and hurt me for years, he cried. You told me to give up. Bakugo's heart sank at those words. He remembered all the pain he had caused Midoriya, and it would haunt him forever. You have no right to worry about me. Midoriya shouted again, his voice breaking. Not after everything you've put me through. It's not just me, Bakugo whispered sadly. The whole class is worried. I don't care. Midoriya yelled. You should. Bakugo screamed back. Why should I? Midoriya spat. Because they're your friends. They would do anything for you. It's not fair to make them worry so much. They care about you, and you're only hurting them more. Bakugo yelled. I know you're hurting because of your loss. I wish I could take that pain away, but I can't. Bakugo's voice softened as he looked down. Let us help you, Deku. I don't want anyone's help, Midoriya replied defiantly. I don't care what you want. You're hurting so many people. Bakugo yelled. Midoriya had heard enough. He was furious with Bakugo. He glared at him, ready to unleash his power, but felt a sudden pressure around his chest. What the heck? Midoriya yelled, looking down to see Kirishima's arms around him. Get off me, he shouted, tears streaming down his face as he tried to break free. No. Kirishima yelled, tightening his grip. Midoriya struggled for a few moments before his strength gave out. He fell to the ground, pulling Kirishima down with him. Kirishima released his quirk and held Midoriya in his arms as he cried. Bakugo stood frozen, shock written across his face, tears welling in his eyes. Was Bakugo really about to cry? Please let me go, Midoriya stuttered, calming down a little. Kirishima loosened his grip, and they both stood up. Midoriya turned to Kirishima, confused, and noticed the rest of the class behind him. Why are you all down here? Midoriya asked, annoyance creeping into his voice. We heard glass breaking, Mineta said quietly. Your yelling could be heard from the 5th floor, Yaoyorozu added nervously. I'm sorry we woke you, Midoriya said, turning away from the class. We're done. You can go back to bed. He walked toward the front door, stopping next to Bakugo. He turned to face him. If you follow me, I'll make you regret it, Midoriya warned before continuing to the door. Where are you going, Deku? Uraraka asked nervously. For a walk, Midoriya replied, slipping on his shoes. He frowned when he saw Kirishima's bruised arms. I'm sorry about your arms, Kirishima, he said, his voice void of emotion. Don't worry about it, Kirishima replied softly. With that, Midoriya opened the door and walked out, leaving the class behind. Once Bakugo's shock wore off, he quickly headed toward the elevator, trying to avoid his classmates. Bakugo! A voice called from behind him as he stepped into the elevator. What? He snapped, turning to Kirishima, struggling to hold back tears. What happened? Kirishima asked as the doors closed behind them. We obviously got into a fight, dumbass, Bakugo replied coldly. We gathered that much, Kirishima said, pressing the button for the 4th floor. It doesn't matter. He had some things to get off his chest, Bakugo replied, a single tear falling down his face. Kirishima looked at his friend with concern. Bakugo never cried, and Kirishima didn't know how to handle it. You okay? Kirishima whispered. I will be, Bakugo replied as the doors slid open. He quickly walked past Kirishima and into his own room. Kirishima let out a heavy sigh as he made his way to his own room. You told Midoriya to let people in. Maybe you should do the same, Bakubro. Okay, class. Aizawa yelled as he stood by the entrance to the dorms. Remember, you are heroes in training. He groaned as he looked at the Baku squad. Kirishima held his thumbs up with a giant grin, causing Aizawa to let out a heavy sigh. Everybody ready? All Might asked from the open door. Deku isn't here yet, Uraraka said sadly as she looked down. She had stayed on the couch all night, and he never came home from his walk. A few classmates had attempted to call him but received no reply. If they weren't worried before, they definitely were now. Young Midoriya isn't coming, All Might said aloud. The class looked at him with shocked expressions. Even if he was going through a hard time, nobody expected him to miss the trip. Let's go, Aizawa said as he turned toward the door. The class frowned as they dragged their bags out with them. They slowly loaded the bus, their minds filled with thoughts of the green-haired boy. Everyone quickly found their usual seats. Uraraka frowned as she looked at the empty spot next to her. Where is he? Why didn't he come back? Uraraka questioned herself as she pulled out her phone. She dialed Midoriya's number before hesitating. He probably doesn't want to talk, she thought sadly. He hasn't answered anybody. Her voice trailed off in her mind as she pressed call. I have to know he's okay. She held the phone to her ear, holding her breath. The phone rang and rang. She let out a heavy sigh as her chest began to hurt. She pulled the phone away from her ear on the 5th ring, feeling completely hopeless. Just as she was about to hang up, she heard a distant hello echo through the phone. Her heart skipped a beat as she pulled the phone back to her ear. She let out a sigh of relief as she heard breathing on the other end. Hello? Midoriya questioned, causing the brunette to smile. Her smile soon vanished as frustration took over her body. Where are you? Uraraka exclaimed, gathering the class's attention. She rarely raised her voice, so everyone was now focused on her. What? Midoriya asked in shock at his best friend's tone. You just disappeared. You never came home last night or answered any calls. Uraraka yelled as Ida leaned over the back of his seat to face her. Put it on speaker, he mumbled quietly so Midoriya couldn't hear. Uraraka nodded and quickly pressed the speaker button before Midoriya's voice echoed throughout the bus. I needed to cool off, Midoriya said sadly. You can't just disappear on us like that. We were worried, Deku. Uraraka lectured through the phone. I don't need your worry. Midoriya shot back, his voice filled with intensity. The class's eyes widened at his unexpected outburst. I can take care of myself, he said firmly. I know you can, Deku, Uraraka said softly. That doesn't mean we won't worry about you. You mean a lot to us. We can't stand to see you hurt like this. Tears fell down her face, and Midoriya frowned on the other end as he heard her silent sobs. You guys at the training camp yet? Midoriya asked, trying to change the subject. The class was shocked that he wanted to continue the conversation. They had expected him to lash out more before hanging up. No, we just left, Uraraka said as her tears began to dry. How long is the drive again? 2 hours. Midoriya questioned. 3, Uraraka replied, just as a high-pitched voice echoed through the phone. Izuku, come on, the voice called. I'll be there in a minute, he yelled back. Look, Uraraka, I have to go, Midoriya said sadly. Truth was, he missed talking to his best friend. Deku? Where are you? Uraraka asked, still processing the revelation of him calling someone babe. With some friends. I'm doing private training this weekend. I'll see you guys on Monday, he said nervously. Promise? Uraraka whispered. Of course, he replied cheerfully. Keep me updated on your weekend. Oh, of course, Uraraka said, a subtle blush covering her cheeks. Bye, Midoriya said softly. Bye, Uraraka replied before the call ended. She slowly looked up at Ida with concern. Babe? She questioned quietly. I didn't know Midoriya was seeing anyone, Ida stuttered, adjusting his glasses. I don't think anyone did, Tsuyu said sadly as she gazed out the window. But why didn't he tell us? Ashido mumbled quietly from the back of the bus. Everyone fell silent, questioning if they really knew their friend at all. I recognize that voice, Todoroki said as he massaged his temples, desperately trying to remember where he had heard it before. It did sound kind of familiar, Tokoyami agreed. The class racked their brains, trying to connect a face to the high-pitched voice they had heard as the bus made its way to its destination. Bakugo remained silent during the ride, thinking about his fight with Midoriya. He pulled out his phone, deciding he had enough of the silence. He quickly went to his texts and clicked on the green-haired boy's name. Bakugo, where are you? Deku, like I said, with a friend. Bakugo, when did you say that? Deku, I'm not stupid. You can tell when you're on speaker. I'll be back Monday, don't worry about me. Bakugo scoffed as he read the texts. So the nerd really isn't stupid? He thought with a smirk. He stared at the last text for a moment, deciding what to reply. He didn't want to start another fight that would keep Midoriya from coming back, so he chose not to tell him to come home now. Bakugo, see you Monday, shitty Deku. You better be training hard. Bakugo slipped his phone back into his pocket with satisfaction. At least he isn't ignoring me, he thought as he let out a heavy sigh. Throughout the entire bus ride, he couldn't get Midoriya out of his head. Midoriya set his phone down on the counter in the rundown kitchen with a sigh. He looked around the empty room, noticing the chipped paint on the not-so-white walls. He was staying in a rundown old dorm building about 15 miles away from UA with his friends. He slowly stood up and made his way through the empty common room to the backyard. Izuku, the blonde called cheerfully as she ran toward Midoriya, her messy space buns bouncing with each step. Hey, Toga, Midoriya replied with a forced smile as she landed in the empty spot in front of him. You ready for your practice? She smirked, leaning closer to him and giving him a quick peck on the cheek. Of course, he said, a small blush creeping across his cheeks. Dabi approached him slowly, handing him his bow and a few arrows. Thanks, Midoriya mumbled as he took the items from Dabi's outstretched hands. You've got this, Toga whispered playfully into Midoriya's ear, causing a shiver to run down his spine. He took a deep breath, trying to shake off the feeling as Toga stepped back. Still or moving targets? Dabi asked, sounding bored. Still first, Midoriya said quietly, glancing around the already set-up range. There were plenty of bottles, cans, and targets scattered throughout the backyard. I'll count the targets hit out of Toga will keep time. Ready? Dabi asked, stuffing his hands in his pockets. Do I have enough arrows for 50 targets? Midoriya questioned, looking at the small stack beside him. You have when you're out, we'll pause and reset, Dabi shrugged, glancing at Toga. You good? Of course. Toga cheered, pulling out her cell phone for a stopwatch and looking at Midoriya with a mischievous smile. 3, 2, 1. Midoriya took a deep breath and knocked an arrow in the bow. Go! As soon as he heard her say, go, he shot straight toward a can sitting on the ground a few feet in front of him. He heard a satisfying crack as he grabbed another arrow. Perfect, he thought, as his mind began to wander back to his friends on the bus. He knew they were going to be attacked by the League this weekend, either today or tomorrow. He also knew he wasn't allowed to go. All for One had decided it would be best for him to remain at the school for as long as possible, which meant he had to stay behind to avoid detection. I wonder what my friends will think when they realize what I've actually been doing in my spare time, he pondered as he reached for another arrow. His eyes widened as he felt grass brush against his fingertips. He looked down and realized he was out. He had been so lost in thought that he hadn't been paying attention to his shooting. That took 8 minutes, Toga said with a soft smile. Roughly 20 seconds per arrow. She moved toward the grounds to collect the arrows. You hit 17 out of 25, Dabi said, sounding annoyed as he began to help Toga. You're faster and better than when you first started, he added with a sigh. But you missed a bit today, especially since you were moving slowly. He shot a quick glance at Midoriya. You seem distracted. Maybe a little, Midoriya admitted quietly as he joined them in collecting the arrows. What's on your mind? Toga asked as they worked swiftly. Nothing important, Midoriya replied with a sigh. Dabi looked at him sadly before resetting for the next round. Okay, Izuku, you need to pull your mind away from UA. Focus on these targets, he told himself as Toga began the countdown. He took a deep breath and started firing off arrow after arrow. About 7 minutes later, he ran out. 7 minutes, Toga said with a smile. About 17 seconds per arrow. You hit 20 out of 25, Dabi said, frowning. Better, but you need to be hitting all of them. Midoriya groaned in response as he began collecting arrows. Dabi slowly walked closer to him while Toga was on the other side of the field. You good, Midoriya? Dabi asked quietly enough for only them to hear. Oh, just thinking, Midoriya replied with a nervous smile as he finished collecting the arrows in the surrounding area. Can we maybe talk later? Dabi questioned quietly as Toga made her way across the field. Yeah, sure, Midoriya said quietly, staring into Dabi's sad blue eyes. He hasn't been acting right since we talked about my class last week. What's bothering him? Midoriya wondered silently as they finished collecting all the arrows. They set up once more, this time with moving targets. Toga and Dabi spent the next few hours throwing random objects into the air. Surprisingly, Midoriya hit most of them. He found it odd that he could hit moving targets better than still ones. It took more effort since the object's movement varied with the wind and weather. Let's call it a day. Toga yelled out as Midoriya fired off the last arrow in his pile. He glanced at a tired-looking Toga. How am I not tired? I've been shooting arrows for around 4 hours, he wondered to himself as he gently lowered the bow to his side. We have to go to the training camp, Toga explained as she walked over to Midoriya. The green-haired man's eyes widened in shock as he remembered why he was really there. Sometimes he genuinely had fun with the League, and he forgot that he was betraying everyone he cared about. Let me know how it goes, Midoriya said aloud as Toga landed in front of him. I will. Try not to miss me too much, she said happily, quickly reaching out toward him. Midoriya's quick reflexes allowed him to catch her wrist before she made contact with his face. His heart raced as he noticed a small knife in her hand. Midoriya let out a deep sigh as he looked up at Toga. You promised no more cutting, Midoriya said firmly, releasing her hand back to her side. I only do it because I care about you so much. Toga defended as Midoriya turned on his heel and walked toward the building. He really didn't want to be near Toga, but he had an act to uphold. He couldn't just end things with her. He was too far into the plan now and needed to see it through. He walked into the living room and saw the entire league gathered there. His green eyes met Shigaraki's red ones, and his heart skipped a beat as another boy with red eyes came to mind. He smiled slightly to himself, picturing Bakugo perfectly. "Where are Toga and Dabi?" Shigaraki asked, pulling Midoriya out of his thoughts. Midoriya opened his mouth to respond but was interrupted. "We're right here and ready to go," Toga said with a mischievous smile as she and Dabi entered the room. "Let's get going then," Shigaraki said, standing up from his seat. "I'm not going," Dabi replied, turning to head toward the stairs. The league looked at him in surprise. "Why not?" Shigaraki asked, scratching his neck in frustration. "I just don't feel like it today," Dabi shrugged before disappearing up the stairs. Most of the group dismissed his unusual behavior, but Midoriya couldn't shake his concern. He stared at the spot where Dabi had stood, troubled. Dabi had been acting strangely for the past few days, and Midoriya felt compelled to understand why. "Dabi!" Midoriya called softly as he lightly knocked on the dark brown door on the far right side of the wall. After a few long seconds, the door swung open, revealing Dabi's sad blue eyes meeting Midoriya's green ones. "What's up, kid?" Dabi asked, a hint of annoyance in his voice as he stepped back into his room, allowing Midoriya to enter. "Everyone just left," Midoriya replied quickly, stepping inside. The walls were a dull shade, similar to the rest of the building. Dabi's room was unremarkable, with a small bed in the far left corner and a matching nightstand beside it. An old, worn black dresser stood against the right wall, its knobs long gone from years of neglect. "Plus, you said you wanted to talk," Midoriya added nervously, shutting the door behind him. "Sit down," Dabi ordered, sitting at the top of the bed. Midoriya crossed the room swiftly and perched on the foot of the bed, facing him. "What's wrong?" Midoriya asked, studying Dabi's expression, which was a mix of sadness, confusion, and longing. Usually, Dabi was hard to read, his emotions often hidden beneath a tough exterior. "Tell me about Shoto Todoroki," Dabi said, his voice almost pleading. Midoriya's eyes widened in surprise at the request. "Why do you want to know about Todoroki?" Midoriya asked, a hint of defensiveness creeping into his tone. Dabi's voice trailed off as he ran a hand through his unruly hair, frustration evident in his demeanor. "I can't stop thinking about him," he admitted quietly. "I don't want to hurt him. It's the opposite, actually." "You want to protect him?" Midoriya scoffed, feigning anger. "Why would you want to protect him? If you want to protect anyone from UA, you're a traitor to the League." He pushed himself off the bed, heading toward the door. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind. If Dabi really is a traitor, why would he risk revealing himself to me? "I don't want to know about his weaknesses and strengths," Dabi retorted. "I want to know about his life and who he is as a person." His words caused Midoriya to pause, his hand resting on the doorknob. "I want to know what his favorite color is and his favorite food," Dabi added, his voice tinged with sadness. "Why do you want to know?" Midoriya asked slowly, shutting the door again. "Call me curious," Dabi replied with a smirk. "No. We've been dancing around your odd behavior for weeks now. I want to know the truth," Midoriya insisted, turning back to face Dabi. "Why should I do that?" Dabi groaned. "Because if you want any information on Todoroki, I want something in return," Midoriya said, a smirk forming on his lips as he approached the bed. "Like what?" Dabi asked, intrigued. "Like why you would betray the League for a first-year student at UA," Midoriya replied, maintaining a bored expression while internally he was anxious, trying to gather any information that could help him in the long run. "Why would you?" Dabi shot back. "What makes you think I am betraying the League?" Midoriya countered. "You have to be. There's no way you would give up on becoming a hero so easily," Dabi shrugged. "What do you mean?" Midoriya asked, confusion creeping in. "When we fought before, you always said you wouldn't lose because you were training to become the world's greatest hero," Dabi reminded him. "So? People change their minds," Midoriya snapped, feeling a surge of nervousness about maintaining his cover. "But you didn't," Did you? Dabi questioned with a smirk. So, what are you here for? Revenge? Rebellion? To escape? Dabi's knowing gaze made Midoriya's heart race. Am I that easy to read? Why are you here? Midoriya asked, his earlier anger fading as curiosity took over. Dabi remained silent, staring deeply into Midoriya's soft green eyes. He had suspicions about Midoriya's loyalty, and if he was wrong, he could be making a grave mistake by answering his next question. I was running, Dabi finally replied with a sigh, leaning his head back against the wall. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected Dabi to open up. Running from what? Midoriya asked, twiddling his thumbs nervously. Dabi hesitated, turning his gaze to the window as his thoughts swirled. After a heavy sigh, he turned back to Midoriya. My father, Dabi whispered quietly. Midoriya's eyes widened further in surprise. He had never heard anyone from the League discuss their family or personal life, except for Toga, who often spoke about her own experiences. Why were you running from your father? Midoriya asked, genuinely curious. He had no idea about Dabi's family background, as Dabi had always kept his past a secret. Midoriya studied him anxiously, noting the hesitation on Dabi's face. Once he revealed his life story, there would be no turning back. If Midoriya was a traitor, everything would fall into place. But if he wasn't, Dabi could be making a huge mistake. After a moment of silence, Dabi sighed and spoke again. My father was abusive towards my mom and siblings, Dabi said, the weight of his words hanging heavily in the air. There was no turning back now. Midoriya looked at him in confusion. I didn't even know you had siblings or any kind of family, Midoriya whispered sadly. I have a mother who is in a hospital, Dabi said, his voice filled with sorrow as he recalled the day his mother ended up there. I have 2 brothers and a sister, he said with a faint smile as memories of his siblings filled his mind. He truly missed them, which was why he decided he didn't want to be a villain anymore. Did it hurt? Midoriya whispered, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. Did what hurt? Dabi asked, confused. When you left the people you cared about? Midoriya stuttered, a tear rolling down his cheek. He was beginning to question his decision to be here. Sure, it was a secret mission from the police station and All Might himself, but Midoriya felt like he was in way over his head. Of course it did, idiot, Dabi muttered back. They sat in an uncomfortable silence as Midoriya's mind raced with thoughts. So Dabi has a family? A mother in a hospital and an abusive father? He ran away from his dad, but why would he leave his mom behind? Maybe his dad wouldn't allow him to see her. What kind of hospital is she in anyway? Is she physically unwell or struggling mentally? Why would he leave his siblings if they needed protection? Perhaps they were older and had already left. Dabi? Midoriya asked hesitantly. What kid? Dabi replied, resting his head in his hands. Are all of your siblings older? Midoriya inquired. Dabi fell silent, maintaining his position. He knew Midoriya was trying to understand why he left his family. He had already shared too much, but he figured revealing one more small detail wouldn't hurt. No, Dabi replied quietly, lowering his hands from his face. I have a younger sister and 2 younger brothers, he said sadly. How long ago did you run away? Midoriya asked, suspicion creeping into his voice as he rested his chin on his hand in thought. A while ago, Dabi muttered, confusion evident as he watched the green-haired boy across from him. Midoriya's eyes were closed, absorbing the new information. His mind raced with a million thoughts. So he left 3 younger siblings behind, even with an abusive father? Some family out there was missing a crucial piece. Did they even know he was alive? Why did this sound familiar? Midoriya thought to himself as he slowly opened his eyes, examining Dabi inch by inch. He had never noticed how familiar Dabi's facial features were. His blue eyes reminded him of someone else. He closed his eyes, desperately trying to recall who Dabi reminded him of. Blue eyes, similar facial structure, fire powers, missing family. Midoriya jolted back to reality, his eyes widening. He stared at the man in front of him with a mix of sadness and realization. He had a theory, but he hoped he was wrong. Toya? Midoriya asked quietly, unease creeping into his voice. Dabi's head shot up, his eyes widening in surprise. Toya Todoroki? I won't deny it. But how did you know? Dabi questioned. A fire quirk, your eyes are the same as Endeavor's, your facial features are identical to Todoroki's, you specifically asked about him and not the rest of the class. Also, Todoroki told us about his missing older brother, Midoriya explained nervously. He still hadn't fully registered who he was actually talking to. It wasn't just Dabi anymore, it was the long-lost Todoroki. You're a smart kid, Dabi said with a slight chuckle. I'll give you that. Midoriya didn't reply as he stared at the man in front of him. Did Endeavor really mistreat his children? What about Todoroki? Midoriya thought to himself, suddenly worried as he remembered all the times Todoroki claimed to dislike his father. He had thought it was just because Endeavor was harsh, but now he realized it was much deeper. Why did you leave when you had siblings who looked up to you? Midoriya asked, his gaze fixed on the red checkered blanket below him. I wasn't worth saving, Dabi shrugged in reply. They had mom. They were in good hands and better off without me. He said it so simply as if it were no big deal. You just left them. Midoriya exclaimed in frustration, causing Dabi's eyes to widen in shock. Sure, Midoriya had an attitude sometimes, but he had never heard him raise his voice like that, not even when Toga had tried to attack him. They did just fine without me, Dabi retorted, clenching his fists as he struggled to suppress his growing anger. Nobody is better off without their family. Midoriya shouted. Do you know how many people wish they had family? His eyes burned with anger as he pushed himself off the bed. It took Dabi a moment to register what he was talking about. Sheet, Dabi mumbled as he stood up, joining the freckled boy. I didn't mean it like that, kid. Dabi's voice was softer now as Midoriya's intense gaze met his own. It doesn't matter, Midoriya shot back, trying to hold back tears as memories of his mother flooded through his mind. Your family missed you. They grieved for you, he yelled once more in frustration. I was weak, okay? I couldn't stand being beaten by my father until the next child was born. Then they were beaten too. Father knew how strong Shoto was at such a young age. After that, none of us were valuable to him anymore. He was always training and punishing Shoto while ignoring us. I don't even know my little brother, I never got the chance. Dad had him training all the time, I maybe got to see him once a week if I was lucky. Dabi yelled, finally letting his emotions spill out. Look, I have my own reasons for leaving. You may not think they're right, but it's what I believed. Dabi said quietly before resuming his original position on the bed. Midoriya didn't reply as he ran scenario after scenario through his head. He imagined Todoroki being mistreated by his father, and it broke him. Everything finally made sense about Todoroki's behavior. He had been sheltered into training every moment of every day. He never had the chance to be with his family and enjoy a childhood. That realization shattered Midoriya's heart even more. He sighed in defeat as he took his spot on the twin-sized bed. I know your mom died and you don't really have other family, Dabi muttered, pulling Midoriya from his thoughts. He didn't answer as he looked at Dabi, tears threatening to escape his eyes once more. I wish I could change that, Dabi murmured, his blue eyes locking onto Midoriya's bright green ones. But I can't. Dabi's voice trailed off quietly. He opened and closed his mouth a few times, struggling to find the right words. Midoriya just stared at him in confusion until he finally spoke. If you want, I can be like a big brother figure, Dabi said quickly, turning his head to hide his blush. Midoriya stared, dumbfounded, at the man in front of him. Surely he had enough siblings. He thought to himself. He really didn't need Dabi to act like his big brother, he would be just fine on his own. Honestly, I'm going to do it no matter what you say, Dabi said with a smirk as he stretched his hand across the bed. It would just be easier if you could accept it. He ran his hand across Midoriya's head, messing up his curls. Midoriya smiled as he looked at Dabi. I would appreciate that, he said with a small smile. He really didn't want to get attached to anyone else. He couldn't bear the pain of losing someone again, but it was far too late for that anyway. He cared too much about too many people. So, what can you tell me about my little brother? Dabi asked as he pulled his hand back to his side of the bed. What do you want to know? Midoriya replied with a smile. What's he like? Dabi asked, the most generic question he could think of. Honestly quiet, Midoriya replied. He doesn't really show much emotion, and if he does, it's usually a mix of 3 or 4 different ones. You can never really tell what's going on inside his head. He chuckled softly. He is incredibly strong and a great student. He struggles to work with others sometimes, but he usually figures it out in the end. He's gotten a lot better over time, but it was like he never knew how to do anything with anyone else. He was a one-man show, Midoriya explained. Probably because father trained him to be alone. He didn't want him to rely on anybody, Dabi spat in reply. Like I said, he's getting better. Every day, he is becoming more and more of a hero. He is going to make a great pro one day, Midoriya said with a sad smile as his mind filled with images of his friends. You will too, Dabi replied with a smirk. Midoriya's head shot toward Dabi. I can't be a hero if I'm working with the League of Villains, Midoriya replied sarcastically. You aren't really here to be a villain, Dabi shrugged. Midoriya knew he hadn't hidden his loyalty well when Dabi had questioned him earlier. He mentally cursed himself as he stared Dabi down. How do you know that? Midoriya questioned. Like I said, you have way too many hero qualities to be a low-life villain. You don't want to be here, so why are you? Dabi asked. Midoriya wasn't too sure if he could really trust him. There was always the possibility that he just wanted to know the plan so he could run to Shigaraki, but Midoriya doubted it. Dabi had actually opened up to him about who he was and his life. He shared his life story. He had to be at least somewhat trustworthy. I want to bring down the League, Midoriya said, feeling defeated. Dabi stared at him, expressionless. Why? It is my responsibility to bring down your master, all for one, he replied hesitantly. Why is that your job? Dabi asked curiously. Midoriya contemplated for a moment. He couldn't reveal the truth about where his quirk came from. He couldn't afford for that secret to get out. I'll tell you someday, Midoriya said as he pushed himself off the bed. Why not now? Dabi questioned. I just can't right now. But I promise I will tell you one day, Midoriya said as he turned toward the door. It wasn't a lie. If Dabi was indeed good and they both made it out alive, their bond would only grow stronger. They had already made a great start, learning to trust one another in that old, dusty room. Everyone, back to the bus immediately. Aizawa's voice echoed through the small forest area next to the lakeside training camp. The once beautiful scenery was now filled with flames, and smoke filled the air. Fire raged everywhere, and the acrid smell of smoke was overwhelming. The League of Villains had made their appearance at last. Shigaraki was occupied with Midnight and All Might. Since All Might was a retired hero with almost no quirk, he didn't pose much of a threat. Toga was trying to corner Uraraka and Tsu in an attempt to get their blood once more. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Kirishima were struggling against Spinner. All the other students were already evacuating to the buses. Uraraka and Tsu tried to fight their way to the others, but Toga was very persistent. I just want a taste. Toga yelled with a mischievous smile as she lunged for Uraraka. You're really creeping me out. Uraraka shrieked as Tsu pulled her out of the way with her tongue. If you would just stay still, we would already be done, Toga complained as she landed where Uraraka had just been. The brunette sighed in relief as she landed in front of Tsu. Stop running. Toga shrieked as she lunged for them again. Uraraka quickly turned to Tsu and activated her quirk, sending Tsu into the air while Tsu wrapped her tongue around Uraraka, pulling her along. Not so fast. Toga yelled as she jumped onto Uraraka's leg, floating upwards with the duo. Get off! Uraraka yelled, kicking at the blonde who was climbing up her leg. The brunette felt trapped as they floated about 20 feet in the air, Tsu's tongue constricting her upper half while Toga clung to her lower half. I just want a taste. Toga yelled as she brought a small knife up to Tsu's tongue and pressed it against the rough surface. Tsu yelped in pain, which gave Uraraka the strength and courage she needed. She kicked her left leg at Toga as hard as she could. The blonde's grip loosened as she struggled to hold on. With one more kick, Toga fell 20 feet into the fiery forest below. Uraraka's eyes widened as she watched the blonde disappear from view. This is what it means to be a hero. You can't dwell on the fact that people might get hurt. They're villains, Uraraka reminded herself as she slowly released her quirk, allowing Tsu to land them in a nearby tree. Are you okay, Tsu? Uraraka asked quickly as she turned toward her friend. Ribbit, it's just a small cut, Tsu said quietly. I'll be fine. Uraraka sighed in relief as she struggled to keep her balance on the thick tree branch. Both girls turned their heads as they heard a loud explosion from further up the path. Was that Bakugo? Tsu questioned, tilting her head to get a better view. Let's go find out. Uraraka yelled as she jumped down to the ground. As soon as her feet touched the dirt, she took off at full speed toward the explosion. Everyone, please be okay. Uraraka pleaded in her mind as she glanced back to make sure Tsu was behind her. She smiled to herself as she saw Tsu running on all fours. She turned forward once more and ran as fast as she could. A minute later, she reached the area where the explosion had originated. She slowed down, carefully scanning the surroundings. The smoke made it hard to see anything, but from what she could tell, nobody was there. She walked slowly, her eyes searching every inch of her environment. Ribbit? Tsu questioned, grabbing Uraraka's attention. Who is that? She asked as she walked to the right of Uraraka. The brunette turned to follow, leading to a green, animal-like man knocked out on the ground. That's Spinner, Uraraka said quietly as she examined the body. Who knocked him out? Tsu asked. It had to be Bakugo, Uraraka replied, scanning the area once more. It was a big explosion, so he couldn't have been this close, she mumbled as she slowly walked away from Spinner. She took about 14 steps in the opposite direction before gasping at the sight in front of her. Bakugo and Kirishima were sprawled across the ground, both boys covered in small scrapes and bruises. Over here! Uraraka yelled as she bent down and grabbed Kirishima's wrist. The contact made the redhead slowly open his eyes. Uraraka? Kirishima questioned in a raspy voice. Oh good, Uraraka replied with a shaky breath. I'm glad you're okay. She smiled faintly at the bruised redhead. I'm fine, Kirishima said as he slowly sat up. Bakugo managed to finish Spinner off. I blacked out right after that, he explained, looking around the burning woods. His eyes landed on the unconscious man next to him. Bakugo! Kirishima exclaimed, reaching out to the blonde. He yelped in pain as he quickly pulled his hand back, clutching his rib cage. We need to get you back to the bus, Uraraka said, grabbing Bakugo's wrist. She paused for a moment before letting out a sigh of relief. He has a steady heartbeat, she said as she stood up. He just passed out from exhaustion, she explained, reaching out to help Kirishima up. Can you walk? She asked as the redhead stumbled to his feet. I think so, he replied, attempting to take a step forward. His knee buckled and he fell back to the cold dirt. Kirishima! Uraraka exclaimed, bending down to help him. I can assist him if you float Bakugo back, Tsu suggested, leaning down to the duo. She quickly slipped her arm under Kirishima's shoulder and helped him stand. Right? Uraraka said quietly, gently placing her hand on Bakugo's chest. Moments later, he began to float a few feet off the ground. She took his hand and started pulling him behind her as Tsu supported Kirishima through the woods. Have you seen anyone else? Kirishima asked as they navigated the burning woods. No, Uraraka replied sadly. I hope everyone else is okay. They walked in silence for the next 10 minutes. As they reached the clearing for the bus, the smoke thinned, revealing the rest of their class and pro heroes. Uraraka! Tsu! Ida shouted, rushing over with Kaminari following closely behind. Bakugo! Kirishima! Kaminari called out, hurrying to his friend and putting his arm around him for extra support. Hey, Kaminari! Kirishima greeted cheerfully. Is Bakugo okay? Ashido asked from beside Aizawa. I think so, Uraraka said softly, gently lowering Bakugo to the ground. What happened? Aizawa inquired, bending down to inspect his student. Bakugo and Kirishima defeated Spinner, she explained, turning toward the police. If you follow the trail for 10 minutes, you should find him on the ground. If you walk another 5 minutes, you might find Toga as well. What happened with Toga? Aizawa asked as he lifted Bakugo into his arms. She was fighting Tsu and me when I floated us into the air, Uraraka began. She jumped onto my legs as we floated, and I eventually kicked her off. She fell into the fire. Her voice was quiet, guilt weighing heavily on her. I don't know what happened to her. We saw an explosion and assumed it was Bakugo. You did well, kid, Aizawa said with a small smile. Uraraka nodded in understanding. Aizawa turned to the rest of the class. Everyone on the bus, he yelled. As the class shuffled toward the bus, Uraraka pulled out her phone. She quickly dialed Midoriya's number, needing to tell him what happened and about Bakugo. Disappointment washed over her as the call went to voicemail after the 8th ring. Deku. Her voice trailed off in disappointment. Damn it. Shigaraki yelled as he entered their secret hideout. I can't believe we lost Toga, Spinner, and Compress. He groaned, scratching at his neck. What do you mean you lost Toga? Midoriya questioned angrily as he and Dabi descended the staircase. She got into a fight with some students. We couldn't find her, Kurogyari explained, moving toward the stained couch. We couldn't find Compress either. We saw Spinner being arrested. We should be able to bust him out. Midoriya and Dabi landed in front of the small, exhausted-looking group, most of them battered and bruised. Midoriya, go back to you, Shigaraki spat at the green-haired boy. Why? Midoriya asked, confused. Go be there for your friends, and see if you can gather any information about where our members are, he ordered. Midoriya groaned in response, secretly relieved to return to UA but maintaining a facade. He couldn't let them know he was not one of them. Ready whenever you are, Kurogyari, Midoriya said defiantly. Kurogyari nodded quickly and activated his quirk. I'll drop you 4 blocks away in the abandoned alley, he explained as Midoriya stepped through. Thank you, Midoriya whispered sadly, glancing back at Dabi with a faint smile. Dabi smirked in return. Taking a deep breath, Midoriya pushed himself through the gate. He landed in the musty alleyway and watched the warp gate close before letting out a deep sigh. They shouldn't be back from their trip yet, he mumbled to himself as he walked slowly through the alley, careful not to disturb the litter that had accumulated over the years. I'll just hang out at the dorms, he decided, stepping onto the quieter street. He thought about the league looking beaten when they returned. I hope everyone else is okay, he thought. I wonder who took out Spinner, Compress, and Toga. Honestly, he would be happy if they stayed in jail. It would mean less work for him in dismantling the league. The biggest challenge would be getting rid of Kurogyari, their most valuable member. If they didn't eliminate him first, the rest of the league would always escape. Midoriya sighed as he approached the dorms. He took a deep breath as he climbed the stairs to the new building. The class wouldn't be back anytime soon. They might be on their way home, but they probably just left if they were. The league likely departed when they realized they had lost. Midoriya took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The dimly lit room made him smile softly, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming through the windows. He quietly stepped inside, shutting the door behind him. He walked lazily to the couch, using his phone as a light source. He plopped down on the large couch, glancing around the room. His eyes drifted to the kitchen, where he could imagine Uraraka attempting to cook with Ishido. Uraraka would usually get bored and start floating things around. He could almost hear their faint laughter in his head as he sighed. I know I'm not really betraying my friends, Midoriya mumbled as he lay across the couch. I'm betraying the league, he reminded himself. So why do I feel so guilty? Why does this hurt so much? Am I doing the right thing? Those questions haunted him as he closed his eyes, letting unconsciousness take over his body. Stop shoving. A voice echoed through the dorms, causing Midoriya to sit straight up from his slumber. Sorry, a high-pitched voice replied. Midoriya quickly jumped from his place on the couch and raced to the front door. He stopped in his tracks as he landed in front of a large group. A small smile crept onto his face as he saw most of the class attempting to take their shoes off in the crowded area. Uraraka turned slightly, and her brown eyes met Midoriya's deep green orbs. They stared at each other in surprise for a moment before Midoriya took charge, running towards his best friend and bumping into almost everyone on the way. When Midoriya reached Uraraka, he stopped directly in front of her. His eyes took in her features. Her short brown hair was sticking out in various directions, and she had a busted lip. Midoriya didn't let her finish saying his name as he flung himself onto her. His arms wrapped around her shoulders in a tight embrace. Uraraka's eyes widened in surprise before she felt her shoulder grow damp. Slowly, she wrapped her arms around Midoriya, squeezing him just as tightly. The friend she had been worried about for so long was finally standing right in front of her, showing emotion. "I'm so glad you guys are okay," Midoriya whispered through his tears. One by one, the class finally noticed the green-haired boy standing in the middle of the crowd. They grew quiet as they watched the scene unfold. "I can't handle losing you guys too," he continued, tears streaming down his face. Ida gently placed his hand on Midoriya's back in a comforting manner. "We aren't going anywhere," Todoroki said with a subtle smile. "Let's go sit down, and you guys can fill me in," Midoriya said sadly as he untangled himself from Uraraka. The class nodded and made their way to the group of couches arranged around the coffee table in the center of the room. Midoriya scanned the room, taking in everyone's appearances. Most looked okay. Uraraka, Tsu, and Kirishima were a little banged up, but they seemed all right. Midoriya's heart raced as he searched for a certain blonde. He felt a knot in his stomach when he didn't see him. "Midoriya?" Ida questioned, watching their friend move his head back and forth. "Is something wrong?" "Where's Bakugo?" he asked, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. "He's with Recovery Girl," Kirishima replied, noticing the color drain from Midoriya's face. "He'll be okay, he just pushed himself a bit hard," the redhead said with a reassuring grin. "He'll be okay?" Midoriya questioned, his eyes watery. He couldn't forgive himself if anything happened to any of them, especially when he was fighting for their safety. "Yeah, he'll be fine," Kirishima reassured him. "Tell me what happened," Midoriya ordered, standing at the front of the group. He had to pull himself away from Bakugo and focus on gathering information about the missing league members. "We were eating dinner after the intense training," Uraraka began. "We were having soba," Todoroki added sadly, looking at the ground. "The woods caught on fire. We were searching the area for a culprit," Ida stated, his eyes closed as he replayed the memory. "We saw Toga sitting in a nearby tree. Aizawa told us all to get back to the bus, but some of us got caught up on the way," Uraraka said, holding up a bandaged hand. "Bakugo and I took out Spinner. He was arrested," Kirishima said proudly, raising his fist in the air. "Uraraka and I had a pretty nasty run-in with Toga," Tsu added. "What happened to her?" Midoriya asked sharply, hoping they would say she had been arrested. Maybe he could convince the league to keep her there. "We don't know," Uraraka mumbled. "We tried to float away when she grabbed onto us. I kicked her off, and she fell into the fire," she said sadly. Nobody seemed to notice the sorrow in her voice. "I heard Compress was killed," Mineta piped in, shivering. "Compress is dead?" Midoriya thought to himself. "Did you guys hear anything about anyone else?" Midoriya asked, already knowing the answer. "No," Uraraka replied, shaking her head. She opened her mouth to say something else but was interrupted when Kirishima's phone began ringing. The redhead quickly dug his phone out of his pocket before answering. "Hello," he said into the phone. The class sat silently, trying to listen to whoever was on the other line, but they couldn't hear anything. "Nothing, we're updating Midoriya on W." He stopped talking as the other person cut him off. "Yeah, he's here," Kirishima said in confusion, looking at Midoriya. "Okay," he said to the phone before pulling it away from his ear. "Bakugo wants you to go see him in Recovery Girl's room," Kirishima said, puzzled. The class's jaws dropped as they nervously looked at Midoriya. He sighed and stood up. "I'm glad you guys are okay," Midoriya said with a small smile as he made his way to the front door. "I wonder what Bakugo wants?" He questioned to himself as he slipped on his shoes. "Maybe he just wants to talk about what happened during our fight." He reassured himself as he opened the door. When the door swung open, he came face to face with Aizawa. "Midoriya?" Aizawa questioned as the green-haired boy stepped onto the porch. "When did you get here?" "A while ago. I came back as soon as I heard. I'm glad everyone is okay." Midoriya said as cheerfully as he could while feeling empty inside. Who told you? Aizawa asked, his gaze sharp. Oh, Uraraka called me, Midoriya replied. Aizawa stared at him with suspicion before letting out a heavy sigh. Where are you heading this late? He questioned with an annoyed tone. To see Bakugo, Midoriya replied nervously. He and Aizawa stared at each other in silence for a moment before the teacher spoke again. Hurry up, he said coldly, walking into the dorms and leaving Midoriya alone on the porch. Aizawa quickly entered the common room to find all the students huddled on the couches. Aizawa, sir? Ida questioned. Just wanted to check in. Is everybody okay? Aizawa asked, sounding annoyed. We're all good here, Kirishima said with a wide smile. Also, you guys did great at keeping the fighting to a minimum today. Good job, Aizawa said as he turned to leave. Oh, Uraraka. He paused suddenly, recalling Midoriya. It was nice to call him and fill him in, Aizawa said, his back still turned. I called him, but he never answered, Uraraka replied, confusion evident in her voice. Aizawa frowned to himself, thinking the same. Someone else must have called him then, Kirishima suggested with a smile. To the class, that seemed to settle the matter. However, it didn't for Aizawa. Hey, Kachin, Midoriya said nervously as he stepped into the room. The blonde glanced at him from his bed. Their eyes met for a brief moment before Bakugo turned his gaze toward the window with a slight sigh. You wanted to see me? Midoriya asked, puzzled by his friend's demeanor. Bakugo appeared neither angry nor fiery. He simply looked sad and confused. Where were you this weekend? Bakugo asked quietly, still staring out the window. I told you, I was with some friends, Midoriya replied with a shrug. What friends? Bakugo shot back. It doesn't matter, Midoriya said coolly as he moved closer to Bakugo. How are you feeling? He asked, concern creeping into his voice as he took in Bakugo's bandaged hands and arms, along with the bruises scattered across his chest and face. I would be feeling better if your friends hadn't attacked me, Bakugo retorted, turning his head to face Midoriya. The green-haired boy's jaw dropped in shock. He couldn't have figured it out already. I was so careful. Where did I go wrong? Midoriya wondered, staring at Bakugo. What are you talking about, Kachin? Midoriya asked, trying to sound innocent. Hands is Shigaraki, Bakugo replied coldly. Midoriya's heart sank as he realized he was cornered. Bakugo knew, and soon everyone else would too. And the girl you called Babe would be Toga, Bakugo continued through clenched teeth. Midoriya remained silent as he pulled out his phone, quickly finding Shigaraki's name in his messages. Midoriya, I need a warp gate behind UA in 5 minutes. Don't reply, just know I can't be here any longer. He hit send and activated his quirk, squeezing his phone until it shattered in his hand. If he had already been discovered, he would at least have to play the part. He opened his hand, watching the pieces fall to the ground, littering the tile. When did you figure it out? Midoriya asked, a smirk creeping onto his face. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock as he realized his theory was correct. When we got attacked, Bakugo mumbled, looking down. I heard Toga's voice, and it sounded familiar to the one we heard through Pink Cheek's phone. Bakugo's cold gaze returned to Midoriya, who was trying to maintain his composure. You dropped that bag off for a friend, Bakugo recalled, anger rising in him. You wouldn't tell us who the friends were, which means you couldn't afford for us to find out. It had to be the League of Villains. Nothing else made sense. He locked eyes with Midoriya. Tell me I'm wrong. I can't. Tell me I'm wrong. Bakugo insisted, pushing himself off the bed. He took a few steps toward Midoriya, stopping just a few feet away. Tell me. Bakugo's voice trailed off as he saw the sadness in Midoriya's eyes, which quickly shifted to anger. We both know I can't tell you that, Midoriya replied sharply. Why? Bakugo demanded, fists clenched in frustration. Why would the kid who never gave up on being a hero give up now? Midoriya had been quirkless his entire life, yet he still fought to become a hero. Why what? Midoriya asked, feigning ignorance. Why did you join the League of Villains? I'm tired of hearing about heroes saving people all the time. No one ever thinks about those they can't save, Midoriya replied simply with a small shrug. So this is about your mom? Bakugo questioned, anger boiling over. You were hurting, so you joined the people who are trying to kill heroes? Bakugo's voice rose. Were we not enough? You have plenty of people who care about you. Why would you turn to the villain side, Deku? We could have helped you, but instead, you chose the wrong side. Bakugo yelled, tears streaming down his cheeks. Their argument was interrupted by loud alarms ringing throughout the school grounds. Midoriya rushed to the window to peer outside. He saw a dozen police officers and pro-heroes gathering at the entrance. Perfect timing, he thought with a sad smile. I almost broke down in front of Kacchan and ruined the entire plan. He sighed, stepping away from the window. You already told them? Midoriya asked with a sly grin. No, actually I didn't, Bakugo replied, confused. They figured it out quickly then, Midoriya said, walking past Bakugo toward the door. The blonde reached out and grabbed Midoriya's arm. It isn't too late to come back to the right side, Bakugo urged. Midoriya smirked, turning to face him. Their eyes locked, his green meeting Bakugo's sharp red as he pulled his arm free. In a swift motion, Midoriya threw a punch toward Bakugo's stomach. The blonde groaned as the impact landed. I am on the right side, Midoriya spat before turning and sprinting down the hallway. He ran as far from the front door as possible, the echoes of footsteps on the staircase reverberating throughout the school. I have to get out of here, Midoriya thought in a panic, darting into a random classroom at the back of the building. He stumbled over desks as he raced toward the window. Looking out, he noticed a small blue light shining behind the wall directly in front of him. He quickly glanced back as the sound of footsteps grew louder. He quickly pushed the window open before propping himself onto the windowsill. He charged his quirk as he took a deep breath. I can use my quirk at 19%. If I use it at 21%, I could make this jump. It might hurt and leave me sore for a few days, but it shouldn't break any bones, Midoriya thought to himself as he felt his heart race. He took a deep breath before using his legs to push off from the window. He could hear the classroom door open as he took off, hoping he was fast enough to make his escape. He soared through the air, determined to reach the other side. Almost there, he thought as he reached out for the ledge of the security gate. Suddenly, he began to fall. What's happening? Midoriya wondered as his hand landed on top of the gate. He turned his head to see Aizawa standing in the window, his hair ruffled. Midoriya's eyes widened as he noticed police rushing across the grounds. Using all his strength without his quirk, he pulled himself up the wall. Come on, Midoriya! Dabi yelled from the other side. I'm coming, Midoriya panted as he reached the top of the wall. He looked down with a smirk, seeing Dabi standing next to the open warp gate. Let's go, Dabi said, motioning with his hand. Midoriya quickly jumped down from the 20-foot wall onto the cold grass. As soon as his feet hit the ground, his knee buckled under the pressure. I definitely pushed myself a bit with that jump, he thought as he stood up and headed directly for the warp gate. Midoriya! The green-haired boy stopped just before the warp gate and turned around. His eyes met Aizawa's, who looked concerned. For a brief moment, Midoriya considered running toward Aizawa and pulling Dabi with him. But he remembered he had a bigger goal in mind. He stepped backward through the gate, watching Aizawa fade from view as the gate closed in front of him. Bakugo? What happened? Ashido asked as the blonde walked into the dorms. We heard the security system go off, she exclaimed from her position on the couch. Where's Aizawa? Mineta asked, still panicking from the alarms. Where's Deku? Uraraka questioned. When Bakugo heard that name, he froze. An intense ringing started in his ears as he noticed everyone was talking at once. Ida was trying to calm everyone down while Mineta was freaking out. Uraraka kept repeating the name, Deku. Bakugo felt paralyzed, staring at the ground as his friends called out to him. His heart raced as he struggled to catch his breath. Bakubro? Kirishima asked softly, placing a gentle hand on Bakugo's shoulder. Bakugo looked up into Kirishima's concerned eyes. His heart began to slow as he focused on his best friend's calming presence. He slowly averted his gaze, noticing the shock and confusion on everyone's faces. Any calm he had managed to find slipped away, and he began to breathe heavily as his body trembled. Tears welled in his eyes as he looked back at Kirishima. Kirishima, can you get a glass of water? Todoroki asked, appearing behind Bakugo. Kirishima looked at him in confusion as Todoroki put an arm around Bakugo's shoulder, guiding him into the hallway away from the chaos of Class 1A. Bakugo, look at me, Todoroki instructed as they stopped in the hallway. Bakugo didn't know why he listened, but he turned slowly to face Todoroki. I need you to take a deep breath, Todoroki said softly. Bakugo tried, but only ended up breathing harder. Tears streamed down his face as he struggled to understand what was happening. Let's try something else, Todoroki suggested, stepping back slightly. Tell me 3 things you can see. Bakugo wanted to stare at him in confusion, but he couldn't change his expression. 3 things you see, Bakugo, Todoroki encouraged in a soothing voice. Bakugo attempted to look around the hallway but found his gaze fixed on Todoroki. Why your stupid hair? Bakugo managed to mutter between breaths. 2 more, Todoroki said with a gentle smile. Bakugo forced himself to look around until his eyes landed on the elevator. T the button for the elevator, Bakugo said as his breathing began to calm. 1 more, Todoroki prompted. Bakugo looked down to see a shadow on the ground. A shitty hair's shadow, Bakugo said, feeling the ringing in his ears fade. Tell me 3 colors you can see, Todoroki instructed softly. Red, white, and gray, Bakugo replied, clearly choosing his colors from Todoroki. What color is the floor? Todoroki asked. Tan, Bakugo answered without hesitation. His heart had settled, and his breathing returned to normal. You thirsty? Todoroki asked, nodding toward Kirishima, who stood behind Bakugo with a glass of water. Bakugo quickly turned around and took the cup, drinking it down in one go. Thanks, he mumbled to Kirishima, who nodded in response. How did you know I was thirsty? Bakugo asked, embarrassed as he looked at the ground. I always was after a panic attack, Todoroki replied with a shrug. Bakugo's head snapped up at the realization. That was a panic attack? Bakugo questioned. I felt like I was dying. You usually do, Todoroki said sadly. The 3 boys stood in the hallway for a moment, gathering their thoughts. Bakugo was trying to process that he had just experienced a panic attack and had nearly cried in front of the whole class. Meanwhile, Kirishima couldn't take his eyes off his best friend, having never seen Bakugo like this before. Todoroki handled it like a pro, which only added to their concern. He was so young, yet he handled everything as if it were a daily occurrence. Let's get back in there, Bakugo said as he turned toward the common room. Hold on a second, Kirishima said, reaching for the blonde's arm. Is that really a good idea? He questioned, concern evident in his voice. Nobody else knows what happened, Bakugo shrugged, continuing on his way. Todoroki? Kirishima whispered desperately. He'll be fine, Todoroki reassured him, placing a hand on Kirishima's shoulder. Let's go, he said softly, following behind Bakugo. Okay, everyone, Bakugo began as he re-entered the common room. 1 question at a time. He glared at the students gathered around. Ida was the first to speak. Was there a break-in? The class representative asked. No, Bakugo replied tersely. Then what set off the alarms? Tsu asked, puzzled. Aizawa set them off, Bakugo answered. Where is Aizawa? Mineta asked, finally calming down. The police station, Bakugo said curtly. Why? Kaminari inquired. To file a police report. Against whom? Uraraka asked, confusion written on her face. If there was no break-in, who is he filing a report against? Bakugo remained silent, surveying the worried expressions of his classmates. He couldn't bring himself to tell them that his childhood friend had turned against them and was the one who alerted the league about their training weekend. Bakugo? Do you know? Ashido asked, anxiety creeping into her voice. The tension in the room grew thicker with every passing second. Deku, Bakugo replied through clenched teeth and fists. The class gasped in shock and confusion, staring at the blonde. I was hoping you would say anyone but him, Todoroki sighed. So you figured it out too? Bakugo asked. Yeah, when Uraraka said he didn't answer the call, Todoroki said, running a hand through his messy hair. What are you guys talking about? Uraraka demanded. Midoriya is the traitor, Todoroki said quietly, avoiding eye contact. What do you mean? The brunette asked, bewildered. Remember when we heard him talking to his girlfriend? Bakugo asked, emphasizing the word sarcastically. Yeah, what about it? Shiro questioned, still confused. We had all heard that voice before, we just couldn't place it, Bakugo explained, looking at the sea of students before him. You figured it out? Ashido asked, her frown deepening. Normally, she would find humor in a situation like this, but she sensed the gravity of the moment. It was Toga, Todoroki said when Bakugo struggled to find the words. Gasps echoed across the room at the mention of the notorious villain's name. And his contact hands was Shigaraki, Bakugo added, frustration seeping into his tone. You're lying. Uraraka shouted, standing from her seat. We all know Deku. He would never do something like that. He would never betray his friends. Tears streamed down her face, but deep down, she feared he might be telling the truth. No, I'm not, Bakugo shot back. He admitted it, he said sadly. Why would he do something like that? Ida asked, bewildered. He thought he knew his best friend, but now he felt completely lost. Where is he now? Uraraka demanded. I don't know, Bakugo replied. What do you mean you don't know? She pressed, frustration rising. He jumped from the window to the barrier, Bakugo muttered. We didn't make it in time. Didn't make it in time for what? Ida asked. In time to stop him, Bakugo said, his voice heavy with sorrow. Aizawa said he voluntarily walked through Kurogiri's warp gate with a smile on his face. Bakugo sighed, his heart aching for answers from the green-haired boy. He longed to understand how Midoriya had ended up in such a situation. Are you sure? Uraraka choked out through her sobs. Bakugo nodded in response. The class knew he would never lie about something like this, but it was hard to accept that someone they loved could betray them. A whole week had passed since Midoriya had officially left UA. Every student had to submit to questioning by the police and All Might. The class tried to return to normal, but they all struggled. They couldn't stop thinking about their green-haired friend. Everyone wondered if he was okay. Nothing made sense anymore, and they became easily distracted. Uraraka and Bakugo were taking it the hardest. Uraraka kept telling herself she didn't deserve to be a hero. How could she save others when she couldn't even save her best friend? She considered dropping out of the hero course, but she knew she was overreacting. It wasn't her fault he joined the league, it wasn't anyone's fault. She just couldn't help but wonder how things would have turned out if she had intervened. Everyone thought giving him space would help, but they were wrong. That space drove him to madness as he slowly became a villain. Bakugo would never admit it, but he was worried. He had grown up with Midoriya and knew how positive he was. When Midoriya discovered he was quirkless, he didn't let that stop him from dreaming of becoming a hero. He persevered until he developed an incredible quirk. He remained optimistic despite years of bullying for being quirkless. Losing Inko was something Midoriya hadn't been prepared for, but nobody expected this outcome. Most of all, Bakugo blamed himself for what happened. He thought that if he had been kinder growing up, Midoriya might have trusted him and leaned on him for support. He hated himself for letting him go that night. He knew how troubled Midoriya was becoming, yet he did nothing. That was something Bakugo would never forgive himself for. Bakugo, it's Sunday, Kirishima whined, knocking on the blonde's door repeatedly. We're going shopping for our Hosa trip next week, come on. Kirishima groaned in annoyance, trying to convince Bakugo to come out of his room. I'm not going, shitty hair. Bakugo snapped. Through the door. Kirishima sighed, lowering his hand. We're worried about you. You haven't come out of your room for anything other than classes, Kirishima said quietly. Bakugo couldn't hear him as he searched for a light jacket. He had a DLVOI to make for his parents today. It was the last thing he wanted to do, but no one else could. A client needed the outfit as soon as possible, and his parents were out of town until Wednesday. Shitty Deku taking up my mind, Bakugo muttered to himself as he slipped on the jacket. He quickly ripped open his door to find a sulking Kirishima. Bakugo, the redhead exclaimed as he saw his best friend. I have to go deliver something for my parents today, Bakugo said, shutting the door behind him. Where are you going? Kirishima asked with curiosity. His red eyes wandered over Bakugo, who looked exhausted despite maintaining his healthy weight. It was clear he hadn't slept well since Midoriya was revealed to be a villain. The next town over, Bakugo sighed as he made his way to the elevator. Isn't that town kind of abandoned? Kirishima questioned, concern evident in his voice. No, idiot, Bakugo replied as they stepped onto the elevator. He pressed the ground floor button and turned back to Kirishima. It's just small, and people mind their own business. I wouldn't mind being there right now, he mumbled, a slight pout forming on his lips. Kirishima smirked and playfully nudged Bakugo's back. You know you love us, he joked as the doors opened to the common room. Don't push your luck, Bakugo whispered, pushing his way out of the elevator. He quickly walked down the hallway and into the common room. You coming, Bakugo? Ashido asked cheerfully, assuming he would join them. No, Bakugo replied irritably, walking past the group and out the door. He just wanted to be left alone, but nobody else understood that. The class watched him walk away, concern etched on their faces. He has to deliver something for his parents today, Kirishima explained nervously as the group looked to him for answers. Is he going to be okay? Kaminari asked sadly, reflecting on Bakugo's strange behavior. I didn't think he cared about Deku so much, Uraraka said, recalling a story Midoriya had shared about himself and Bakugo. Everyone knew they had been friends as kids, but none realized how much Bakugo still cared for their green-haired friend. Does he, though? Mineta asked sarcastically. Of course he does, Todoroki sighed. I don't think he would have a panic attack and lock himself in his room over nothing. But why would he be so mean to Midoriya if he actually cared? Mineta questioned, confused. I wish we knew, Kirishima replied sadly, walking toward the window. He watched his best friend walk away from the dorms, frowning. I still don't understand Deku, Uraraka said, her expression troubled. The truth was, nobody did. No one could comprehend how the happiest person could fall so deeply into darkness. They knew him, they knew who he was. It was hard to believe he had turned into a villain. Some speculated he had been kidnapped, while others believed he was being blackmailed. The most outrageous theory was that his father was involved with the League of Villains and had forced him into this situation. Nobody considered the possibility that he might be a double agent, assigned a mission from All Might and the police. After all, he was just a first year. That would be incredibly reckless, right? Thank you, young sir, Bakugo's client said politely, bowing slightly. Whatever, Bakugo muttered, turning away from the large house. The old man smiled kindly, his green eyes sparkling. Bakugo couldn't wait to escape. There was nothing wrong with the man, but those green eyes reminded him of someone he was trying to forget. Why are you always on my mind, idiot? Bakugo asked himself, earning a few strange glances from pedestrians. He groaned in annoyance as he wandered the unfamiliar streets with no destination. He was tired of being in the dorms, where he constantly saw the lingering ghost of Midoriya. He saw him in the kitchen, in the common room, throughout the entire school. The only place he could attempt to escape the madness was his bedroom. Even there, he found himself searching for traces of Midoriya, longing to feel something. Bakugo had never been more frustrated by his own feelings, mostly because he didn't understand them. One moment he was angry at Midoriya for becoming a villain, the next he was indifferent to his choices, and then he felt a wave of sadness wishing Midoriya would come back. That was the one thing he couldn't wrap his head around. Why did it matter? He had never cared for the idiot before. Lost in thought, Bakugo caught a flash of green out of the corner of his eye. He stopped in his tracks and turned slowly to the right. A man in black slacks and an oversized gray hoodie stood with his back turned, making it impossible for Bakugo to see his face. Bakugo scoffed and tried to walk away, but his body wouldn't let him. He found himself turning back to the man. Why did he seem familiar? Bakugo's body began moving on its own as he followed the man through the deserted streets. The rush hour had passed, and the town had a low population anyway. He trailed behind, careful to keep a safe distance. The man turned right, passing a cookie shop, then walked past the fire station before taking another right. Bakugo stayed at least 15 feet behind, unsure of who he was following or what he was capable of. The man turned right again, passing the abandoned bar. A few seconds later, Bakugo followed the same path. As he did, he noticed the man's worn-out red sneakers. His heart raced. It couldn't be Midoriya, could it? There was no way he had been hiding out just a 20-minute train ride away. Bakugo felt a sudden urge to catch up to the man. He needed to see his face. He needed to confirm his suspicions. Bakugo quickened his pace, determined to close the distance. With every step the man took, Bakugo took too. He didn't want to chase after the man, fearing he might scare him away. As he nearly caught up, the man unexpectedly turned into an alleyway instead of continuing down the block. Bakugo halted, watching the man walk deeper into the alley until he stopped halfway through. Bakugo's feet moved of their own accord, carefully avoiding the piles of trash littering the cobblestone path. He has to know I'm here, Bakugo whispered to himself, stopping a few steps behind him. Why am I doing this? He questioned. Why am I following this person? It can't be Deku. Bakugo clenched his fist and took a deep breath, feeling vulnerable just 5 feet away. What if I had a quirk that could take you out in an instant? The voice asked. Bakugo's eyes widened at the familiar tone. What if I'm a dangerous person, looking for an easy target? Someone who foolishly followed me around the block 4 times and into an abandoned alley would be an easy mark. The man spoke with a cynical edge. What would make you follow a stranger like that? He demanded. But you're not a stranger, are you? Bakugo replied, stepping forward. Anxiety surged as the man turned to face him. Bakugo's heart raced as he looked into the green eyes he had been searching for everywhere. What are you doing here? Midoriya asked, his expression bored as he pushed back his hood, revealing his striking green hair. Bakugo struggled to find the right words, taking in Midoriya's appearance. His medium-length hair was pulled back into a messy bun, with a single curl falling across his face. His freckles seemed to stand out more, scattered across his nose. Bakugo mentally noted to ask how Midoriya's hair had grown so much in a week and why his freckles had spread. He nervously glanced down and noticed a black tie peeking out from the top of his gray hoodie, unsure if the oversized sweatshirt was making him look thinner. What are you doing here? Midoriya repeated, his teeth clenched. Bakugo snapped out of his thoughts, losing control of his body. Before he knew it, his fist connected with Midoriya's freckled face. Midoriya stumbled back a few steps, a trickle of blood running from his nose. He chuckled softly as he raised his arm to wipe it away. I guess I deserved that, Midoriya said, still laughing. You deserve a lot worse. Bakugo yelled, his anger boiling over. What the hell are you doing here? He demanded. I asked you first, Midoriya shot back, taking a step toward Bakugo. The two boys glared at each other, waiting for a response. Bakugo broke the silence first. I was delivering something for my parents, he admitted with a sigh. I was on my way to the bus station, Midoriya replied simply, shrugging. Going back to wherever the League's hideout is? Bakugo spat. Who says it isn't in this town? Midoriya smirked. Then where are you going? Bakugo shot back without hesitation. Why don't you come with me and find out? Midoriya challenged, stepping closer to Bakugo. Why would I willingly go with a villain? Bakugo questioned, taking a step forward, almost closing the gap. Because you'll never know why I did what I did if you don't, Midoriya said, leaning closer with a smirk. Bakugo's heart raced as he looked into Midoriya's soft green eyes. Beneath the anger, he sensed sadness and pain. Bakugo began to question everything he thought he knew as his heart pounded in his chest. He wanted answers, and he wanted them now. Why was his heart racing? He wasn't afraid of the green-haired man, so why was he feeling this way? Why would you tell me the truth now? Bakugo whispered, so quietly he wasn't sure Midoriya could hear him. But he did, responding moments later. I can't lie to you, Kachin, Midoriya whispered sadly, taking a step back. You deserve to know the truth. What's the truth? Bakugo pressed. I can't tell you here, Midoriya replied, his gaze fixed on the blonde he missed so much. A single tear rolled down his cheek. It took everything in him not to run back to UA after being exposed. He was overwhelmed with his assignment from All Might and missed his old life more than anything. Keeping his distance from UA had been manageable, especially with Dabi's help. But seeing Bakugo here made him falter. He needed at least one friend to understand what was happening and why he had joined the league. Bakugo looked at the tearful man in front of him, feeling a mix of confusion and sadness. Why is he crying? Does he realize he made a mistake and is ready to come home? Bakugo frowned, annoyed by his own growing sadness. He didn't understand why he felt this way. He had never cared before. "Lead the way then, idiot," Bakugo said, shoving his hands deep into his pockets and staring at the ground. Midoriya smirked as he walked past Bakugo, grabbing his hand along the way. Midoriya might be a villain now, but Bakugo could never see him that way. All he could see was the little kid who had followed him everywhere, the only true friend he had ever known before coming to UA. He saw the kid he admired, the person he truly wanted to be. "Why are we here?" Bakugo questioned, confusion evident in his voice as Midoriya approached the apartment he shared with his mom. "It's safe," Midoriya shrugged, inserting the key before turning the knob. "Safe from what?" Bakugo spat as they entered the apartment. Dust particles floated through the air from the open blinds. As Midoriya flipped on the light switch, the particles vanished from view. "The League of Villains," Midoriya replied, beginning to remove his gray hoodie. Bakugo's eyes scanned Midoriya's outfit, taking in every detail. He wore a classy white button-up shirt with an emerald green silk vest. His muscles were clearly defined beneath the long-sleeved shirt, and his tie was neatly done, a stark contrast to how it usually looked at school. The only thing that seemed out of place was his old red shoes. "Who taught you how to tie your tie?" Bakugo scoffed, imagining Midoriya in his school uniform with a scrunched-up tie. "Dabi," Midoriya replied with a smirk, pulling a small red contact case from his pants pocket. The right side was missing the lid, leaving only the left side for use. Midoriya sat down at the small kitchen table and unscrewed the left side of the contact case. "You can sit," he said, motioning to the chair across from him. Bakugo reluctantly made his way to the table, keeping his eyes on Midoriya. The freckled young man slowly lifted his hands to his eyes, reaching for his left. He gently pinched the contact before pulling it out, closing his eye immediately. He carefully placed the contact into the case and screwed the lid back on. "You have perfect vision," Bakugo stated, eyeing Midoriya suspiciously. "Why is there only one contact?" "It isn't prescription," Midoriya said, slowly opening his eye. "It's a green-colored contact to hide this." He fully opened his eyes, flinching slightly at the air hitting them. Bakugo's mouth dropped as he stared into Midoriya's left red eye. "Why is your eye red?" Bakugo questioned in shock. "How is it red?" "You have 10 minutes," Midoriya said firmly. 10 minutes to ask any question you want." He didn't want to fully reveal how broken he was just yet. He planned to let Bakugo know the truth about what he was really up to, but he didn't want him to see how much he was hurting. The last thing he wanted was for All Might or Nizu to pull the plug on their operation. So, Midoriya thought it best to keep up the tough facade a little longer. "Why 10 minutes?" Bakugo spat. "You'll see," Midoriya replied with a mischievous smirk. "You may start." He leaned back, relaxing into the wooden chair. "Why do you look different?" Bakugo asked, scrutinizing Midoriya's face and hair once more. "Describe different," Midoriya said playfully. "Your hair is long enough to put in a bun, you have one red eye, and your freckles have spread across your nose," Bakugo stated matter-of-factly. Midoriya smiled playfully, leaning into the table. "Caution? Do you actually look at me enough to know where my freckles are?" he teased, his voice flirtatious. Bakugo's cheeks turned pink as warmth spread through his body. "Just answer the DM in question," Bakugo muttered, looking down to hide his embarrassment. "Shigaraki has a friend who can alter appearances with her quirk," Midoriya replied with a sigh. "What kind of quirk is that?" Bakugo barked. "It can be pretty useful," Midoriya said mischievously. Bakugo stared at him, wondering when he had become so cocky. Why was that making his palms sweat? "Next question," Midoriya said, feigning boredom. Bakugo stared at him, unable to think of one. He had a million questions swirling in his mind since the day Midoriya left, but not a single one came to mind now. 8 minutes left, Midoriya said, applying pressure on Bakugo. Is your dad paying for this place? Bakugo asked, glancing around the apartment that Inko used to occupy. No, Midoriya replied curtly. Then how the hell is it still yours? Bakugo questioned, disbelief evident in his voice. I pay for it, Midoriya shrugged. How? By doing stuff for the league. I earn just enough to cover rent, electric, and water. The rent is already cheap, and the bills aren't high since I rarely come here, Midoriya explained. What kind of stuff do you do for the league to earn money? Bakugo asked, his mind filling with unsettling images. I run errands for them every now and then. Most of my money comes from Master, Midoriya stated. Master? You mean all for one? Bakugo asked, and Midoriya nodded slowly. What do you do for that guy? Bakugo asked through clenched teeth. I help with the nomus, Midoriya replied hesitantly. How? It would take too long to explain, and you only have 6 more minutes, Midoriya said with a sigh. When did you join the league? Bakugo pressed. 4 days after my mother was murdered, Midoriya replied sadly, a picture of his beloved mom flashing in his mind. You were betraying us that long? Bakugo yelled, slamming his fist onto the table. Midoriya hesitated, opening his mouth to say something but ultimately shutting it. Next question, he mumbled. How did you find them? Bakugo asked. They found me, Midoriya replied softly, recalling the day after his mother died. I assumed they saw her death in the news and knew I was vulnerable. They approached me the day after she died, trying to convince me that heroes were worthless. Midoriya closed his eyes, remembering the fear he felt when he first saw Shigaraki. I denied them. They found me again 3 days later and asked me once more. I said yes that time. Why? Bakugo asked, lowering his head. Why what? Midoriya replied, confused. Why did you go with them? Bakugo whispered, recalling their first fight at UA. The memory of Midoriya proudly declaring, from now on, Deku is the name of a hero, was forever etched in his mind. I promise I will explain that in 3 minutes, Midoriya said, glancing at his phone. What is going to happen in 3 minutes? Bakugo asked, pulling his mind away from the memory. You'll see, Midoriya replied teasingly. Next question. Why are you dating Toga? Bakugo shot back quickly. Jealous. Midoriya retorted, a confident smirk on his face. Honestly, she doesn't try to cut me as much, Midoriya sighed. That's it? Bakugo questioned, surprised. Honestly, yeah, he shrugged. How did you guys break her out? Bakugo asked, recalling that the unpredictable blonde had escaped from jail 5 days ago. Kurogiri waited outside with a warp gate, Midoriya began explaining. I broke down the wall toward the female wing of the prison, allowing myself, Dabi, and Shigaraki to rush inside. Dabi distracted any police officers that got in the way while Shigaraki and I searched for her. It took us a few minutes, but we eventually found her in a solitary cell. Together, we pried open the door. I tried to use my quirk to remove the chains, but they were designed to cancel quirks. In the end, we held the chains while she balanced her hands perfectly so she wasn't touching them. Since she wasn't in contact, she could use her quirk. Midoriya explained. We brought her vials of blood, and she chose some kids she had encountered a few weeks earlier. She drank it and transformed. Her hands were small enough to slip out of the restraints easily. We managed to make a quick getaway after that. Bakugo stared at Midoriya, dumbfounded, silently admiring the thought they had put into the plan. Why didn't you guys break Spinner out? Bakugo asked. He annoyed me, Midoriya replied, checking the time again. You have the final say now? Bakugo asked sarcastically. Not necessarily, but I'm the master's favorite nowadays, Midoriya smirked. I can usually get what I want. If they don't like something I want to do, I just persuade them until they do. Like what? Bakugo inquired. There's a proposal I'm working on right now, actually, Midoriya said with a sigh. It's still a no-go, but I just need someone from Class 1A to agree to help. He smiled slightly, knowing it was unlikely, but it would certainly make his job easier. Why would anyone help a villain like you? Bakugo scoffed before a knock on the door interrupted their conversation. Time's up, Midoriya said simply as he stood from his chair. Bakugo felt anxious and nervous as he watched Midoriya walk toward the door. He had no idea who would be on the other side. It could be anyone. Probably the League, Bakugo thought, scanning for an escape route. He was surprised to see it wasn't the League, but even more shocked by who it was. All Might. Young Bakugo? What are you doing here? All Might asked in surprise, noticing the stunned blonde at the small kitchen table. I could ask you the same question, Bakugo replied sharply as All Might, Nizu, and Tsukachi entered the small apartment. Oh dear! Nizu exclaimed, noticing the irritated blonde sulking in the chair. Midoriya, what did you do? He asked with concern. Don't look at me like that. Midoriya snapped. He found me, he said quietly, a small smile creeping onto his face. He was genuinely glad Bakugo had found him. It gave him the courage he needed after feeling drained for days. Well, why didn't you just run away? Nizu asked as the trio joined them around the kitchen table. Because I can't run from Kacchin, Midoriya said softly, causing a light blush to spread across Bakugo's cheeks. Well, what are we supposed to do now? Tsukachi asked, glancing at the confused-looking blonde. We tell him the truth, Midoriya said simply with a shrug. Tell me the truth about what? Bakugo demanded, emerging from his initial shock. Why are the pros and police acting so casually around Deku? He's a villain now, it makes no sense, Bakugo thought, looking at Midoriya, who wore a soft frown. Are we sure we can trust him not to tell anyone else? Tsukachi snapped back, aware of Bakugo's short temper. The pros and Midoriya quickly turned their heads toward the detective. Are you saying we can't trust our students? Nizu asked, irritation creeping into his voice. I would trust him with my life, Midoriya asserted forcefully, slamming his hands on the table. Midoriya wasn't truly a villain, but he wasn't the same person he had been a few months ago either. His vibrant personality had dimmed since his mother's passing. I trust Bakugo, All Might said sadly, looking at his close friend. He hasn't said a word about One for All either, Midoriya added with a shrug. Nizu and Tsukachi exchanged wide-eyed glances. Not even when he was questioned by the police. I wasn't aware Bakugo knew about that, Nizu stuttered, nervously glancing between All Might, Midoriya, and Bakugo. Like I said, Midoriya continued through clenched teeth, I trust him with my life. The room fell silent as Tsukachi realized he had made a mistake. Everyone nervously looked around, unsure where to begin. All Might was the first to speak up, turning to Midoriya. How many nomas do they have? All Might asked as Tsukachi flipped open his notepad. Around 100, but only about 15 are ready, Midoriya replied, leaning back in his chair. How long will it take for the others to be ready? Nizu asked. 6 months, Midoriya said. We should have plenty of time. What is their plan for the Hosu attack? Tsukachi asked while scribbling in his notepad. There isn't one, Midoriya replied nonchalantly. They aren't really ones for making plans, they just want to cause chaos. He explained, the only reason we had a plan for Toga was that you guys helped me out. Bakugo soon tuned them out, lost in his thoughts. He kept glancing back and forth between everyone, utterly confused. Does this mean that Deku isn't a villain? Or does this mean everyone else is? Why does this make no sense? Bakugo questioned himself as he looked at Midoriya. Even with his new appearance, he was still the same Midoriya. His hair might be longer and he might have a red eye now, but he was still Midoriya. He was still the same person who cared deeply about everyone's well-being. He was still the person who aspired to be the world's greatest hero. How could I have ever thought that Crybaby would turn into a villain? I must be an idiot. Bakugo muttered to himself as Midoriya sent him a quick wink. Did he just wink at me? Bakugo wondered, staring at the man sitting across from him. Bakugo? You've been awfully quiet, Nizu said aloud. When Bakugo heard his name, he snapped his head toward his teacher. I was just thinking, Bakugo replied, sliding further down in his chair. We haven't given you any time to ask questions, and I know you must have a lot of them, Nizu said kindly. Of course I do, Bakugo exclaimed, sitting straight up in his chair. He looked around the room, noticing everyone's eyes on him. You joined the biggest villains to go undercover? Bakugo directed his question at Midoriya, ignoring the other 3 men in the room. Yes, Midoriya replied simply. Bakugo hung his head low, feeling a wave of sadness wash over him. Surely, the freckled man had to realize how dangerous that plan was? That's a reckless mission. Bakugo shouted, clenching his fists in frustration. He was angry, yet he felt the urge to cry. I know, Midoriya whispered sadly, looking down at his lap. He understood the risks involved. He knew there was a chance he might not return, but he felt compelled to act. Nobody else had a quirk strong enough to confront All for One. Then why are you doing it? Bakugo yelled. Midoriya looked up, taken aback by the intensity of Bakugo's anger. To say he was shocked was an understatement. He wondered why Bakugo even cared. He thought Bakugo would be pleased that he was taking such a significant risk. How wrong he was. I'm the only one who can, Midoriya whispered, his voice heavy with emotion. You could have at least waited until you were a real pro with proper training. We've barely begun our training. Bakugo shouted. They would have been too strong by then, Midoriya said, trying to mask his own distress. Then everyone could have helped. We could have taken them down together. Bakugo yelled, images of his classmates flashing through his mind. He turned to Nizu and All Might, frustration boiling over. How could you ask him to do this? He is just a first year at UA. I need a permission slip to attend a training camp, but you let him join the League of Villains. Bakugo's voice grew louder with each word, his body feeling like it was on fire. How could the principal of the best school and the #1 hero allow him to do something so reckless? Tears began to form in his eyes. You are supposed to protect us and train us for this kind of situation. You are sacrificing someone who has the potential to be the next #1 hero. What kind of hero does that? Katsuki Bakugo. Midoriya shouted, slamming his hands on the table and pushing himself up. Everyone's eyes widened as they turned to him. They had never heard him yell at Bakugo or use his full name. Even Bakugo stood in shock. Go to my room and calm down, Midoriya ordered, pointing to the hallway. Bakugo stared at him, frozen in place. Now, Midoriya insisted. They stood in silence for a moment before Bakugo let out a heavy sigh, reluctantly getting up from his chair and walking away from the group. Sorry about that, Midoriya said nervously, glancing around the room. Honestly, everyone is going to react like that, Nizu said with a small sigh. UA, the police, and even All Might will face a lot of backlash when this is all said and done. Midoriya stared at his principal, realizing he was right. Parents everywhere would be furious when they found out what was happening. We'll figure it out when that time comes, Tsukachi stated quietly, looking around the room at the concerned faces. Anyway, Midoriya said, shifting the conversation back to the original topic. I am working on the Nomus tomorrow with All for One. He heard the sound of a pen writing furiously. How often do you work with him? All Might asked, worry etched on his face. He was terrified that his greatest enemy might discover what was happening right under his nose. 4 times a week, Midoriya replied with a smirk. I'm his new favorite, he joked. Sometimes you are so good at playing the villain, you scare me, young Midoriya, All Might said with a sigh. Midoriya's smirk faded at his idol's words. You know I would never. Midoriya's voice cracked as it trailed off. He felt an uneasy sensation in his stomach under the weight of everyone's gaze. I know, kid, but Bakugo was right, All Might said with a sigh. We're all in way over our heads here. He brought his hands up to his face. Please don't pull the plug, Midoriya pleaded. We'll never get another chance like this. They will be too strong next time. He added with concern, besides, I can't leave Dabi behind. We have each other's backs, we'll be fine. Midoriya bowed his head from his seat. You'll have to fill us in more on Dabi later, Nizu said as he began walking to the door. I'm afraid some of us are not in the right mindset for this right now, he said sadly, glancing between Midoriya and All Might. Besides, we have a meeting with Aizawa. Nizu opened the door politely. Okay, Midoriya said, feeling downcast. There were so many more things he wanted to share. He wanted to tell them all about Dabi and how all for one believed he would be the perfect person to inherit his quirk. Imagine the plans they could devise if he had that power. Mostly, he craved the connection with people he cared about and who cared about him in return. Your homework is in the red folder on the counter, Nizu stated, nodding toward the counter. Finish as much as you can and tell Bakugo to bring it to me personally tomorrow. Nizu stepped out of the apartment, followed shortly by Tsukachi and All Might. His idol gave him a sad smile before disappearing into the outside world. Bakugo stood silently in the hallway, watching Midoriya closely as he scribbled quickly on a piece of paper. He smiled lightly to himself as he observed the single green curl bouncing on the side of Midoriya's head while he shifted his gaze between the notebook and the paper. "How long are you going to stare at me?" Midoriya asked aloud, sounding bored. Bakugo's cheeks turned a slight shade of pink as he realized he had been watching him for a while. "Until I figure out why you're such an idiot," Bakugo retorted as he slowly made his way to the table. "Have you calmed down now?" Midoriya asked, still focused on his homework. "Yeah," Bakugo replied, taking a seat in the chair he had occupied earlier. He glanced down to see what Midoriya was working on and became confused when he recognized the same homework assignment he had received just a few days ago. "Homework?" he questioned, puzzled. "Yes," Midoriya sighed, flipping the page to complete the last set of questions. "We worked out an arrangement where every time we meet he gives me the homework I've missed. When I finish it, I call him and tell him where I left it, and he picks it up. He said we would worry about my practical exams later," Midoriya explained as he reached the final question. "Where are you dropping it this time?" "Actually, with you," Midoriya stated as he read the last question. "Nizu asked if you would take it directly to his office tomorrow." He circled the letter B. "Whatever," Bakugo replied, admiring Midoriya's multicolored eyes. He still wasn't sure how he felt about Midoriya's new appearance, but he found it hard to look away. "Thanks, Kachin," Midoriya said with a wide smile as he carefully slid his homework back into his folder. He smiled softly as he admired Bakugo's figure. He had never realized how perfect the blonde looked until now. His hair was always immaculate, no matter how much he tried to mess it up. His eyes, usually fierce, were like two beautiful rubies when they softened. "How long are you going to keep staring at me?" Bakugo spat, trying to mask his annoyance. Midoriya smiled softly in response. "I just missed you, that's all," he said quietly. That was a lie, his mind told him. It was more than that. It had always been more than that. "How are you, Rarika and Ida?" Midoriya asked quietly, attempting to distract himself from his feelings for Bakugo. "They're a mess, idiot. The whole class has been a mess since you left," Bakugo said sadly. "The whole class?" Midoriya questioned with a smirk. "Shut up," Bakugo stuttered, a small blush creeping onto his cheeks as he looked at the kitchen sink, desperately avoiding Midoriya's gaze. "Did I just make the Katsuki Bakugo stutter?" Midoriya teased, pushing himself away from the table. "Shut up, you nerd," Bakugo yelled, his face growing even redder. Why was he feeling so nervous around Midoriya? His stomach felt strange and he was starting to sweat. What was going on? Bakugo questioned himself as Midoriya slowly made his way around the table. "Kachin?" Midoriya asked softly as he landed next to the blonde. "What?" Bakugo responded, trying to keep his voice neutral. "Can you stand up for a second?" Midoriya stuttered nervously, rolling the hem of his shirt between his fingers. "What for?" Bakugo spat, causing Midoriya to look at him sadly. "Please?" he pleaded, his voice cracking. Bakugo stared at the sad-looking boy in front of him, confused. After a moment of silence, he groaned and stood up. As soon as he was on his feet, he stumbled backward as he felt a weight on his chest. He looked down to see a pair of arms wrapped around his waist. What are you doing, nerd?" Bakugo asked, his cheeks turning bright red. "I just needed a hug," Midoriya said softly, burying his head into Bakugo's neck. Bakugo's arms instinctively wrapped around Midoriya before he gave a slight squeeze. "You know, this is the first hug we've shared," Midoriya said quietly. "Teach," Bakugo replied, realizing the freckled boy was right. They had known each other practically their whole lives but had never shared a hug or even a civil conversation. Why was his heart racing? Bakugo asked himself in confusion and frustration. "We need to talk, idiot," Bakugo said as he quickly pulled away from the hug. "About what?" Midoriya questioned sadly as the hug ended. "About your secret mission," Bakugo replied, taking his seat again. "I still have more questions." "Like what?" Midoriya asked as he took his seat. "Why did you go alone? I know one for all is the only quirk strong enough to defeat all for one, but that was a reckless move," Bakugo said sharply, staring into Midoriya's multicolored eyes. "Nobody else could help me," Midoriya replied simply with a shrug. "What do you mean nobody else could have helped?" "Almost anyone would have gone with you if you asked," Bakugo said, his agitation rising. Everyone in their class cared for one another and would do anything for each other. Both boys knew that. "You guys are still minors, so you would need to talk to your parents about it," Midoriya said nervously. "No one in their right mind would let a child join the league." "But your dad let you?" Bakugo questioned suspiciously as Midoriya looked down at his work, avoiding the blonde's fiery gaze. "No, not exactly," Midoriya replied. "What do you mean?" "They never found my dad." Midoriya's voice trailed off as he remembered that he truly was alone. "I thought your dad was supposed to be taking care of you. You told us they found him and your future at UA was all set up." Bakugo yelled in frustration, slamming his hands on the table. "Why did you lie?" "Because I'm so tired of everyone feeling sorry for me," Midoriya fired back. "I don't want everyone's pity anymore. Yes, my mom is gone, and it's Sekus, but there's nothing anyone can do about it," Midoriya explained. "Plus, how was I supposed to tell them I was going to end up in foster care and possibly leave UA? How was I supposed to tell the people I care about that I might never see them again? And it was easier for them to think you were a villain?" Bakugo questioned, his anger evident. Bakugo was right, and Midoriya knew that. He didn't want to tell anyone because he didn't want them to try and help. He was tired of involving all of his friends in his messes. "I couldn't afford to tell them. If anyone finds out, they'll be furious," Midoriya exclaimed. "The only reason you know is because you found me. I was trying so hard to avoid going back to UA. I couldn't risk them getting hurt. I'm already taking a huge risk by confiding in you, Kachin," the green-haired man pleaded, his voice rising. "So you were willing to become a villain?" Bakugo shouted. "If it meant we could learn as much about the League as possible and ensure my friend's safety, yes. That is what it means to be a hero, Kachin." Bakugo's eyes widened at the last statement. All Deku does is worry about everyone else. When does he take care of himself? Bakugo questioned silently. "What plan are you working on that requires someone from our class?" Bakugo asked, recalling their earlier conversation. "I was trying to devise a plan to keep the League from harming the students during the Hosa trip," Midoriya said, resting his hand on his chin as he thought. "You haven't come up with anything yet?" Bakugo pressed. "I suggested that I could convince another classmate to join the League if they agreed to hold off on hurting anyone, but they wouldn't go for it," Midoriya explained. "Sounds foolish," Bakugo retorted, clenching his teeth. "Do you have a better idea?" Midoriya asked sarcastically. Bakugo closed his eyes, searching for an excuse that wouldn't blow Midoriya's cover. After a few moments, he came up empty. "I'll join you," Bakugo offered. Midoriya's head snapped up in surprise, staring at the blonde in shock. "If you need someone else to ensure the class's safety, I'll join," Bakugo insisted, looking down at the table. "Plus, someone has to make sure you don't get yourself hurt like the reckless person you are." "No," Midoriya replied quickly. "If they discover you're a traitor, they'll come after you." His voice softened. "I can't lose you, Kachin." He looked down sadly. "Anyone else would be putting themselves in danger too, idiot," Bakugo pointed out. "It was a bad idea," Midoriya said with a frown before his phone started ringing. He pulled it out and checked the caller ID. "When did you get a new phone?" Bakugo asked, confused, recalling the night he saw Midoriya smash his old one. Midoriya ignored the question and answered the call. "Hey, Dabi," Midoriya said with a small smile. "No, I'm with a friend. I'll be back soon." If you could have Kurogiri send me a warp gate to my apartment in 5 minutes, I'd appreciate it. He fell silent, listening to the other end of the call. No, I got her a silly necklace, he said with a sigh. I'm wearing what I have on now, it's nice enough. He shrugged. Okay, bye. He quickly ended the call. What's up? Bakugo asked. Just Dobby checking on me, he replied with a shrug as he stood up. They let you leave to see friends? Bakugo asked, surprised. Yeah, I haven't given them a reason not to trust me. Even when I mess up, Dobby's got my back. He's on our side too, Midoriya said as he slipped on his old red sneakers. Dobby? There's no way. Bakugo exclaimed, recalling his encounter with the League. It's true, Midoriya said with a small smile. Dobby was the main reason he managed to stay sane during his time there. He was a huge help and a great friend. So if I wanted to join you, how would I do that? Bakugo asked. Your mom would need to agree, Midoriya said with a sigh. Which she won't. So you can't join me, the school would get into too much trouble. I don't have a family anymore. I don't have anyone who cares, so it won't be as bad. Bakugo wanted to scream that he cared. He wanted to tell Midoriya that he did care about him and so did all of their friends, but all that came out was an insult. You're being foolish, Bakugo snapped. You need to go. Kurogiri will be here soon, Midoriya said with a sigh, taking in Bakugo's figure one last time. He felt so many mixed emotions about the man sitting in front of him and didn't know how to deal with them. Whatever, Bakugo muttered as he quickly made his way to the door. He said nothing as he slipped on his shoes. Bye, Kachin, Midoriya said with a frown as he opened the door for his friend. Teach, Bakugo grumbled as he walked out of the apartment. He hurried down the stairs, starting his short journey home to talk to his parents. Bakugo began cursing himself halfway home when he realized his parents weren't there. He had been so caught up in his thoughts while with Midoriya that he completely forgot he was supposed to be making a deal when he ran into him. As he slowly made his way to the dorms, he pulled out his phone. Hesitantly, he dialed his mom's number and brought the phone to his ear. Hello. His mother answered. I swear, Katsuki, if you got into trouble or broke something, I will be furious. I haven't done anything, Mom. Bakugo barked back immediately. Then what do you want? You never call me, she pointed out. I need you to tell the school you give me permission to do something, he mumbled quietly. Is this about Hosu? Already signed the... No. I want to go on a secret undercover mission, Bakugo said quietly, scanning his surroundings to ensure no one else had heard. What are you talking about? She asked, her voice filled with confusion. There is a secret mission I want to undertake, but it requires me to go undercover as a villain, Bakugo explained. I'll have to leave for a little while to do it, but I need you to approve it. Why would I agree to something like that? You're just a first year, there must be someone more qualified. She spoke sharply into the phone. I'm doing this whether you approve or not, but it would cause me a lot of trouble if you don't. He shot back as the dorms slowly came into view. Why do you want to go undercover? Mitsuki asked, puzzled. What's this about? She thought for a moment before realizing. You're going after Izuku in the League of Villains, aren't you? She smirked. I can't tell you. Bakugo replied quietly with a sigh as he climbed the few steps to the dorms. If I were wrong, you would have yelled at me. Since you didn't, I'll assume I'm right. She sighed. Katsuki, I'm afraid it's too late to save him. He doesn't need saving, he just needs help. Bakugo whispered as he sank into a chair on the porch. Help with what? Taking them down. Bakugo whispered. He knew he wasn't supposed to share this, but he also knew his mom. She would never repeat it and he had to tell her. For her to approve, she needed to know. So, he's not really a villain? She asked, piecing it together. No, he's not, and he needs help. Bakugo replied quietly. I'm going whether you sign off or not. I just get into a lot of trouble if you don't. Katsuki, this isn't some school test. This is serious. If you mess up, there's no guarantee of your safety. She whispered into the phone. Bakugo could sense her fear for her son, but he needed to steer her away from that thought. I'll be fine. Do you really think I'd go down without a fight? He smirked into the phone. I'll approve it. his mother whispered after a moment of silence. Bakugo couldn't help but smile. Only because you won't listen and you're going no matter what. I don't want you to be arrested when it's over, she said firmly. If it gets too dangerous, I will pull the plug. Do you understand? Yeah, I gotta go, Mom, Bakugo said as Kirishima stepped into view. He didn't wait for his mother to say goodbye before hanging up. Sorry, I didn't realize you were on the phone. The redhead apologized. Don't worry about it, Bakugo replied curtly. We're getting ready to watch a movie. Want to join? Kirishima asked nervously, hoping to spark Bakugo's interest. No, Bakugo said, looking down. But I need to talk to you. His cheeks flushed slightly. Everything okay? Kirishima asked as he shut the door behind him and moved to the chair next to Bakugo. I don't know, Bakugo groaned, running a hand through his hair. His heart raced as a picture of Midoriya flashed in his mind. What's up, dude? Kirishima asked, concerned as he observed his friend. Bakugo looked exhausted, with dark circles under his eyes and a face full of confusion and annoyance, which was never a good sign. I won't repeat anything I say, and you better not laugh, Bakugo warned. I won't, Kirishima replied slowly, trying to figure out what was bothering Bakugo. There's this person, Bakugo began, looking out at the empty yard. Whenever I'm around them, I can't think straight. What do you mean? Kirishima asked, confused. My heart races and my face gets hot. I stutter, Bakugo exclaimed, clenching his fists. Midoriya was making him feel a different way, and he didn't like it at all. My mind goes blank whenever I look into their eyes. It sounds like a crush, dude, Kirishima suggested, watching Bakugo struggle with his feelings. I thought I had feelings for them, but I just needed to talk to someone else about it, Bakugo said as he stood up from his chair. Is that all, dude? Kirishima asked, concerned. Bakugo looked like he had a million thoughts racing through his mind. That's it, idiot, Bakugo replied as he quickly pushed through the front door. He kicked off his shoes and walked through the common room. Who's the girl? Mineta laughed, causing Bakugo to stop in front of the group. What did you just say? Bakugo barked, turning to the class. Everyone wore a mix of shock, confusion, and embarrassment. The girl you were talking about with Kirishima, who is she? Mineta asked again. What are you talking about? Bakugo snapped, glaring at the class. Don't pretend you don't know. Mineta whined, eager for details about Bakugo's crush. Jiro plugged her earphones into the wall. Mineta said with a mischievous grin. The rest of the class turned their heads toward him. If looks could kill, he would be in serious trouble. When did you start listening? Bakugo asked angrily, looking at Jiro. Bakug. When? Bakugo yelled, feeling his temper flare. Shortly after Kirishima went outside. Jiro replied nervously, watching Bakugo's reaction. They weren't listening before you went outside? Bakugo asked, turning to Kirishima. No. Kirishima stammered, glancing at the class with disappointment. One, she is a he, you perverted grape, so you won't be interested. Two, wait, you're gay? Mineta exclaimed, and the rest of the class turned to Bakugo in shock. Problem? Bakugo shot back, taking a menacing step toward Mineta. No. Mineta stammered, raising his hands in surrender. Two, if I ever catch you eavesdropping on my conversations. His voice trailed off. As he glanced at Jiro, putting on his best intimidating expression. I will make sure you regret it, he warned. Everyone stared at him in disbelief as he turned on his heel and stormed toward the elevator. The class watched him leave, speechless. He never opens up, Kirishima shouted in frustration. The one time he does, you all have to ruin it. He was visibly angry. What we talked about was none of your business. Do you have any idea how hard it was for him to actually share his feelings? Kirishima lectured, turning toward the elevator. Can we please stop pushing our friends away? We already lost Midoriya. We can't lose Bakugo too. Bakugo sat in his dorm room on a dull Tuesday. Classes had ended, and he was already caught up with his homework. Lying in bed, he stared at the white-paneled ceiling, his thoughts consumed by the green-haired boys since their last encounter. He had received permission from his mom to go undercover and eventually convinced Nizu and All Might to let him join as well. Now, he was just waiting for a chance to contact Midoriya. Nizu promised to call Midoriya for a meeting if he heard from him, but that call hadn't come yet. Bakugo groaned as he sat up in bed, frustrated that he was still there while Midoriya was out there with villains. He was hanging out with people Bakugo didn't trust, and that had to be terrible. With determination, Bakugo sprang from his bed, grabbed his phone from the table and ripped open his door. He hurried to the elevator and pressed the button for the second floor. When the doors slid open with a ding, he stepped off and walked down the hall. Checking the time, he thought, 6:47, they should all be figuring out who's making dinner. He stopped in front of the door marked Izuku Midoriya. Bakugo looked at the beautifully engraved plate with a sadness he didn't know he had. Idiot, he scoffed to himself as he gently pushed the door open and walked inside. Bakugo, a quiet voice called from the bed. He turned his head toward the soft sound. Round face. Bakugo questioned, meeting her brown eyes. I wasn't expecting to see you here, Uraraka sniffled, wiping her face to hide that she had been crying. Likewise, Bakugo muttered as he shut the door behind him, leaving the two alone in the nearly empty room. Nizu had ordered everyone to leave Midoriya's belongings untouched until they figured out what happened. But Bakugo knew the truth. They were still there because Midoriya hadn't finished school yet. What are you doing here? Uraraka asked sadly. I could ask you the same thing, Bakugo replied with a sigh as he joined her on the bed. Uraraka looked shocked that he didn't make an excuse to leave. Everyone is probably making dinner right now. I'm not really in the mood, the brunette said, burying her head in her knees. They sat in silence as Bakugo glanced around the room. The walls and shelves were completely bare. The only thing left hanging in the closet was Midoriya's school uniforms. Anything personal was gone. The school hadn't touched anything. Midoriya had moved it all on his own. I miss him, Uraraka mumbled, tears rolling freely down her cheeks. She felt broken and torn about her best friend. She still couldn't believe he would choose a life filled with crime. She couldn't understand how someone could change their mind so quickly from wanting to be a hero to wanting to be a villain. Me too, Bakugo whispered quietly, twirling his thumbs. Uraraka was shocked and confused. Everyone knew Bakugo was upset about Midoriya's absence, but they found it hard to believe it was because he actually cared. Can I ask you something? Uraraka questioned, pulling her knees away from her face to get a better look at him. What? Bakugo groaned, realizing where this conversation was heading. If you care about him, why were you so mean to him? She asked hesitantly, careful not to provoke Bakugo's temper. It's a long story, he whispered, looking down at the green comforter. I've got time, Uraraka said gently, her eyes focused on Bakugo's face. He hesitated, avoiding her gaze as he debated whether to share. Eventually, he met her eyes and caved. Our whole lives, I thought he looked down on me, Bakugo began with a sigh. That's crazy, Bakugo. He actually looks up to you. He used to always defend you whenever someone picked on you. He would say you were the strongest person he knew and that he would be proud to be half the hero you were going to be, she said with a smile, recalling a previous conversation with her best friend. I didn't say I was right, Bakugo scoffed gently, a small smile breaking through. Do you know when he got his quirk? He asked. Uraraka gave him a confused look, shaking her head. No, I assume around the age of 4 like everyone else, she replied. He got it just days before the entrance exam, Bakugo stated. Seriously? Uraraka's eyes widened in surprise. He went without a quirk for that long? Yeah, the doctor said some quirks don't manifest until the body is ready for them, he shrugged, making up the lie on the spot. Anyway, our whole lives before UA, we thought he was quirkless. Bakugo continued, he was just a kid who always had my back and followed me around. He didn't even have a quirk, yet he was always willing to help me. I thought he was looking down on me because he knew I had a big ego and a bad temper. Bakugo said, shame creeping into his voice as he looked down at the green bedspread once more. He said he wanted to be as strong as you and that he looked up to you, Uraraka said with a soft smile. I know that now. He told me during our fight, he replied, recalling the day his resentment for the green-haired boy had faded. When you guys were under house arrest? Uraraka questioned. Bakugo nodded in response. He always tried to help me face my challenges. It made me feel weak, like he was looking down on me back then, he muttered quietly. So you don't feel that way anymore? She asked curiously. No, Bakugo said more harshly than he intended. Looking back, I realized he was probably the only true friend I had when we were younger. A soft smile appeared on his face as he pictured Midoriya standing in the creek, pant legs rolled up, hand extended toward him. I actually miss having him behind me, Bakugo whispered, his cheeks warming. It was nice to keep an eye on him and know I could always protect him. Uraraka stared at the man sitting across from her in amazement. Nobody ever knew what Bakugo was thinking or feeling. She felt special to understand his feelings for her best friend. She was amazed at how much Bakugo had matured since he first started at UA. Sure, he was still hot-headed, but she never expected this level of compassion from him in less than a year. I hate that I don't know where he is or what he's doing right now, Bakugo said with a sigh. I've always known where he was, so this is extremely different for me. He pushed himself off the bed. Why did he do it? Uraraka questioned loudly as she watched Bakugo walk toward the door. Why did he leave us to become a villain? I wish I knew, Bakugo replied with a groan. What troubled him most was that he did know. He was aware of Midoriya's situation, and he couldn't tell anyone. He had to watch everyone mourn the loss of such a good friend, feeling guilty for knowing while nobody else did. I won't tell anyone what you told me, by the way, Uraraka said with a soft smile. I don't care if you do, Bakugo scoffed, shrugging his shoulders. He really did care, but he wasn't about to admit it. Go eat something, he replied as he opened the door. Thanks, Bakugo, she whispered quietly. Bakugo smiled to himself as he stepped into the hallway. That idiot is going to have a lot to make up for with everyone after what he's putting them through, he thought as he pulled his phone out of his pocket. He stared at the screen in confusion upon seeing an unread text from an unknown number. Hesitantly, he clicked on it, his heart racing. Unknown. Did you turn in the homework? He stared at the text before a small smile began to tug at his lips. Bakugo. Deku? Unknown. Winky face. He let his hand drop to his side as he made his way toward the elevator. His mind began to wander, he didn't know what to reply. He was unsure of what was safe to text and what wasn't. He didn't know if the League had his phone or if he was being watched right now. Bakugo, we need to talk ASAP. Unknown. Train station closest to my apartment. Be there at 1 a.m. Bakugo sighed in relief when he read the message. He was glad Midoriya was willing to meet with him, but he felt uncertain at the same time. He knew Midoriya wasn't truly a villain, but he wasn't sure if this was really him. Anyone from the League could have had his phone, and he would never know, but he was willing to take that risk. You know, my time will soon expire, a raspy voice echoed through the massive empty warehouse filled with makeshift science experiments. I know we discussed the future plans, but you still seem unsure. The voice echoed once more. It isn't that I'm unsure. I want your power. I want to be able to eliminate whoever All Might's successor is. Midoriya spat with intensity as he looked over Nomu number. I just wonder why you chose me instead of Shigaraki. He glanced at the name on the plaque above the Nomu's head, Haru Takashi. Midoriya stared at the name sadly, trying to put a face to it. Why would you think that? All for one question from his wheelchair. As I understand it, he is like a son, Midoriya replied with a shrug as he moved to Nomu number. He is, which makes this harder, All for one replied without emotion. Makes what harder? Midoriya asked as he checked the stats of the Nomu. He is a great son in a way, but he isn't responsible. I have never been able to get him out here to teach the process of building the Nomus, he explained, carefully watching Midoriya examine them. He is doing a fair job leading the League from his position, but he doesn't think far enough ahead to realize the consequences. He wants to cause as much chaos as possible, which will hurt him in the long run. Midoriya looked up at the man, confused. He tried to locate his eyes through the mask in the dim room, but he couldn't. How so? Midoriya questioned, cringing at the smell of mildew as he turned his attention back to the Nomu. I have a bigger goal in mind, All for one replied simply. I want All Might dead first, then his successor, and after that, I want to take down each pro-hero in order, he said cynically, smiling to himself. Why in order? Midoriya asked as he moved to Nomu number. I want them to anticipate their deaths, his master replied with a twisted grin. I want them to know we are coming for them, and there is nothing they can do about it. You make it sound so easy, Midoriya said coldly. Pro-heroes are incredibly strong. It's going to take a lot of energy to defeat anyone. He checked the quirk stats of his Nomu. You sound hopeless, All for One observed, carefully watching Midoriya's blank expression. It's not that I'm hopeless, Midoriya replied sharply. It's just that I think it would be easier to have someone I really trust by my side, Midoriya said slowly as he turned to All for One once more. What about Toga? All for One questioned. Midoriya took a deep breath, realizing this was probably his last chance to protect the people he cared about. She's a bit unpredictable, Midoriya replied with a small chuckle. But I think I know the perfect person. He said this nervously. Who? All for One asked, suspicion evident in his tone. Midoriya froze, fear gripping him as he looked back at his master. He understood that he could be making a grave mistake, risking his mission and his life, but he had to at least try. Katsuki Bakugo, Midoriya declared with a smirk. All for One fell silent, staring at Midoriya's confident expression. We've already tried to recruit him once, and it nearly cost us everything, All for One spat. I'm aware, Midoriya replied as he moved towards the 17th Nomu. What makes you think he would be willing to join us this time? All for One asked, curiosity piqued. A lot of people at UA lost hope when All Might retired. They're starting to see the truth about our so-called heroes, Midoriya said, his voice laced with bitterness. They're confused, and now would be the perfect time to show them the right path, he explained. Very well, All for One replied, turning his wheelchair away from Midoriya. If you can bring anyone from UA here, do it. The world will panic and slowly realize the heroes aren't protecting anyone at all. There's a catch, Midoriya said hesitantly. It's now or never, he thought to himself. We can't hurt anyone in the class right now. Why? All for One asked, frustration creeping into his voice. Because we want them to think we care and that we'll offer them the best protection if they are with us. They'll be hesitant if we constantly hurt them. We can go all out on the professionals and take them down. We just need to avoid hurting the class 4. Now, Midoriya explained as he finished checking the stats on the Nomu. All for One was silent, contemplating Midoriya's plan. He wanted to voice his doubts, but he couldn't. Midoriya had the entire league under his influence. Very well then. I will make the announcement later. I want Katsuki Bakugo with us as soon as you can get him, he said, slowly beginning to wheel away. Midoriya smirked to himself, relieved that his plan had worked. Of course, master, he replied. He waited silently until he heard the electric wheelchair go quiet. I can't believe that worked, Midoriya thought, a smug grin spreading across his face. I need to text Kachin, he exclaimed internally as he reached for his phone. He paused, staring at his plain blue wallpaper. I don't know who is with him. I have to be careful about what I say, he reminded himself as he typed in the number he knew by heart. Midoriya, did you turn in the homework? It was a safe enough message. If anyone saw it, they would think it was just someone in the class that Bakugo didn't care enough about to save their number. Kachin, Deku? So I'm on your mind too? Midoriya smirked to himself when Bakugo responded almost immediately. Midoriya. Kachin, we need to talk ASAP. That we do, Midoriya thought as he moved his fingers across the keyboard. Midoriya, train station closest to my apartment. Be there at 1 a.m. Midoriya quickly set his phone down and made his way to Nomu number 18, his Nomu. He looked at the creature with sadness as he glanced at the nameplate. Sahiryo. That wasn't what the plate had always said though. When Midoriya was setting up the Nomus, he had seen his own name attached to this one. His original quirk had been stolen from him when he went to the doctor for a quirk check as a child. He even found the files confirming it. All for One had been working with the Dr. Midoriya had seen. Whenever there was a potential quirk for a Nomu, All for One was called in to take it. His original quirk was combustion, a combination of both of his parents' quirks. He smiled sadly as he remembered the day he found out. He had been so furious he thought he could have destroyed the entire league right then and there. He traced his hand over the fake nameplate slowly. "You'll be my quirk once more." Bakugo was waiting patiently at the train station for the late-night train around 1 a.m. He felt anxious about who would step off the train. If it was anyone other than Midoriya, Bakugo knew he would be in trouble. Not just him, but Midoriya as well. If the league stepped off the train, it would mean Bakugo had gotten Midoriya caught. The blonde didn't know if he could handle being the reason the freckled man was captured and possibly harmed. Bakugo's heart began to race as the train pulled into the station. He leaned against a nearby wall, waiting for his fate. The doors slid open, and a few people walked out. It was 1 in the morning, so it wasn't too busy. Bakugo waited anxiously as the last person stepped off the train. He wore black dress slacks and emerald green shoes, with a green zip-up sweatshirt covering his top half and a hood hiding his face. He slowly lifted his head and scanned the area. When his gaze landed on Bakugo, the blonde's heart skipped a beat at the sight of one red eye and one green eye staring back at him. Midoriya made his way toward Bakugo, and the blonde's heart rate picked up as a small smile tugged at his lips. He knew he had feelings for Midoriya. He didn't understand why or where they came from, but he couldn't deny them any longer. The freckled man stopped in front of Bakugo. "Follow me and be quiet," he instructed before turning toward the door to the outside. Bakugo followed him out in confusion, trailing behind Midoriya through the empty streets in silence. They walked the short 4-minute distance without saying a word until they arrived at Midoriya's apartment building. The walk felt like it had taken hours to Bakugo, who hated the silence. They had so much to discuss. "Come on," Midoriya said as he quickly climbed the stairs to his apartment door. He inserted the key and turned the knob, granting them access to the empty apartment. They quickly walked inside as Midoriya flipped on the light. "You didn't tell anyone you were coming?" Midoriya questioned as he shut the door. "No. I left before curfew. Everyone probably assumes I'm in my dorm sleeping," Bakugo replied, making his way to the small kitchen table. "Perfect," Midoriya said with a smirk as he unzipped his jacket and removed it completely. He wore his classic villain outfit, consisting of his signature emerald green vest, a white button-up shirt, and a black tie. His hair fell loosely around his shoulders, framing his face in a way that was both masculine and striking. "Close your mouth," Midoriya teased, smirking. "You'll catch flies." "Teach," Bakugo scoffed as Midoriya took his seat across from him. "You can drop the tough guy villain act when it's just us, idiot." Bakugo imagined Midoriya crying every hour at UA. "It's not an act, Kachin," Midoriya challenged. "I may not be a real villain, but I'm not the same person I was before my mom died." His expression turned somber. "You know how in TV shows, someone has to die for another character to develop? Think of it like that. This is my character development." "That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard." Bakugo hoped it was an act, wishing Midoriya would return to his old self. He wanted his feelings for his childhood friend to fade, but that seemed impossible now. "What did you want to talk about?" Midoriya asked, changing the subject. "I think you already know," Bakugo replied, locking eyes with Midoriya's bright green gaze. "I have a hunch," Midoriya said with a smirk. "You talked to your mom about going undercover, and she said no." Bakugo scoffed. "Actually, she said yes." Midoriya's eyes widened in disbelief. "There's no way," he stuttered. "You're half right," Bakugo said, smirking. "She said no at first, but I told her I was going to go no matter what. In the end, she decided to sign off on it so I wouldn't get into trouble when the mission was done." He watched Midoriya, who was still in shock. "Are you serious? Why would she say yes?" Midoriya practically whined. He had told All for One he could get Bakugo on their side, but he was only half serious, just trying to protect his friends. He never expected Bakugo to genuinely want to join him. "Did you talk to Nizu?" Midoriya pressed. "And All Might," Bakugo smirked, determined not to let Midoriya out of this. "Will be dangerous," Midoriya warned. "I know. It will take a lot of patience," Midoriya cautioned again. "I know. If one of us messes up, we will both be in trouble," Midoriya said sadly. I know, Bakugo replied with a sigh. I won't mess it up. It's my turn to stay behind you and help you when you fall. His voice was quiet, and both boys looked down at the table, a blush creeping onto their cheeks. So then what is the plan? Bakugo asked just as a soft knock echoed from the door. We're about to make one, Midoriya replied, quickly walking over to the door. He opened it to reveal All Might, Nezu, and Dabi. What are you guys doing here? Bakugo asked from his chair. Midoriya asked us to come talk some sense into you, Nezu replied as the trio walked inside. That was before I knew your mom was going to actually let you do this, Midoriya said with a sigh, shutting the door behind them. So we aren't talking sense into him anymore? All Might questioned. No. There is no talking sense into this idiot, Midoriya replied, scowling as he returned to his seat. So we're here to make an actual plan? Dabi asked, walking toward Midoriya. Yes, Midoriya confirmed as Dabi stood behind him. Why are you here? Bakugo snapped at Dabi. Relax, I'm on your side, Dabi replied with a smirk. What did you just call me? Bakugo yelled, pushing himself up from his seat. All bark and no bite, Dabi shrugged, causing Midoriya to let out a small laugh. Calm down, boys, Nezu warned, glancing between the three. How do we know we can trust you? Bakugo scoffed as he sat back down. Izu trusts me, that should be enough, Dabi replied, smiling as he gently placed his hand on Midoriya's hair. Bakugo felt a surge of anger at the sight, his blood boiling. Exactly, I trust him, Midoriya stated, glaring at Bakugo. Confused, Bakugo looked between Dabi and Midoriya before letting out a sigh of defeat. Don't blame me for not trusting you. I don't even know your real name, Bakugo retorted. Dabi's blue eyes met Bakugo's red ones as he felt Midoriya shift beneath his hand. The freckled boy offered Dabi a reassuring smile, silently indicating he would support him no matter what. Toya, Dabi replied quietly. All Might, Nezu, and Bakugo stared at him in confusion. Toya Todoroki. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat as they processed the revelation. What happened? Nezu asked in shock. Long story short, Endeavor is an abusive JRK who drove all his kids away and our mother to madness. End of discussion. I don't want to talk about it anymore, Dabi said harshly, his eyes narrowing at the surprised trio. Can I just ask one more thing? Nezu inquired softly. What? Dabi snapped. What made you not want to be a villain anymore? Nezu asked kindly. Dabi sighed, running his hand through his hair. Honestly, I never wanted to be a villain. I had nowhere else to go and ended up going down that path. I just followed orders and never killed anyone. Seeing Shoto at the camping trip you guys took gave me a little courage to fight my way out of this, he said softly, his thoughts drifting to his brother. Any courage I didn't get from him was filled by this idiot, Dabi said with a smile as he gently nudged Midoriya's head down slightly. Dabi, the green-haired man protested, his face resting on the table. He's like the little brother I never got to know, Dabi added sadly, reminiscing about the distance that had always existed between him and his siblings. We've got each other's backs, Midoriya said softly, pushing his head back up. And he isn't going anywhere, so you two better get along, he warned, glancing between Dabi and the fuming blonde. I mean it. So the Pomeranian is officially joining the league? Dabi questioned from his position behind Midoriya. What the Bakugo began to yell but was quickly interrupted by Midoriya. Both of you stop it, the green-haired man shouted. I mean it, we are not fighting anymore. Kacchan will be joining us, Dabi. And Dabi isn't going anywhere, Kacchan. Midoriya lectured. It's almost 1:30 in the morning. Kacchan, you have class in the morning. All Might and Nezu have to go to school, and Dabi and I have a busy day ahead of us, so let's just get this done with. He looked sternly between Bakugo and Dabi. When is he joining us? Dabi groaned, crossing his arms. I assume when he gets caught, like you did, Nezu offered. No, Midoriya scoffed. All for one wants him as soon as I can get him, he said nervously, running a hand through his wavy hair. So, tonight? All Might questioned in surprise. Midoriya shook his head. I want him to make it known he is with the League of Villains during the Hosu attack. So, in 3 days? Nizu asked. Yes. I want him to stay at UA and be with the class until then. You can't just disappear, people will get suspicious. You need to distance yourself from everyone first and act mysterious, Midoriya explained. He's already been doing that, All Might pointed out nervously. Bakugo's face turned red as Midoriya smirked at him. Miss me that much, Kacchan? He asked sarcastically. Shut up, Bakugo spat, embarrassed. Continue to distance yourself and act mysterious. Feel free to question heroes too, Midoriya replied with a shrug. When you join us, we want them to believe you wanted it. Imagine if I acted the same as usual and joined, you guys would have known something was up, he explained. I can do that, Bakugo replied with a sigh. Next, when we go to Hosu, I will give you a meeting spot to meet me, Kacchan. You and I will have a special assignment. Which is? Bakugo interrupted. Keeping an eye out, Midoriya shrugged quickly. You will stay with me the entire time. He smiled widely. I want to pick a fight with Aizawa. When I do, you will rejoin the class. Why do you want to pick a fight with him? Nizu asked with concern. It will be easier because he can erase my quirk, so I won't have to go all out on him. I can keep the fighting to a minimum, but I have to at least fight someone. Shigaraki will get suspicious if I don't. What if he refuses to fight you? Dabi questioned, looking down at Midoriya. He won't, Bakugo, Midoriya, and All Might replied in unison. When we retreat after feeling satisfied, Kacchan will follow us through the portal, and he won't be coming back until the League has fallen. Sounds simple enough, Dabi shrugged, glancing at Bakugo's confused face. We'll fill you in more and introduce you to the League before then. Tomorrow, Midoriya piped in. We'll introduce you to the League tomorrow around noon, he said quietly. Doesn't he have to go to class tomorrow? Dabi questioned with a yawn. This is where the plan starts. He will look suspicious if he misses class tomorrow and isn't in the dorms, Midoriya explained. He'll be in the dorms tonight after we're done here, Dabi stated, confused as he looked down at Midoriya. No, he won't. Kacchan and I are staying here tonight, Midoriya said while looking at Bakugo, causing a blush to spread across the blonde's cheeks. Midoriya turned to face Dabi. I need you back at the dorms tonight with the League. If they are still awake, tell them I am recruiting and we will be there tomorrow. Ask Toga to get the bedroom next to mine set up. You sure? Dabi questioned sadly. He wasn't jealous of Bakugo, he just had come to really care for Midoriya. He truly was like the little brother he wished he had. Yes, Midoriya said with a soft smile. Now, get going. It's late and you look tired. He ordered his friend. Yes, boss, Dabi replied sarcastically, rolling his eyes. We should get going too, Nizu stated as he looked at All Might. Will we see you again before Hosu? Nizu asked, looking at Midoriya. No, it's too risky, Midoriya replied sternly. I might be able to give you a call before then, but I can't promise anything. Just remember, boys, if one of you messes up, you are both done for. If one of you wants to drop out and come back to UA, you both need to. With that in mind, Bakugo, are you sure about this? Nizu asked quietly, looking at the overwhelmed blonde. I've never been more sure in my life, Bakugo spat. Okay, let's go, All Might, Nizu said as he turned towards the door. Actually, I need to talk to All Might privately before you guys go, Midoriya said aloud. All Might turned to Midoriya with a frown. What's wrong, young Midoriya? All Might questioned as Midoriya led him into the living room. I need to talk to you about All for One, Midoriya said quietly as they stepped into the room. He quickly took a seat on the couch and motioned for All Might to join him. All Might looked at Midoriya curiously as he walked to the couch. What's this about? All Might asked as he sat down. All for One asked me to be his successor, Midoriya whispered quietly with a sigh. All Might stared at the boy in a mixture of shock and concern. I want to take him up on the offer. Are you crazy? All Might snapped. His quirk is extremely powerful, not to mention it's a villain's quirk. All Might exclaimed. Midoriya looked at his role model silently, seeing the sadness in All Might's eyes. No, it is a quirk currently being used by a villain, Midoriya stated. The only thing that makes it a villain's quirk is the person using it, he replied. All Might looked at his student with pride and amazement. You have a good head on your shoulders, All Might said with a sad smile. If I take his quirk, I should be able to keep one for all as well. I can build up both quirks to take him down. By the time we fight, he won't have much of his quirk left, Midoriya explained. As a pro hero, that sounds like a great plan, All Might said proudly. But as your teacher and the one who gave you your quirk, I have concerns about both of those quirks being in your body. He spoke quietly. And I hope you aren't planning to take any quirks from someone else. I'm going to take some from the Nomus, Midoriya replied with a smirk. I'm going to be his successor. I wasn't asking for your opinion, I just wanted to fill you in. Midoriya's tone was sharp, and All Might looked at him with worry. Look, kid, All Might started as he stood up with a heavy sigh. If you change your mind and want out, call me. We will get you out immediately. Understand? He looked at the young man on the couch. Yes, sir, Midoriya replied. He was still scared sometimes. He feared being found out, messing up the plan, or walking into the league and facing danger. He had Bakugo to worry about on top of everything else. Good luck, kid, All Might said sadly as he walked out of the living room, leaving Midoriya lost in thought. What am I getting myself into? Midoriya wondered as he brought his hands to his face. I want to take down All for One before he gets stronger or finds another successor, but I don't want to do it now. The school year ends in just a few months, and I want to be there with my friends. I want my mom back and my life back. I know I have to do this and be patient, but this is tough. Why are you crying, nerd? Bakugo questioned as he entered the living room. Midoriya quickly wiped his cheeks, realizing he was indeed crying. Did everyone leave? Midoriya asked as he dried his tears. Yes, Bakugo replied as he walked toward the couch. What's wrong? He asked with concern, which caught Midoriya off guard. I'm fine, the green-haired boy said as he pushed himself off the couch. You can sleep in my bed, I'll take the couch. Just let me grab something to sleep in. He tried to walk past Bakugo, who looked at Midoriya's multicolored eyes with sadness. No, Bakugo said, grabbing Midoriya's arm and turning him to face him. What's wrong? He asked again, taking in Midoriya's features. He looked healthier than before he left UA, as if he had been sleeping better and even gained a few pounds. Bakugo felt the urge to check Midoriya's sleeves but decided against it. One problem at a time, he told himself as he looked into Midoriya's tearful eyes. Kachin, Midoriya whimpered as tears streamed down his freckled cheeks. Their eyes connected for a brief moment before Midoriya flung himself into Bakugo's chest, unable to hold back his sobs any longer. Bakugo's heart raced as he felt Midoriya bury his head into him. I'm sorry. The stress just gets to me sometimes, Midoriya cried into Bakugo's chest. It's okay, idiot, Bakugo said, his face slightly flushed as he guided Midoriya toward the couch. They sat together, enjoying each other's presence as Bakugo held Midoriya close. They stayed like that until they both drifted into a peaceful sleep. Guys! Midoriya yelled as he entered the dusty living room, gathering the attention of the few people present. We have a new recruit today. Does the master know you're recruiting? Shigaraki spat from behind his hand. He insisted. Midoriya shot back through clenched teeth. There was always tension between him and Shigaraki, and everyone knew why. Shigaraki was jealous that Midoriya had won the favor of their master. He had tried several times to prove that Midoriya was a traitor, but he never succeeded. Midoriya was careful not to make any mistakes. Who is it? Toga asked happily as she walked toward her boyfriend. Katsuki Bakugo, Midoriya said, signaling for Bakugo to enter the room. Explity boy. Toga cheered as she ran over to him. It's nice to see you again, she exclaimed, reaching her hand toward his face. Midoriya quickly reached out and grabbed her wrist, knowing all of her tricks. Bakugo thought to himself, damn, his reflexes are fast. Toga, what have we said about injuring members of the league? Midoriya asked with a heavy sigh. That I shouldn't hurt our members, no matter how small the injury is, she groaned as Midoriya released her hand. Go to your room, Midoriya ordered. But Izuku, she whined. Midoriya turned to meet her yellow eyes. Go, he insisted. Toga stared at him with a hurt expression before breaking into a wide smile. You should join me, she sang flirtatiously as she began walking toward the stairs. I have a meeting with the master soon, Midoriya replied, glancing back. He heard her footsteps stop, knowing she was upset. He didn't really care for anyone there, but he still had a role to play. I'll come visit you after that, he said with a smile, and her eyes lit up with happiness. If you're good, he added with a smirk. Toga nodded eagerly before darting up the stairs, not wanting to give him a chance to change his mind. So, Bakugo, Shigaraki said as he scratched his neck. What made you decide to join us now? He asked. I've seen how weak the heroes are, Bakugo replied. They're weak and fake, and I want nothing more than to prove how phony they really are. He and Midoriya had worked out their plan and speeches before coming to the league today. They couldn't afford to mess anything up. Good answer, Dabi nodded at him. I'm Dabi, he said while observing the blonde, silently hoping Bakugo would catch on and pretend this was their first official meeting. Bakugo had previously met Shigaraki and Kurojairi, but Dabi was still new to the league, so they had only met once. Bakugo! The blonde replied sharply as he surveyed the dusty room. He wondered to himself if this was really all the people they had. I have to go, Midoriya announced, pulling Bakugo from his thoughts. I have to meet the master. He turned to Bakugo, noticing the concern hidden in his striking red eyes. Dabi will show you to your room and everything else. Midoriya stepped closer to Bakugo. Don't look so worried. They can sense it from a mile away. He warned quietly, ensuring only Bakugo could hear. I'll be back as soon as I can. The green-haired man called out as he exited the door. Bakugo stood in an uneasy silence before the few villains he didn't trust at all. He felt a flicker of trust for Dabi, but it was overshadowed by jealousy. He hated seeing how close Dabi and Midoriya had become. I'll show you to your room while Kurojairi prepares lunch, Dabi said, moving toward the blonde. Who said I'm making lunch? I'm not your servant, Kurojairi shouted after him. Then what good are you? Dabi retorted as he led Bakugo toward the stairs. Do you guys always talk to each other like that? Bakugo asked, following the dark-haired man up the stairs. Pretty much. Don't forget, this is our family. Dabi shrugged as they reached the top of the stairs. Some family. Bakugo muttered under his breath, taking in the shabby hallway. This place is a dump, he thought, noticing the peeling off-white wallpaper. If you go to the right, you'll find Spinner's, Shigaraki's, Twice, and Kurojairi's rooms. Dabi explained, pointing to the right end of the hallway. If you come over to the left of the stairs, Toga's room is the first door on the left. He gestured to a dark door with a few knives sticking out of it. At the end of the hall to the right is my room. Dabi continued as he walked down the hall. Bakugo felt overwhelmed, unsure of what to do without Midoriya by his side. He didn't understand how the league operated and didn't want to get caught up in anything. Aiza's room is the second door on the right. Dabi pointed to a dark door 2 doors down from his own. And your room is the one between mine and Aizu's. Bakugo stared at his door, curious about what lay inside. He knew he would at least have a bed, but beyond that, he wasn't sure. Hesitantly, he approached the door and grasped the doorknob. His heart raced since his arrival just moments ago. You have a mission to complete. Get your head in the game, Bakugo told himself as he slowly pushed the door open. The musty scent of the abandoned room hit him like a wave. He recoiled slightly as he stepped into the center of the room, the floor creaking softly beneath him. His gaze wandered slowly around the space. The wallpaper matched the rest of the building, and there was a small bed in the left corner with an old wooden desk beside it. A dresser with 4 drawers stood nearby, though the top 2 were broken. The room felt stark compared to everything he had ever known. It isn't much, but you can fix it up however you want, Dabi said quietly, leaning in the doorway. How do you even fix up a room like this? Bakugo shot back, turning to face Dabi. I didn't do much to mine, honestly. Dabi shrugged. I just got a new dresser and blankets for my bed. Aiza pretty much got all new furniture. Bakugo clenched his fists at the mention of that nickname, feeling a surge of irritation. Why do you call him that anyway? Bakugo asked, his voice laced with anger. Aizu. Dabi replied teasingly. Yes, idiot. Bakugo groaned, his frustration mounting. Don't worry, kid. Nobody is trying to take him from you, except maybe Toga. Dabi said with a small smile. We decided to be like brothers since neither of us really has family anymore. He added, his tone turning somber. He helped me out of the darkness I had put myself in, and I helped him stay as sane as possible. Is it hard to stay sane here? Bakugo asked quietly, ensuring no one else could hear. It's not that it's hard to stay sane. Dabi replied, stepping closer to Bakugo. It's just that the league treats you so well that sometimes you forget we're villains. When I give you this quirk, you won't get all the ones I currently have. All for One explained, looking at a determined Midoriya. You will start from scratch with nothing. You will have to build this quirk up yourself. Yes, sir. Midoriya replied, his expression serious. You will need to find someone else's quirks to take for yourself. Yes, sir. You won't be able to have as many as me right off the bat either. I don't know how many you will be able to have, but you have to build the quirk strength in order to take more. All for One elaborated to the green-haired man standing before him. I can do that. Midoriya said with a confident smirk. All for One looked at him with pride, believing he had found the perfect successor to wield his quirk and follow in his footsteps. He believed he had found the one who could defeat all the heroes and reshape the world. He had no idea how wrong he was in that moment. Kneel down. All for One commanded his new successor. Midoriya quickly complied, kneeling before the wheelchair. This is going to hurt. He warned as he placed his hand on Midoriya's forehead. Are you ready? He asked. I have to do this, Midoriya told himself. I could use this quirk in the best way possible. I could bring down the League of Villains and use this quirk for good. I could end this all and go home. I could find my dad and stay at UA. I have to do this for myself, my friends, and the future of the world. Midoriya gave himself a pep talk in his head before he looked at the man sitting in front of him. I was born ready, he replied with a smirk. Nothing could have prepared him for the overwhelming pain that followed. He let out a loud scream as it felt like Toga had used him as a target. Every inch of his body felt as if it were on fire, and he was being struck repeatedly. His mind screamed for him to pull away, but all he could do was cry out in horror as the sensation of his body breaking down took over. For what felt like an eternity, the abandoned warehouse echoed with his desperate screams as he grew weaker. Eventually, the pain began to ease as Midoriya struggled to catch his breath. No words could describe how he felt at that moment. His body ached after All for One removed his hand from his damp green curls, now soaked with sweat. How do you feel? All for One asked as Midoriya sat on the ground, exhausted. Exhausted, Midoriya replied, his voice barely above a whisper. You did well. The intensity of the quirk you take or give with this new power determines how painful the process is and how long it takes to transfer. All for One explained as he slowly backed his wheelchair away from the green-haired boy still kneeling on the floor. Pick a Nomu, he ordered. For what? Midoriya questioned as he pushed himself up from the ground. You are going to steal their quirk? The man replied with a smirk. Midoriya didn't need to think about it. His body moved on its own toward Nomu number. His legs felt like jelly with each step, but he refused to give up. He stopped in front of the imposing creature, its muscles bulging and eyes filled with a strange intensity. Put your hands on his head, All for One commanded. Midoriya nodded nervously and placed his hand on the dome protecting the Nomu's exposed brain. Imagine yourself using that quirk. Picture yourself born with it and using it every day. Midoriya nodded again, closing his eyes as he envisioned what his life could have been like if he hadn't lost his quirk years ago. He imagined keeping up with Bakugo in middle school and how much easier it would have been to get into UA. Now, attempt to pull that quirk into your own body. If you want it, you'll get it. Midoriya nodded, eyes still closed, as he envisioned the energy flowing from the Nomu to himself. Within moments, his adrenaline surged, and he felt his energy levels rise. A smile crept onto his face as he imagined all the incredible things he could do with this new quirk. I could use this to take down All for One, he thought happily. He continued to absorb the quirk until he felt no new energy. Slowly, he opened his eyes and lowered his hand. Do you feel any different? All for One asked, a smirk on his face. Can you feel the new energy coursing through your veins? I think so, Midoriya replied. Try to use your new quirk, All for One ordered. Use it? I don't know much about it. I know it's a combination of my mom's telekinesis and my dad's fire, but how do I actually use it? Do I just look at something and hope it catches on fire? He thought as he scanned the warehouse for a target. His eyes landed on an old wooden coat rack by the main entrance. I better not set the whole thing on fire, he told himself. I don't know if I can stop it. He closed his eyes and imagined one of the wooden hooks igniting. When he opened his eyes, he was disappointed to see nothing had changed. Try again, All for One urged. Why didn't that work? Midoriya wondered as he focused on the hook once more. He lifted his hands slowly toward it. If I try it like this, maybe? He kept his eyes open and envisioned the hook catching fire again. To his surprise, his imagination became reality as flames flickered to life before him. Is the quirk only strong enough to light that little flame? All for One scoffed. No, Midoriya replied, lowering his hand with a triumphant smile. I just thought it would be unwise to set the entire building ablaze with our greatest weapons inside. He gestured to the line of gnomes behind him. All for One looked at him in surprise. That is why I chose you, All for One said with a smirk as he turned toward the door. You think things through so it doesn't end in disaster. He began to push toward the exit. Put that out. We're done for the day. Start collecting quirks and determine your limits. The more you use the quirks you steal, the stronger you will become. I'll have someone drop off a file of registered quirks for you. He said just before exiting the building. Midoriya stared at the spot where his master had been, a sense of realization washing over him. He finally had the quirk he had been missing for so many years. He held his hand up to the light, examining it carefully. I feel different, but in a good way, he thought with a smile. He lowered his hand slowly, remembering that part of the old coat rack was still on fire. Calmly, he walked to the mini fridge next to the Noma station and grabbed a bottle of water. He headed toward the exit, extinguishing the small fire along the way. Now to go meet Toga for a bit, then I can catch up with Kachin, Midoriya whispered to himself as he stepped into the sunlight. Where's Bakugo? Aizawa questioned as he scanned the room filled with students. Everyone exchanged glances, unsure whether to tell the truth or fabricate a story. Don't make me ask again, Aizawa warned from the front of the class. Kirishima let out a resigned sigh before responding. Never came back to the dorms last night, Kirishima said nervously, shrugging his shoulders. At all? Aizawa raised an eyebrow. He might have returned after we fell asleep and left before we woke up, Ashido suggested. Bakugo was already in trouble for skipping all his classes today. No one wanted him to face more consequences for not returning to the dorms. It doesn't matter, Aizawa stated, turning his back to the class. I'm not wasting my time teaching anyone who doesn't want to learn. He shrugged. I'll assign an essay due at the end of class. The class groaned at the announcement. Their training and fighting had diminished since Midoriya left, and they were not enjoying it at all. What is the essay about, sir? Ida asked as he pulled out his notebook. Aizawa looked at his class without providing an answer. His lessons had become unplanned. He had spent most of his free time searching for the student who had left with the league. It didn't make sense to him. No one seemed to be putting in the effort to find Midoriya like they had when Bakugo had been taken by the league just months before. Something was off, and Aizawa was determined to figure it out. I want you to write a 3-page essay on how you feel about Midoriya right now, Aizawa said, causing the class to stare back in shock. The room fell silent as they processed their teacher's words. None of the teachers had mentioned Midoriya since the day he left. They had avoided the topic entirely. So, just how we feel about him? Mineta asked from the back of the class. Pretty much, Aizawa replied with a shrug as he walked toward the door. I'll be back. He exited quickly, heading to the principal's office. Meanwhile, the class struggled to articulate their feelings about Midoriya leaving to pursue a life as a villain. It was still a shock to everyone that he was truly gone. They all expected him to walk through the door with his usual smile. After about 10 minutes, everyone was writing slowly, pausing occasionally to revise their words. Uraraka was the only student who couldn't find the right words. She struggled for another 30 minutes before deciding to abandon the essay altogether. She packed her things and glanced at the clock, sighing quietly when she realized she still had to sit there for another hour and 20 minutes. Meanwhile, down the hall, Aizawa was engaged in a heated discussion with Nizu about the situation. "I just don't understand why nobody is bothering to look for him," Aizawa exclaimed, his calm demeanor slipping. "You tell the media we are, but no one is really searching at all. I haven't heard of a search party or a raid. You have to understand that he doesn't want to be found. That's why he left with the League that day. He's done with us, he's done with heroes," Nizu reminded him calmly as he sipped his tea. "That's not true," Aizawa replied, lowering his head so his hair obscured his face. "He wanted nothing more than to be a hero." Aizawa continued, "I can see some kids dropping out of the program, but I could never imagine any of them becoming a villain. Especially Midoriya. He worked so hard and trained his quirk diligently to avoid expulsion. He has expressed his love for this school several times. It just doesn't make sense." Aizawa sighed, overwhelmed by thoughts of Midoriya. Nizu took a deep breath before responding. "Losing his mother was incredibly difficult for him," Nizu said quietly. "Then we couldn't find his father, and he was facing the possibility of foster care, which could have meant leaving UA. Nizu explained sadly. He lost the most important person in his life and realized he might not be able to stay at UA. He felt he had no options left. "So you're saying you're okay with him throwing his life and potential away to become a villain?" Aizawa asked coldly. Nizu looked at him with sadness. "I'm not saying I'm okay with it, I'm just saying I understand it," Nizu replied. Aizawa decided he had heard enough. He turned to leave, but Nizu wasn't finished yet. "You didn't fail," Nizu called out from behind his desk. "What?" Aizawa turned back, surprised. "You didn't fail him or as a teacher, just so you know," Nizu said softly. He understood why Aizawa was so hard on himself. His concern extended beyond Midoriya. He worried he could have done something to prevent the boy from leaving. Nizu knew this wasn't the case, but Aizawa's guilt was consuming him. "Don't forget to bring me your answer sheet for this week's homework," Nizu reminded him. Aizawa quickly exited the office and returned to his classroom, ignoring Nizu completely. "Was there something I could have done? Could I have helped prevent this in any way? I saw his grades drop, I noticed his waning interest, but I didn't act. What kind of hero does that make me?" Aizawa questioned himself as he pushed open the door. "Who's not done?" Aizawa asked, eyeing the class of 18 students. When he saw no hands raised and heard only silence, he moved to the center of the room. "Good," he said, looking at Kirishima. "Kirishima, give me the most powerful word that describes how you feel about Midoriya's departure." Aizawa ordered from the front of the class. "What do you mean?" Kirishima asked, confusion and concern evident on his face. "Give me one word that best describes how you feel right now because of Midoriya leaving," Aizawa repeated. Mad, I guess," Kirishima replied nervously, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze. "Why mad?" Aizawa pressed, raising his eyebrows. Kirishima nervously scratched the back of his neck with a sigh. "I'm upset because we weren't enough for him," he said sadly as he lowered his hand. "We were supposed to be his friends, and he left like we didn't matter. I'm really frustrated about it." Kirishima's voice grew louder with each word as he felt the weight on his shoulders lift. Everyone stared at him with wide eyes, surprised by his honesty. "Anyone else?" Aizawa asked. One by one, the class began to share their feelings about their friend. Most expressed feelings of sadness, anger, or confusion. Not a single person mentioned feeling betrayed, which was what Aizawa had been trying to gauge. The class felt lighter after sharing their emotions. They felt they understood each other a little better and knew how to handle their feelings more effectively. "Come on, Izuku," Toga said playfully as Midoriya leaned in closer. "How long are you going to keep me waiting?" She gasped as he playfully teased her neck. "Until you're ready," Midoriya teased back, bringing his lips close to hers for a quick connection. "So, not anytime soon," she breathed between playful exchanges. "Great things take time, babe. Don't rush it," he whispered, leaving his neck exposed as he playfully engaged with her. Toga smirked before leaning in closer, and Midoriya closed his eyes, trying to enjoy the moment. He felt a mix of emotions as she playfully nibbled at his collarbone, leaving a mark that hinted at their playful banter. "I need to go, babe," Midoriya said with a mock groan as he leaned away from Toga. "Already?" she whined. "It's only been an hour." She tried to pull him back, her arms wrapped around his neck. "I'm sorry," he replied, feeling a twinge of regret as he pushed himself away. "I have to start getting things together with Bakugo about the Hosu trip. He needs to update us on where they are staying and how many pros will be there." He leaned down to place a quick kiss on her head. "We can hang out more tomorrow," he added, noticing her disappointed expression. He never quite knew if she was genuinely sad or just playing around. She was unpredictable, and he often struggled to navigate their dynamic. "Promise?" she asked with a hopeful smile. "I promise," Midoriya replied with a sigh before quickly exiting the room. He didn't want to linger too long. He found it difficult to be affectionate around her, as he wasn't interested in girls, especially not Toga. Moments later, Midoriya found himself in front of Dabi's door. He raised his hand and knocked gently, waiting a few seconds before knocking again. "Where is he?" Midoriya wondered as he looked around the hallway. He sighed and moved to the next door, smiling as he knocked on Bakugo's door. A few seconds later, the blonde opened it wide. "Finally able to join us?" Bakugo asked as he stepped aside to let Midoriya in. Sorry," Midoriya mumbled with a small smile as he entered the empty room. His eyes landed on Dabi. "Hey, Dabi," he greeted. "Hey, kid," Dabi replied. "Looks like your time with Toga was interesting," he said with a smirk. "Define interesting," Midoriya groaned. "Are makeout sessions not interesting?" Dabi teased, noticing the mark on Midoriya's neck. "Not with Toga," Midoriya mumbled, brushing his hair from his face. "How can you be gay and still make out with her?" Dabi chuckled. "Willpower," Midoriya replied with a sigh. Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, Deku's gay?" He studied Midoriya, who was wearing his usual villain attire, a white button-up shirt with a few buttons undone, a green vest that matched his new shoes, a gift from Toga, and black slacks. His green curls fell loosely around his face, slightly damp from the heat. "Bakugo?" Midoriya asked, catching his gaze. "What?" Bakugo replied, snapping back to reality. "Did you hear us?" Midoriya asked with a light laugh. "No," Bakugo mumbled, looking down. "We need to get you a villain outfit," Midoriya suggested. "Does it really matter what I wear?" Bakugo shot back, his cheeks slightly flushed. "Not really," Midoriya shrugged. "But you wouldn't want to confuse people about who you are now versus who you were. Why not just get him the same thing you have in different colors?" Dabi proposed as he stood up. "That could work," Midoriya mused, glancing at Bakugo, trying to envision color combinations that would suit him. "Wait, you want us to match?" Bakugo exclaimed, his voice rising. "You don't want to match with me, Kachin?" Midoriya asked with a teasing grin. Bakugo's heart raced as Midoriya held his gaze. "Stupid Deku," Bakugo muttered, looking down, feeling flustered yet oddly pleased. "Let's go then," Midoriya said cheerfully, clapping his hands together. "I just need to stop by my room first." He walked out of Bakugo's room and headed next door. Midoriya pushed open the door to reveal a fully furnished and freshly painted room. Bakugo followed him inside, admiring the ivory green walls. In the center of the back wall was a queen-size bed with a gray bed set. There was a small black desk with a matching chair on the right side of the wall, across from the dresser. "Cozy," Bakugo muttered as he looked around the room slowly. There was nothing personal other than a few files sitting in the center of the desk. "I redecorated," Midoriya said with a small laugh, causing Bakugo to glance at the green-haired man. He watched carefully as Midoriya pulled his hair back and tied it into a messy bun, with a single wavy strand falling to the side. It's nice," Bakugo complimented the room, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. "It's nice?" Bakugo questioned himself with an internal groan. "Get your act together, Katsuki, it's just Deku. The same Deku who followed you around your whole life, the same Deku who made it into UA with you, The same Deku you had mixed feelings about, the same Deku with an amazing personality. The same Deku you might have feelings for. Did you say something? Midoriya asked as he grabbed his wallet off the dresser. No, Bakugo snapped in reply, turning towards the door, away from Midoriya. The green-haired man smiled to himself as he watched Bakugo shove his hands deep into his pockets. Something seems off about Kacchan. Is he regretting joining me on this mission? Does he want to retreat? Midoriya wondered with a frown as he followed the blonde out the door. It looks great, Kacchan, Midoriya said with a wide smile as he stood behind Bakugo's reflection in the mirror. I feel like an idiot, Bakugo groaned, looking at his new outfit. It was similar to Midoriya's, just in different colors. He wore a long-sleeve black button-up shirt with an orange silk vest and a white tie. His slacks were plain black, and his shoes were now white. I think you clean up nicely, Midoriya said with a smile as he admired Bakugo. The blonde's cheeks turned red as he looked at Midoriya's reflection in the mirror. Bakugo could no longer deny the attraction he felt for the freckled man. He knew he had feelings for him, but he kept telling himself it was just a phase that would pass. Deep down, he knew that was not true. Change out of your clothes and get ready to head back to UA, Midoriya said sadly as he walked towards the door to give Bakugo some privacy. What if I don't want to go back? Bakugo challenged with a smirk. Midoriya's eyes widened as he glanced back at the blonde. Kacchan, Midoriya whispered, taking a few steps closer. You have to go back. The Hosu trip is the day after tomorrow. You can join us then. Midoriya frowned, not wanting Bakugo to leave either. He was enjoying his time with him. They hadn't really had much of a chance to talk since they arrived, but it was comforting knowing Bakugo was there. He felt safe with two people he could rely on in the building. When are we attacking during the Hosu trip? Bakugo asked. I'm not too sure, Midoriya replied with a sigh. Nizu will be able to tell you tomorrow. He whispered so nobody outside the room could hear him. Bakugo nodded in response, his expression sad. He didn't want to leave Midoriya any more than Midoriya wanted him to go. It felt wrong for them to be apart when they had always been so close. Change back into your clothes and have Kurogiri take you home, Midoriya said with a sad smile. Pack a bag when you get back to the dorms. He turned towards the door. Also, get your hands on as much money as you can. We still have to provide for ourselves, and you and I are taking a trip after Hosu, Midoriya said before quickly exiting the room, leaving Bakugo with no time to ask questions. The freckled man quickly walked next door to his own room. He looked around in sadness. He had such a busy day with All for One, Toga, and getting Bakugo settled that he hadn't even had the chance to tell them about his new quirk or set a plan. He hadn't had time to practice his combustion quirk either. He sighed as he made his way to his desk and pulled the file labeled quirk registration closer. Could he really take someone else's quirk? Did he have it in him to do something like that? He could probably take one or two more from the Nomus, but that was it. He had to steal someone else's quirk. All for One would get suspicious if he didn't. The big question was who? Midoriya carefully scanned the quirk names, hoping something would stand out. He couldn't just steal any random quirk. He needed one that could help him defeat All for One. A quirk booster wouldn't be a bad idea either. He scanned through roughly 300 quirks before an intriguing one caught his eye. Akira Ito, Restoration. Restoration can restore any damage taken to any living or non-living thing within the last few minutes. Restoration can only be used twice in a 24-hour PRD. Interesting, Midoriya mumbled to himself as he pulled a stack of page markers out of the drawer next to him. He quickly marked the page before scanning for the next name. It took him 3 hours, but he eventually found 4 more quirks he thought would be useful in taking down the League and their master. He wanted to find more, but a knock at his door pulled his mind away from his studies. It's open, he called out as he began cleaning up the files he had sprawled across the desk. Why are you still up? Dabi questioned as he entered the room, shutting the door behind him. I have to show you something. Midoriya exclaimed happily when he saw it was Dabi. Okay? Dabi replied, looking at Midoriya in confusion. The green-haired man wore a wide smile that didn't quite fit his harsh appearance. The long hair and multicolored eyes contrasted with his bubbly personality, and Dabi couldn't wait until he chopped his hair off. "Follow me," Midoriya shouted as he ran out the door and downstairs. "Izu," Dabi whispered as he hurried after the green-haired man, struggling to keep up as they dashed through the empty building. "Come on," Midoriya urged from ahead, pushing through the living room and bumping into the couch along the way. "Izu," Dabi groaned, navigating through the dimly lit room, trying to avoid the couch. He ran outside to be met once again by a smiling Midoriya. "What are we doing here?" Dabi questioned, slightly out of breath. "Look," Midoriya exclaimed, turning toward the field they used for target practice. He focused on a single target in the distance, raising his hand as he imagined it catching fire. After about 30 seconds, the target ignited, dark smoke rising into the air. Midoriya turned to Dabi, a smirk on his face. Dabi's eyes widened in shock as he glanced between the target and Midoriya several times. "How did you do that?" he asked, surprised. He had a basic understanding of Midoriya's quirk. "I now have a quirk that can steal other quirks," Midoriya replied with a confident grin. "How is that possible?" Dabi asked cautiously. "Up for a trip?" Midoriya said in a low tone. Dabi recognized that tone. It meant whatever Midoriya had to say was serious and couldn't be discussed where they were. "Where to?" Dabi shrugged, glancing back at the blazing target. "You," Midoriya replied cheerfully. "Why there?" Dabi groaned. "I want to see if Bakugo has his bag packed," Midoriya explained, starting to walk toward Dabi. "Wait, can you put that fire out?" Dabi asked, nodding toward the burning target. "I can get water," Midoriya replied with a casual shrug. "Can you do it with that new quirk of yours?" Let me try?" Midoriya said, turning his attention back to the flames. He raised his hand, envisioning the fire dying down. Gradually, the flames shrank as he felt energy flowing back into him. A wide smile spread across his face as he looked at the charred target. "This quirk is amazing. I need to figure out if there's a limit to how much fire I can produce or if there's a time frame. I wonder if I can control the temperature?" Midoriya mused to himself. "Let's go get Bakugo's bag," Dabi said with a chuckle. Midoriya had been in a great mood all day, and Dabi suspected it had more to do with his new quirk. "I should probably text him to let him know we're coming," Midoriya said as he quickly pulled out his phone. "Midoriya, think you can sneak out without getting caught?" "Bakugo, what for?" "Midoriya, I was going to pick up your packed bag, and I need to tell you and Dabi something." "Bakugo, does Dabi have to come?" Midoriya chuckled slightly as he typed. "Midoriya, yes, now meet me at my apartment in 20 minutes. "Bakugo, okay. See you soon, idiot." "Hey, Dabi," Midoriya asked as they entered the house to grab something else to disguise their identities. "What's up?" Dabi replied as they walked through the empty building. "Did something happen between you and Bakugo?" Midoriya asked nervously. "What do you mean?" Dabi replied as they climbed the stairs. "He doesn't seem to like you very much," Midoriya observed as he reached his door. "He's just jealous," Dabi said with a small laugh. Midoriya looked at him in confusion as Dabi reached his own door. "Why would he be jealous?" he asked, puzzled. "Because he likes you," Dabi replied with a nonchalant shrug as he stepped into his room, leaving Midoriya in the hallway feeling bewildered. "What is he talking about?" Midoriya wondered aloud as he opened his door. "Bakugo hates me," he whispered, grabbing his gray zip-up jacket draped over the chair. He quickly returned to the hallway to find Dabi already waiting. "Let's go," Dabi said quietly, starting down the stairs and through the empty house. Midoriya followed, still lost in thought about his hot-headed best friend. "You're so dense," Dabi sighed as they stepped into the moonlight. "What do you mean?" Midoriya retorted as they walked toward the train station. "Dear little Bakugo has a crush on you," Dabi said with a shrug. Midoriya's face turned bright red as he shook his head. "No," he said sadly. "He hates me. He has always hated me." Midoriya frowned, lowering his head. "So if he hates you, tell me this," Dabi challenged. "Why does he get flustered when you flirt a little? Why does he blush around you? Why do I always catch him staring at you? Why did he choose to leave everything behind and risk his life to be here with you?" Dabi asked as they reached the train station. Why did he get upset when he saw that mark on your neck? Dabi added with a smirk. Midoriya's eyes widened as he recalled Bakugo's behavior over the last 2 days. He did hold me and let me cry. Could Bakugo actually like me? And as more than a friend? It's 2 in the morning, so talk quickly, idiots. Bakugo groaned as he sat down at the small kitchen table, still in his pajamas. Did you bring your bag? Dabi asked, looking at the empty-handed Bakugo. Yes, the blonde replied tersely, glancing at Dabi. It's on the couch. Bakugo clearly wasn't in the best mood. He was exhausted after a long day and had just been about to sleep when he was called to this meeting. What do you need? Bakugo asked with a yawn, turning his gaze to Midoriya. The green-haired boy looked more disheveled than he had a few hours ago, dark bags under his eyes. You know about all for one and one for all, Midoriya stated awkwardly, looking at Bakugo. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Midoriya. What are you doing talking about that in front of him? Bakugo yelled, glancing between Midoriya and Dabi. Because something else has happened, and I need both of your help to deal with it, Midoriya said nervously, looking at the exhausted blonde. What if he really isn't on our side? Bakugo shot back. You're giving him sensitive information, he yelled, clearly frustrated. Midoriya understood Bakugo's concern. He hadn't had much time to get to know Dabi, so skepticism was natural. I trust him, Midoriya replied firmly, glaring at Bakugo. They had a one-on-one staring contest while Dabi sat there awkwardly, feeling out of place. Dabi cleared his throat and glanced at Midoriya. I can leave, Dabi said. No, Midoriya replied sharply. I need you both for this. Then get on with it, Bakugo sighed in defeat. All for one is a quirk that allows you to steal and use other quirks, Midoriya began explaining. The master was the one who possessed it. The master of the league? Dabi asked, and Midoriya nodded. I've heard of a quirk like that, I just didn't know much about it. Wait, what do you mean was? Bakugo questioned, confusion evident on his face. Does he no longer have it? Midoriya looked down at the table, feeling a mix of fear and guilt. No, he mumbled quietly. That's how you got that new combustion quirk, right? He passed it on to you and wants you to take over the league. Dabi asked why. What is he talking about? Bakugo spat, worry and anger creeping into his voice. Midoriya felt beads of sweat trickle down his forehead as his anxiety grew. It's true. All for one has been passed down to me, Midoriya admitted quietly, bracing himself for Bakugo's reaction. He waited in silence before meeting the blonde's gaze. Instead of anger, Bakugo looked scared. What about one for all? Bakugo asked. I still have it, Midoriya replied quickly. I possess both quirks now. What is one for all? Dabi asked, confused. One for all is the quirk designed to defeat all for one, Midoriya explained with a smirk. It's passed down from one person to another and gets stronger each time. Dabi fell silent, processing the information. If Izuku only had that one quirk when he joined them, was he born quirkless? Dabi wondered as he stared at the green-haired man. Who gave him one for all? Who gave you one for all? Dabi asked. All Might, Midoriya replied with a sad smile. Should have seen that coming, Dabi chuckled lightly. So if you only have one for all for one and combustion. Were you born quirkless? Dabi asked nervously. Yes, Bakugo replied sharply. Actually no, Midoriya said, awkwardly twirling his thumbs. What do you mean? I've known you our whole lives. You never had a quirk? Bakugo pointed out, frustration evident in his voice. I was born with a quirk, actually, Midoriya said sadly, recalling the day he was told he was quirkless. He remembered how devastated he felt. It was stolen from me the day I went for a checkup, he added, looking into Bakugo's tired red eyes. Who stole it and what was it? Bakugo demanded, anger rising. He hated the thought that someone had taken Midoriya's quirk before he even had a chance to develop it. All for one, Midoriya replied sadly. It's combustion, the quirk I took from the Nomu. Bakugo's eyes widened. How has he been able to keep his cool? I would have already exploded, Bakugo thought as he stared at the man across from him, who looked like he was on the verge of tears. So now that he doesn't have his quirk, can't you just knock him out and end this all? Dabi asked. If only it were that easy, Midoriya groaned. Once you pass a quirk on, you still have some remnants of it. I know he'll hold on to it for as long as he can. How long can he hold on to it? Dabi asked. Depends on how powerful it is, Midoriya replied. All Might held on to his for months after he gave me one for all, and he used it quite often. If he doesn't use it often, he could keep it for years. So, what's the plan? Dabi asked. Midoriya's expression grew somber as he prepared to share what he had to do to achieve his goal. I need to build up my quirks, Midoriya said sadly. I found a few in the quirk registration book that would really help, but... His voice trailed off, not wanting to finish his thought. You don't want to steal someone else's quirk? Bakugo finished for him. The blonde knew him well. He understood Midoriya's character and that he wouldn't want to harm any innocent civilians. Exactly. I keep telling myself it's for the good of the world and to bring down the league, but I can't get past my conscience. I'm not the kind of person who wants to bring pain to anyone, Midoriya said, sadness evident in his voice. Like you said, it's for the good of the world, Dabi reminded him, trying to uplift Midoriya. I know I have to do it, Midoriya said, tears pooling in his eyes. But I know I'm going to hate myself for it. A single tear rolled down his cheek. Bakugo couldn't sit there any longer and watch him suffer. He pushed himself away from the table and quickly moved to Midoriya's side. Stand up, Bakugo commanded. Midoriya hesitated but eventually rose, bracing himself for Bakugo's anger. Instead, the blonde pulled him into a firm embrace. It will be okay. We'll work it out, Bakugo whispered as he held the green-haired man close. His heart raced from the contact, and he hoped Midoriya could feel it even through his sobs. Midoriya wrapped his arms around Bakugo's back, clenching his fists in the fabric of his shirt as he cried into the blonde's shoulder. They stood like that for a while, comforting each other. Bakugo was glad to hold Midoriya without it seeming like anything more, but he was upset about the reason behind it. He just hoped they were strong enough to get through this together. They had each other, after all. Dude, where were you yesterday? Kirishima asked Bakugo as they walked out the door. Don't worry about it, Bakugo replied, exhaustion evident in his tone. He ended up only getting 2 hours of sleep last night since he was out so late with Midoriya and Dabi. After Midoriya's emotional outburst, they discussed their plan of action for Hosu. On the day of the event, Bakugo would stay in his room, pretending to be sick. After everyone had been on rounds for 10 minutes, he would meet Midoriya on the roof of their hotel to keep an eye out for their fellow students. The league knew they weren't supposed to harm the students, but they had a tendency to disregard that. Anyone who attempted to hurt the students would have to answer to Midoriya, who was authorized to take appropriate action. Midoriya decided he would watch over the class every day while they were there. He knew Hosu had a high crime rate ever since All Might had retired. He would meet up with Bakugo every few days to check in and enjoy each other's company. Midoriya had picked up on the fact that Bakugo had a small crush on him, but he found it hard to believe. He wanted to act on those feelings, but he was involved with Toga. We're worried about you, dude, Kirishima said sadly to the blonde. Everyone had grown more concerned about Bakugo since his little trip to deliver something for his parents. He had been distant and rarely around. He had disappeared for an entire day without responding to any of them, and nobody knew how to interpret it. To most, it seemed normal, but those who knew him well understood that this was not typical Bakugo behavior. He didn't just vanish without a trace. Nobody asked for your concern, Bakugo groaned as they slowly climbed the steps to the school. I'm fine, idiots, he spat harshly, pushing his way through the class and up the stairs. He's not okay, Ashido whispered to Kirishima as they watched their blonde-headed friend fade from view. Definitely not, Kirishima mumbled as they continued their journey into the building. They went straight to their hero class to prepare for their 2-week trip. Upon arriving in class, they noticed Bakugo wasn't there. They grew increasingly worried as more students arrived. Eventually, the final bell rang, and the blonde still hadn't shown up. No Bakugo again? Aizawa groaned as he scanned the almost full classroom. He walked to school with us but rushed off when we got here, Uraraka explained. So he's in the school? Aizawa questioned. As far as we know, Kirishima confirmed nervously. I'll be back, Aizawa said with a heavy sigh as he walked out of the classroom. Where is he going? Mineta questioned with a groan. Maybe to look for Bakugo? Uraraka suggested, glancing at the two empty seats next to each other with sadness. Doubt it, Jiro said with a sigh. Does this seem oddly familiar to anyone? Mineta asked as he glanced around the class. Does what seem familiar? Ida questioned, looking towards Mineta. One of our classmates getting distant, not wanting to be around us, avoiding class, disappearing, never coming out of their dorm room, and just not wanting to be here in general, Mineta replied. Kirishima shot him a glare, anger rising within him. Don't you dare say what I think you are going to say, he yelled at the class pervert. All I'm saying is, we've seen this pattern before, Mineta said, raising his hands in surrender. No, Uraraka interjected, looking down at her desk. Bakugo and I had a long talk the other night. He's just upset about Deku. Her voice trailed off as she glanced at the empty seat that her best friend used to occupy. Bakugo actually talked to you? Kaminari asked in surprise. Why yeah, Uraraka replied nervously, looking at the shocked Baku squad. I was having a rough time in Deku's room, and he joined me, she said with a sad smile as she recalled that night. The sadness in Bakugo's voice still hurt her heart to think about. You guys need to understand that Bakugo and Deku have always been close. Bakugo just doesn't understand what went wrong or how to cope with it. He's never had to be without Deku, so this is all new to him. I think he just needs time, she said with a sad smile. She had promised Bakugo she wouldn't tell anyone about their conversation, but the class needed to know he was going to be okay. Bakubro actually said that? Kirishima asked, wide-eyed as he stared at the brunette. Uraraka nodded slowly with a faint smile. I didn't even know he cared about Midoriya that much, Ashido mumbled, looking down at her desk. They knew Bakugo cared at least a little after his panic attack over a week ago, but nobody realized he was still hurting this badly. The students sat in silence, processing what they had just been told. They began to feel guilty, realizing nobody had been there for Bakugo and Midoriya like they should have been. Their thoughts were interrupted when the classroom door opened. They looked up to see a very agitated Aizawa walk in, with a sulking blonde following behind him. Kirishima let out a soft smile upon seeing his best friend enter the classroom. Sit down, Aizawa instructed the blonde. Bakugo scoffed in response as he took his seat. Now that everyone is here, we're going to go over a few things for the Hosa trip, Aizawa explained, grabbing a stack of papers from his table. We will be splitting into 4 groups for patrol. Each group will have assigned times to patrol, which you will receive when we get there, Aizawa continued, looking across the sea of students. Most were focused on him, eager to hear their groups. Bakugo, however, sat with his arms crossed, staring out the window. Group 1 will be Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Hagakure, Aoyama, and Ojiro. Aizawa glanced at his students, who nodded in understanding. Group 2 will be Mineta, Kuda, Sato, Shuji, and Siro. Aizawa looked up from his sheet again to see the 5 students looking at each other. Group 3 will be Ida, Uraraka, Midor. Aizawa stopped mid-sentence, letting out a heavy sigh. He had forgotten to remove the green-haired boy's name from his lesson plans, and he regretted it. He looked up to see the class wearing sad expressions. They all knew whose name that was. Ida, Uraraka, Tsu, and Tokoyami, he restated, skipping Midoriya's name. You guys are the only group of 4, so keep up, he said as he glanced down at his sheet again. Group 4 will be Kirishima, Kaminari, Ashido, Jiro, and Bakugo. He lowered his paper as he looked at the class once more. Any questions on your groups? He asked the silent class. When he didn't hear any questions, he flipped to the next page. Room assignments. We will be staying in the Hosu Hotel in the center of the city. There will be 2 people to a room, Aizawa stated as he began reading off the sheet. Yaoyorozu and Hagakure, Uraraka and Tsu, Jiro and Ashido, Kirishima and Kaminari, Mineta and Aoyama, Sato and Siro, Kuda and Shuji, Todoroki and Tokoyami, Ida and Ojiro. Bakugo, you have your own room, Aizawa explained as he looked towards the blonde. Why does he get his own room? Mineta whined from the back of the class. Because he is paying for his own room. Aizawa replied with a sigh. You can have your own too if you want to pay for it. Aizawa continued as he flipped to the next page in the packet. Everyone is to leave here when we are done and go pack for tomorrow. I want it all done before 6 p.m. tonight. Aizawa explained as he looked towards Kirishima and Kaminari, who were never ready when they were supposed to be. Bakugo, you may go. I expect you to be at the dorms by 6 a.m. with your bag already packed. Aizawa said towards the blonde. Bakugo pushed himself from the desk, slinging his bag over his shoulder in the process. Where are you going, dude? Kirishima questioned from across the room. I have to grab some things from home, don't worry about it. Bakugo replied as he shoved his way out the door. The class watched him disappear, feeling a familiar sadness wash over them. Bakugo, we got here a few minutes ago. Everyone is downstairs hanging out in the lobby. Greenheart, where are you at? This is my room. Greenheart, I bet the roof is better. Bakugo let off a small smile as he shoved his phone in his pocket and quickly walked out his door towards the elevator. He knew Midoriya was hinting he was on the roof, and he couldn't wait to see him. He realized he was deeply into Midoriya when he couldn't even go a day or two without wanting to see him. The green-haired man was constantly on his mind, no matter what he did. He left off a bittersweet smile as he stepped off the elevator. He knew Midoriya was only with Toga to play the part of being a villain, but it still hurt to know that he was sharing moments with someone else. When he accepted his feelings for Midoriya, it didn't take long for him to fall, and he fell hard. With a sigh, Bakugo pushed open the heavy metal door to the roof. As soon as he stepped out, he felt the chilly breeze run through his perfectly styled hair. He looked around to see several small tables scattered across the rooftop, as well as a 5-foot barrier on the outskirts. It would be hard for a child or ordinary citizen to jump over it, but for heroes like Bakugo and Midoriya, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Kachin! Bakugo turned on his heel when he heard a cheerful voice shout his name. His eyes landed on the green-haired man who was beaming with a wide smile. Bakugo was momentarily frozen as he stared in awe at Midoriya. His single curl was blowing in the wind, and his mismatched eyes were looking back at him. Miss me, nerd? Bakugo questioned with a smirk as Midoriya made his way over. I'll always miss you, Kachin. Midoriya replied with a happy smile as he landed in front of Bakugo. They stared at each other in silence, the light chatter of pedestrians 20 stories below them faintly echoing through the air. How much longer could either of them go without acknowledging each other's feelings? Who's going on rounds first? Midoriya asked as he walked towards the edge of the rooftop. Since the wall was 5 feet tall, he couldn't see over it while standing normally. He ended up having to stand on a chair to see over the barrier. Glasses, frog, bird face, and Uraraka. Bakugo replied as he joined Midoriya near the wall. Did you just call Uraraka by her actual name? Midoriya questioned, looking down at Bakugo with wide eyes. Yeah. Bakugo replied, slightly embarrassed. She's all right. He mumbled, his cheeks slightly flushed. Midoriya opened his mouth to let out a snarky reply but was cut off by Bakugo. Why are you standing on the chair, idiot? The barrier is thick, just climb up there. Bakugo said, trying to change the subject from Uraraka. I don't want to fall. Midoriya shrugged. You do realize who you are, right? Bakugo scoffed. You could just kick your way back up midair from bouncing building to building. He reminded him. It's not that. Midoriya said as he began climbing down from the chair. I don't want to fall and be seen yet. I mean, I'll have to scale the buildings to keep an eye on them, but I don't want to risk it just yet. Midoriya explained as his foot twisted slightly, causing him to stumble from the chair. Bakugo acted quickly, reaching out to catch Midoriya. The sudden weight caused Bakugo to stumble back, resulting in them landing on the ground. Bakugo's back leaned against the wall as Midoriya ended up awkwardly positioned between his legs with his head resting on Bakugo's chest. See, you fell off the chair too, idiot. Bakugo mumbled as he looked down at Midoriya. Sorry. Midoriya mumbled, glancing down at their position. His face turned a bright shade of red as he looked at Bakugo's equally flushed face before looking back at the ground. Both of their hearts raced at that moment. If anyone were to walk in on them, they would look like a couple who couldn't take their hands off each other. Bakugo continued to gaze at Midoriya in awe. Even though Midoriya was still looking down, it was hard to miss his bright red face. Is he as nervous as I am right now? Bakugo wondered to himself as he continued to stare at Midoriya, filled with nothing but affection. He slowly moved his hand to Midoriya's face, resting it on his cheek. Midoriya felt his heart skip a beat as Bakugo's large hand made contact. Embarrassment flushed through him, and he instinctively leaned into Bakugo's chest for comfort. The blonde smirked, sliding his hand down Midoriya's face to rest gently under his chin. He lifted Midoriya's head, their eyes locking in a moment that felt suspended in time. A genuine smile spread across Bakugo's face as he leaned in closer. The distance between them shrank, their breaths mingling, but just as their lips nearly touched, Midoriya hesitated. "What time is it?" Midoriya asked, breaking the spell as time resumed. Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise as Midoriya pushed himself off the ground, brushing off dirt as if nothing had happened. "Kachin!" Midoriya called, pulling Bakugo back to reality. "What?" Bakugo replied, clearly irritated as he stood up. "What time is it?" Midoriya asked again, moving toward the large metal box at the center of the roof. 5 till 2, Bakugo answered, glancing at his watch. "They leave at 2? Midoriya exclaimed, grabbing his bow and arrows from the ground. "Yeah, what the hell is that?" Bakugo questioned as Midoriya secured the quiver on his back. The green-haired boy looked up with a smirk. "My new weapon of choice," Midoriya replied, propping himself up on the barrier. "You coming?" he asked, noticing Bakugo still standing in place. With a groan, Bakugo made his way toward him. "Come on, Kachin," Midoriya said cheerfully, extending his hand. "Together." He smiled widely, reaching for his best friend's hand. Midoriya and Bakugo had been jumping from building to building for 2 hours, keeping an eye on the group from UA. Most buildings were only a few feet apart, allowing them to leap easily. However, some gaps were wider, making those jumps more challenging. Bakugo couldn't use his quirk to propel himself across without drawing too much attention or causing damage. He couldn't risk being caught with Midoriya, it wasn't the right time yet. "Wait," Bakugo said, grabbing Midoriya's shirt and pulling him back from the ledge. "Ah, what?" Midoriya exclaimed, turning to Bakugo. "Don't jump yet, something's happening down in the alley below." "If I noticed it, they'll probably notice too," Bakugo whispered, glancing over the edge. The group was walking past the alleyway, with Uraraka laughing at something Tsuyu had said before Ida raised his arms, signaling for the group to stop. Midoriya and Bakugo leaned closer, trying to hear. "Can you hear them?" Midoriya asked. "Not with all this noise in the city," Bakugo replied, stepping away from the edge. They were only 6 stories up, and they didn't want to linger too close for too long. "Wait, they're heading down the alley," Midoriya said, spotting a group of about 10 people surrounding a small child. It took all his willpower not to jump in and help when he saw the child crying. The hero in him wanted to intervene desperately, but he knew he needed permission first. "They're going for it," Bakugo murmured, nodding toward the group of heroes in training as they sprinted down the alley. Ida shouted something, but it was inaudible from their vantage point. Whatever he said made the group turn to face them. The larger group of men assumed fighting stances as Tsuyu sprang into action, using her quirk to knock 2 of them back. Dark Shadow followed closely, engaging the 3 muscular men at the front. "Think they can do it?" Bakugo asked. "It's 4 against 10. "I know they can," Midoriya replied, pulling an arrow from behind his head. "But I want to make sure they don't get hurt in the process," he said firmly, drawing the bowstring back, ready to fire. "What are you doing?" Bakugo asked, watching Midoriya intently. When Midoriya was focused, nothing could distract him. He took a deep breath and released the arrow, watching it soar toward the ground. It struck a tree just inches from a man charging at Uraraka, causing him to halt in his tracks, staring at the arrow. "You missed," Bakugo teased, observing the chaos below. Everyone was looking around, searching for the source of the shot, but no one thought to look up. "That was just a warning shot," Midoriya replied with a smirk. He could be intimidating when he was in the zone, Bakugo thought as he watched closely. Midoriya grabbed another arrow and fired again. Moments later, a loud scream echoed from below. "What the hell?" Bakugo exclaimed, peering over the edge. It was hard to see clearly, but one of the men was jumping around with an arrow lodged in his forearm. "You actually hit him?" Bakugo asked, a mix of surprise and disgust in his voice. "Of course. You might not have been paying attention, but I was," Midoriya replied, watching as the men began to retreat down the alleyway. "He was going to attack Uraraka from behind. She doesn't have the best quirk to handle someone sneaking up on her, so I couldn't let him get to her," he explained, securing his bow behind his back. "It was just a shot to the arm. I wasn't aiming to seriously hurt Kachin. It's just hard to see you act like that. You're usually the one who brightens everyone's day, but for a moment, you were kind of intimidating. You were so focused, and your eyes looked fierce," Bakugo said, following Midoriya to the center of the roof. "Are you scared of me, Kachin?" Midoriya asked with a smirk. "Don't make me laugh," Bakugo retorted. "I could never be afraid of you. You've been by my side my whole life. I know you too well," he thought to himself, a soft smile creeping onto his face. "I'm guessing the pros will handle the patrol once Ida and the others report the incident," Midoriya said, pulling out his phone from his back pocket. He quickly typed a message before putting it away again. "Probably," Bakugo replied, glancing over the edge. Ida, Uraraka, Tsuyu, and Tokoyami were comforting the kid who had been attacked by the gang moments ago. "I have to go," Midoriya announced. "Where to?" Bakugo asked. "There are a few quirks I want to check out," the green-haired boy replied with a shrug. "You're going quirk hunting now?" Bakugo said, irritation lacing his voice. Midoriya was supposed to spend the next 8 days protecting the students, not hunting for quirks. "Kurojairi is going to take me for a quick trip," Midoriya explained as a warp gate opened nearby. "I'll be back by 6 for the next rotation." He wore a bored expression as he walked toward the gate. "Once I step through, the gate will close. Wait a few minutes, then come through yourself. Kurojairi will take you back to the hotel rooftop." He stepped into the warp gate. "See you later, Kachin," he called out before the gate closed, leaving Bakugo alone with his thoughts. "I need to get my head straight," Bakugo muttered to himself, feeling the wind tousle his hair. "We almost kissed, so what?" He stopped it, which means he didn't want it to happen. Bakugo sighed, feeling both upset and defeated. He had really wanted to kiss the nerd. The thought made his heart ache. But at the same time, he was okay that it didn't happen. Midoriya had a plan to uphold. He couldn't risk messing it up by being with Bakugo. With a heavy sigh, he watched the warp gate open before him. He glanced down to see his classmates were gone. Without a second thought, he stepped through the gate. 8 slow days had passed since the first incident. 8 days of following the group closely behind. Midoriya had earned himself the name of Hosu Guardian Angel, Arrow. He saved the class several times and it didn't go unnoticed. Nobody suspected who he was, though, or they didn't talk about it at least. 8 days that Bakugo and Midoriya spent by each other's sides. 8 days they had to work out the plan. Bakugo and Midoriya were standing on the rooftop, waiting for the signal to go. Midoriya perched on the barrier in his classic villain attire, not caring if he got caught. Bakugo stood on the ground behind him in his black button-up shirt, orange vest, white tie, black slacks, and perfectly clean white shoes. Toga and Dabi were to attack the students. They knew they couldn't actually hurt them, but that wasn't going to stop Toga from having some fun with them. Shigaraki and Kurojairi were on standby a couple of buildings down, ready to help with the escape. There were a few newer members of the league that were supposed to distract some students, but that was it. "So, how many quirks do you have now?" Bakugo questioned as he gently sat on the ground. "I have one for all for one, combustion, super senses, quirk transfer, a quirk magnifier, and freeze frame," Midoriya replied with a sigh as he climbed down from the ledge. "Holy cow, dude," Bakugo replied, eyes wide. "You have been busy." "Well, I'm trying to gather what I can to help," Midoriya said with a soft smile as he joined Bakugo on the ground. "Did you get everything from your hotel room that you cared about? You won't be going back, you know," he added sadly. He was happy that Bakugo was finally able to stay with the league, but he was upset at the same time. He knew the blonde was safer at UA with the pros. There was no risk of the league being able to hurt him while he was there. "There isn't anything I care about that isn't on this roof with me," Bakugo said, a slight blush creeping onto his cheeks as he looked at Midoriya. The green-haired man smiled as he ran his fingers through his wavy hair. Bakugo smiled as he watched the freckled man push his hand through his hair. "So cute," Bakugo mumbled quietly. "Did you say something, Kachin?" Midoriya questioned with a smirk. "And no," Bakugo stuttered, turning his face away from the man sitting next to him. "So tell me about your quirks," he ordered, desperately trying to change the subject. "Well," Midoriya's voice trailed off into a small laugh as he stared at the flustered blonde. "Super senses allows my hearing and vision to perceive up to 3 times the normal amount," he said with a smirk. Bakugo's eyes widened at this revelation. He had been mumbling things about Midoriya all week. His face grew hotter as he recalled all the times he had called him cute or said that was impressive under his breath. What's quirk transfer?" Bakugo choked out, embarrassed. "I can transfer a certain percentage of any of my quirks to someone else, and I can also take a certain percentage as well," Midoriya explained. "So it's just another way to steal quirks?" Bakugo questioned. "Pretty much," Midoriya said with a shrug. "But I won't have to take all of it, only a certain amount. So the quirk won't be as strong, but I won't feel so guilty. Then when this is all over, I'll return everyone's quirks to them," he added with a faint smile as guilt began to weigh on him. "So you wanted it so you wouldn't feel as guilty?" Bakugo asked, turning his head towards Midoriya. "No, actually," Midoriya said with a smile. "I wanted it because I can't take him down without your help," he whispered. The blonde stared at him in confusion, trying to piece together what he was talking about. "I want to give you half of the quirks I collect." "I need your help, Kachin," Midoriya said sadly as he laid his head gently on the blonde's shoulder. Bakugo's eyes widened at what the green-haired man had just said. Meanwhile, his heart raced and his stomach flipped from Midoriya leaning on him. "You want me to help you in the final battle?" Bakugo questioned, tears pricking at his eyes. "Of course," Midoriya replied happily from his position on the blonde's shoulder. "Teach," Bakugo spat, gently laying his head on Midoriya's soft green waves. They sat in silence, contemplating the events to come. The whole plan for today was to cause as much chaos as they physically could while showing the school they had lost another student to the dark side. Midoriya, however, had another goal in mind. He didn't want to dwell on it too much, or he would change his mind. He was planning on doing something unforgivable, but he had to do it in order to bring down All for One. He closed his eyes and enjoyed Bakugo's presence for a few more minutes before a loud explosion echoed below them. Both boys jumped to their feet, hearts racing. They knew it was going to happen, they just didn't know when. "Is it time already?" Bakugo questioned as Midoriya walked towards the edge. "Yes," he replied, seeing blue flames surrounding the hotel. "It's time," he said coldly as he walked back towards the blonde. "Remember, you're a villain now. You have to be cold and filled with resolve towards everyone," Midoriya reminded as he grabbed his bow and arrows from the ground. "I can do that," Bakugo spat. "I'll see you later," he said as he began walking towards the door to the hotel. "Please be careful," he whispered. He knew Midoriya could hear him with that new quirk, but it felt more special to not shout it across the rooftop. "You too," Midoriya replied with a soft smile before lunging to the next building over. He began scanning the streets in hopes of finding his friends from UA. There was blue fire and smoke everywhere, making it hard to see much of anything on the ground. He groaned loudly as he closed his eyes, desperately trying to listen to the conversations happening below. "Where do you think you're going?" he heard a high-pitched voice yell on the street below. "Where's Deku?" another voice yelled back. His eyes shot open when he heard that voice. He could recognize it anywhere. Uraraka was his best friend after all. "Izuku? He's around here somewhere," Toga replied with a cynical smile. "He's kind of in charge right now, so he's watching us," Toga replied with a smirk. "You're lying," Uraraka yelled as she lunged for the blonde, unable to keep calm when she knew Midoriya was so close. "Why would I lie?" Toga replied cheerfully, brandishing her knife in front of her. Uraraka! Todoroki shouted, raising his hand to create a massive block of ice between her and Toga. You're going to get hurt if you keep acting recklessly. He jumped into action. Midoriya pulled himself away from the group below as he heard footsteps behind him. He let out a heavy sigh, grabbing the ponytail off his wrist and quickly throwing his hair into a messy bun. How long are you going to ignore me, Midoriya? I was trying to keep an eye on my girlfriend, the green-haired man replied with a heavy sigh. But this does seem more fun, he added with a smirk as he turned to face the exact person he wanted to see. Didn't know you and the psycho were so close, Aizawa remarked, eyeing Midoriya's new look. You miss a lot of things when you aren't paying attention, Midoriya replied with a confident smirk, slowly raising his hand in front of him. Clearly, Aizawa shot back, beginning to unravel his scarf. So, do you want to tell me what happened? What do you mean what happened? Midoriya questioned, glaring at his teacher. Why did you decide to join the league? Aizawa asked, lunging toward the green-haired man as his binding cloth swirled chaotically in the air. I realized how much of a hassle it is to be a hero, Midoriya replied with a smirk, jumping into the air to evade the binding scarf. I realized how fake heroes can really be. He gestured toward Aizawa. Look at All Might, for example. When things get tough, he just retires like it's nothing. He landed a few feet to the right of Aizawa. That's different, and you know it, Aizawa retorted, turning to aim for Midoriya again, only to be interrupted by a thick wall of flames. Is it? Midoriya's voice echoed through the air as Aizawa frantically searched for him. It isn't too late. Aizawa yelled through the flames and rising smoke. You can still come back to UA and change your mind. Yeah, it is, Midoriya replied casually, landing behind the teacher. Even if it wasn't, I still wouldn't want to come back, he spat, his red and green eyes locking onto Aizawa through the smoke. Midoriya quickly dropped the quiver off his back, something he should have done before Aizawa found him. While Aizawa was distracted, he sent his binding cloth behind him in an attempt to capture Midoriya once more. Midoriya jumped just in time to avoid being caught. You know everyone is tearing themselves up. Aizawa yelled in desperation, hoping that mentioning his friends would bring him back. Uraraka is devastated, and you should see Bakugo. He spun in a circle, trying to locate the green-haired man. That's the thing, Midoriya said with a smirk from behind Aizawa. The pro-hero turned to face his old student. I don't care how they feel. They don't matter to me. He sent his fist flying through the air at 5%. His fist made contact with Aizawa's face, softer than he intended, as Aizawa used his quirk to stop him. Midoriya thought to himself, I have to get out of his vision and stay out of it until he blinks again. When he opens his eyes, I'll use freeze frame on him. He can't stop my quirk when time is frozen. He began charging one for all. And I've seen Bakugo, by the way, Midoriya said tauntingly. Almost every day, in fact. Aizawa stared at him emotionlessly, pretending that the news didn't bother him, but it did. He had a feeling something wasn't right, and this confirmed it. He knew it wasn't possible for both of them to become villains, and he suspected Nizu had something to do with it. So that's where he's been hiding? Aizawa questioned, locking his eyes on Midoriya and activating his quirk. Running around with you and the League of Villains. He quickly threw his binding cloth toward Midoriya as his eyes began to burn. He blinked quickly, but when he opened his eyes again, he was frozen. Like I said, you overlook a lot of things when you aren't paying attention, Midoriya said with a wicked smirk as he stepped in front of Aizawa's face. This is called freeze frame. He moved his hand, gently placing it on top of Aizawa's head. It's one of my new quirks I picked up. He grinned. Now, I will warn you this is going to hurt. But you should be frozen for another 3 minutes, so you won't be able to scream. Midoriya closed his eyes and began concentrating. He imagined using erasure to help defeat All for One. Slowly but surely, he felt the energy flow from Aizawa to himself. Since Aizawa was stuck in time, it was extremely quiet on the roof, which bothered Midoriya. I can't hear anyone below me, he thought, growing worried when he couldn't even hear Toga and Uraraka anymore. Everyone in the class better be okay, he thought as the energy flowing to him lessened. When he felt no more energy coming from the pro hero in front of him, he dropped his hand, a wicked smirk on his face. No matter what you do, you'll always lose, Midoriya said as he deactivated his quirk, letting Aizawa fall to the ground. If I recall correctly, you said if Bakugo and I put our differences aside, there wasn't anything we couldn't do. He grabbed Aizawa by the front of his shirt, pulling him to his feet. Look at you, 20 minutes of fighting with me, and you're already done. Heroes really are pathetic. Midoriya groaned with frustration as he began walking towards the edge of the cliff. Please. Aizawa choked out as his weightless body dangled over the edge of the roof. Midoriya's heart stopped at his teacher's plea. He stared at Aizawa's slightly bruised face as guilt twisted in his stomach. You have to do this. It's all for the greater good. Midoriya told himself. I'm sorry. Midoriya mumbled sadly as he jumped off the building, rushing towards the ground with Aizawa. I can't land like this and not hurt him, it isn't possible. I have to do something to lessen the impact. Midoriya thought as the ground grew closer. He frantically scanned the surrounding area for a plan. Nothing came to mind as they were now only 5 stories from the ground. He was holding onto Aizawa's shirt with his right hand, ready to brace him for the landing. Just then he saw a portal form below them. Midoriya smirked at the sight. Quick thinking, Kurogyri. He thought as he fell into the open portal. When he emerged on the other side, he stumbled onto his feet, Aizawa's body still clenched in his right hand, half on the ground. He looked up to see something he hadn't expected. He was face to face with the entire Class 1A. His eyes immediately found Uraraka's wide brown orbs. She looked at him in shock, staring at her best friend who was holding what seemed to be the unconscious body of their beloved teacher. Deku, she stammered in fear, taking in Midoriya's new look. The green-haired young man smirked in response as he flung Aizawa onto the ground in front of the entire class. I don't go by that name anymore, Midoriya said coldly to the brunette. Uraraka's heart broke as tears began to pool in her eyes. She couldn't find the words to say as she stared at him. Nobody wanted to believe this was the life he had chosen, but looking at him now, they knew it was true. What did you do to Aizawa? Todoroki questioned, anger lacing his voice as he stepped closer to the league. Nothing he shouldn't have seen coming, Midoriya replied with a smug smile. He looked across the sea of battered students, desperately wanting to comfort them and scream that he wasn't a villain. His heart ached as he looked back at Uraraka, who was now crying openly. Actually, we should be going, Midoriya said with a shrug as he turned towards Kurogyri. I got what I came here for. He smirked at Aizawa's limp body on the ground. Where is everyone else? Midoriya asked, noticing only Kurogyri and Shigaraki standing beside him. Toga and Dabi already went home, Kurogyri informed. We lost all the small-timers, but we weren't planning on taking them back with us anyway. He chuckled softly. Our newer member is still unaccounted for. Check the roof of the hotel, Midoriya replied. He's probably up there right now, laughing at us. He sighed. Then we can get out of here. Midoriya groaned as Kurogyri opened his warp gate. You aren't going anywhere. Todoroki yelled as he attempted to shoot ice from his hand. He stared in disbelief as nothing came out. The class looked at Midoriya in shock, watching as his single green curl rose into the air. How's that possible? Ida muttered in shock as he watched Todoroki try to use his ice powers again, only to fail once more. That's what happens when you let your guard down and don't pay attention to the details. A harsh voice spat from behind Midoriya. No. Kirishima mumbled to himself as he saw his best friend step through the warp gate, wearing an outfit almost identical to Midoriya's. Bakugo? Uraraka questioned sadly as she looked at the man she thought she knew. The blonde only smirked in reply. This isn't happening, Kirishima mumbled to himself, rooted to the spot as he stared at the 2 boys from his class. Warp gate is ready to go, Kurogyri said, breaking the awkward silence that had settled over the group. Over my dead body! Uraraka yelled as she lunged forward, hoping to reach the 2 boys everyone desperately cared about. Midoriya quickly moved his hand, pointing it at the ground. Keep it up and that's what you'll get. Midoriya warned, holding his hand in a straight line in front of the league. Fire erupted from the ground, separating the league from Class 1A. "Let's go," Bakugo whispered sadly to Midoriya as he dropped his phone on the ground, abandoning all hope. Midoriya turned towards the blonde with a sad smile. "Trust me, guys, this is all for you," he thought to himself as he stepped through the warp gate with Bakugo. Nobody spoke on the bus ride back to the dorms. Each person was lost in their thoughts, devastated by the loss of Bakugo and Midoriya. They felt completely defeated, their spirits crushed. Once back at the dorms, they sat in the common room in complete silence for an hour. No one knew how to start a conversation or found the courage to move. A few turned their heads towards the front door when they heard it open. Uraraka and Kirishima couldn't bring themselves to move at all. For them, time stood still. "Is everyone okay?" Aizawa asked as he stepped into view, surveying the clearly devastated class. "Does anyone need to see Recovery Girl?" he questioned aloud. The class shook their heads, unable to form words. "You guys should get some sleep," Aizawa said slowly, taking in every scrape and bruise each student had. "Do me a favor," Todoroki mumbled quietly as he stood from his seat on the couch. "What?" Aizawa asked, exhaustion evident in his voice. He hadn't been hurt too badly in his fight with Midoriya. His nose was bruised, and he had a few small cuts from being thrown to the ground. Other than that, he was just worn out from having his energy drained. "Stop my quirk," Todoroki ordered as flames flickered around his hand. "I can't," Aizawa replied sadly. "Why not?" Todoroki spat, dropping his hand back to his side. "I think everyone already knows the answer to that," Aizawa said quietly, looking down. Everyone saw how Midoriya stopped Todoroki's quirk earlier, but nobody understood how he managed to do something like that. "Everyone go to bed. It's been a long day," Aizawa ordered as he turned toward the door. "Where are you going?" Uraraka asked, jumping from the couch and reaching for the door behind him. "I have to talk to Nizu about our current situation," Aizawa replied, his voice devoid of emotion. Normally, he wouldn't share this with a student, but he had reached his limit. He was completely exhausted from the day's events and needed to find out what was really going on. "I want to come," Uraraka said quickly. "I know it's not my business, but something isn't right." She slipped on her shoes with determination. "I'm coming too," Kirishima added quietly as he stepped toward them. "Sorry, I was listening," he shrugged, reaching for his own shoes. "What makes you think you two can come with me?" Aizawa questioned with a groan. "We're not going with you," Kirishima replied, confusion crossing his face. "We're going to talk to our principal about a concern we have." He challenged Aizawa, who groaned loudly as he grasped the doorknob. "Fine," he sighed in defeat. Uraraka and Kirishima exchanged wide smiles and happily followed him out the door. They began their short walk down the sidewalk in silence, listening to the peaceful sounds of crickets chirping. They had never walked this way at night, so they carefully observed their surroundings. The trees they passed every day seemed more alive, swaying gently in the cool breeze. "How did he manage to take your quirk?" Kirishima asked nervously. Aizawa let out a small sigh as he recalled his encounter with Midoriya on the rooftop. He hadn't just used one quirk, he had used 3. Aizawa had stopped him from using one for all, so he was aware of 4 quirks in total. "I don't know," Aizawa mumbled as he turned onto the street leading to the school. "He used quirks I had never seen him use before." "Like the fire one?" Uraraka asked, recalling the line of flames that had kept her from reaching her best friend. "When did you see it?" Aizawa questioned as the school came into view. "When you were unconscious," Uraraka replied sadly, picturing his lifeless body in her mind. "By the way, are you okay, Aizawa?" she asked, her concern evident as she carefully inspected him for any signs of injury. "I'm fine," he replied coldly. "That kid has a strong right hook, even without using a quirk." The 3 began to climb the stairs leading into the school, their footsteps echoing in the empty hallways. "It's kind of creepy in here at night," Kirishima said, glancing around the dimly lit building. "A lot of places are creepy at night," Kirishima, Uraraka replied with a sigh as they found themselves in front of Nizu's office door. Aizawa raised his hand and knocked softly on the mahogany door. A few seconds later, a voice called out. "Come in," Nizu said from inside his office. Aizawa let out a relaxing sigh as he pushed the door open. "Oh, Aizawa!" Nizu exclaimed, taking in the teacher's appearance. "I told you to go home and rest. You're clearly not in the state to be walking around right now. You really need your rest." Nizu lectured from his chair behind the desk. "This couldn't wait," Aizawa replied sharply as he closed the door behind him. Kirishima and Uraraka exchanged confused glances at their teacher's sudden change in demeanor. He had been calm and collected during their walk, so why was he acting so harshly now? "What can we do for you?" Nizu asked with a small sigh, knowing there was no point in arguing with someone as stubborn as Aizawa. Aizawa thought to himself as he glanced around the room. His eyes landed on All Might, who was sitting quietly on the couch across the room. "I want answers," Aizawa said firmly as he approached the desk. "Answers on what?" Nizu asked, puzzled. "Bakugo and Midoriya," Aizawa replied. "And don't give me any excuses about understanding why they went to the league." "What do you want to know then?" Nizu asked carefully, noticing the determination in the eyes of the two students behind their teacher. They meant business now, he realized. "I want to know why both boys suddenly decided to give up on their dreams. Everyone in this room knows how hard they work to be here and how much they want to be heroes," Aizawa stated, his voice steady. "I want to know how Midoriya was able to take my quirk. I want to know how Bakugo got in touch with Midoriya after he left. I want to know why Midoriya showed signs of guilt when he fought me. I want to know why he apologized so bluntly. I want to know why he was looking for a way out when he jumped off the roof, ready to pin me down. I want to know why he was running around Hosu, protecting my class. Don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about. He was with Bakugo the entire time, defending the class from anyone who tried to hurt them. I don't want to hear the same excuses I've been hearing. Something is going on. I know it, you know it, and the two students with me now know it, so I suggest you tell us the truth before we figure it out ourselves." Aizawa's voice was firm as he placed his hands on the desk. Everyone stared at him in silence. He was usually so calm and collected, so it was hard to believe he had just had such an outburst. Nizu let out a deep sigh, realizing he was at a loss. He couldn't sit there and lie to Aizawa, especially when he knew the two boys so well. Nizu glanced behind the teacher at the two students. Kirishima and Uraraka looked at him with determination. Nizu knew he couldn't keep the truth from them any longer. He glanced nervously at All Might, seeking support. The retired pro let out a light sigh before slowly nodding his head. "Come with us," Nizu stated as he stood from his chair. "Where to?" Aizawa asked coldly. "To a place where we can talk about this and get everything sorted out," Nizu replied as All Might stood from his position on the couch. This was it. 3 more people were going to be added to the web of secrets. 3 more people had the power to help with the mission, but they also had the power to jeopardize it. "Where are we?" Uraraka questioned as she watched All Might run his hand over the top of the doorway to an apartment. A second later, he pulled out a small silver key. The retired pro quickly inserted the key, granting them access to the small apartment. "Why don't you two go look around or something?" Nizu suggested with a small smile. "We need to talk to Aizawa privately for a moment." Okay," Kirishima replied as he and Uraraka headed toward the small hallway. "Where are we?" Aizawa asked as he glanced around the small apartment. "Midoriya's apartment," All Might replied quietly. "Why?" Aizawa shot back. "You said you wanted to know everything, so we are going to tell you," Nizu said with a kind smile as he took one of the 2 chairs at the kitchen table, gently placing the backpack he brought on the floor. "Tell me what?" Aizawa questioned. "First, you can't yell at Midoriya for taking your quirk," All Might stated. "You'll get it back when they are done." "Done with what?" Aizawa asked, slowly beginning to piece things together. "We will tell you everything as soon as the boys get here," Nizu assured him. "But like All Might said, don't yell at Midoriya. I don't want his mental health. To decline right now, we can't afford that. He has to stay focused on the mission." Nizu lectured as Kirishima and Uraraka walked back into the small kitchen. "Why are we at Deku's apartment?" Uraraka asked urgently. "Because you guys are going to learn the truth," All Might replied simply, massaging his temples. What's the truth? Kirishima asked. You will know when they get here, Nizu said. Why don't you guys take a seat on the couch for now? Nizu offered, pointing to the couch on the other side of the table. The apartment was small and open, so the kitchen and living room were practically in the same space. Kirishima and Uraraka nodded before slowly walking over to the couch and taking a seat. With their backs turned to the group of teachers, they watched the door with anticipation. Seconds turned into minutes, and a few minutes turned into half an hour. The group sat in silence, waiting for everyone to arrive. All Might and Nizu soon grew worried as time passed slowly. The boys were never late, let alone a full 30 minutes behind schedule. Every time someone climbed the stairs, they felt anxious, hoping it was the two boys. They were always met with disappointment when they heard another apartment door open nearby. Do you think something happened? All Might asked. There's no way to tell yet. Although if they did, I'm sure the League would have already notified us, Nizu replied with a sigh. All Might opened his mouth to say something but quickly shut it when he heard footsteps echoing on the cement stairs outside. The group of 5 looked to the door with anticipation as the footsteps grew louder. When the sound stopped, the door handle began to jiggle as someone inserted a key. About time. Where have you guys been? All Might asked with relief as he saw 3 men walk into the small apartment. Shigaraki and I had a disagreement, Midoriya replied with a sigh as he slowly slid his hood down. When he looked up, he met Aizawa's gaze. Midoriya's heart raced as his eyes widened. Shitty hair? Pink cheeks? Bakugo exclaimed, surprised from the doorway. Bakubro? Kirishima asked in disbelief as he stared at the blonde, who was still in his villain attire from earlier that day. Deku? Uraraka whispered in relief. Nizu? All Might. Bakugo spat through gritted teeth while Midoriya remained frozen, staring at the teacher he had put through so much pain just hours ago. What is going on? Dabi asked with a groan, looking around at the new additions to the secret mission group. These 3 were demanding answers, Nizu explained as he stood from the chair. They knew something was up, and I'm afraid we couldn't keep it from them any longer. Aizawa has been quite persistent. Come in, boys. Midoriya, you can talk. Aizawa won't harm you, All Might said nervously, sensing the awkward tension in the air. Yet, Aizawa added, narrowing his eyes at Midoriya. Let's all calm down. Bakugo, Midoriya, have a seat, Nizu instructed as he began digging through the backpack he had brought along. He quickly pulled out 2 notebooks and slid one to each boy. You can work while we chat. Does someone want to explain what's going on? Kirishima asked as he and Uraraka walked around the couch, joining everyone else. Midoriya looked at Uraraka with a small smile as he walked toward his designated chair in the kitchen. Their eyes met for a brief moment before Midoriya stopped. He could see the sadness, anger, and hurt in her eyes. He could see the sleepless nights she endured because she worried about him. He could see every ounce of pain she had suffered because of him. Tears formed in his eyes as he quickly took a few steps toward Uraraka. Aizawa sat up in his seat, ready to intervene if necessary. They still didn't have the full story and weren't quite sure what was happening. The quirkless pro soon relaxed as he watched Midoriya pull the brunette into a tight embrace. I'm so sorry, the green-haired boy sobbed into her shoulder. Uraraka stood frozen in shock, staring at Midoriya's head resting on her shoulder. She was beyond confused about what was happening. Yet, despite her confusion, she felt immense happiness to have her best friend with her at that moment. Slowly, she wrapped her arms around his back and buried her head into his other shoulder. You idiot, she cried out, squeezing him with all the energy she had. Nothing could compare to the feeling they both felt at that exact moment. Why is he here? Kirishima exclaimed, breaking up the hug between Uraraka and Midoriya. Midoriya quickly pulled away from Uraraka and ran to Dabi, placing himself protectively in front of his new friend, his eyes filled with determination. Don't worry about him, Nizu said. We'll explain everything as soon as Midoriya starts his homework. He directed his attention to the green-haired boy. Homework? From UA? Uraraka asked, puzzled as Midoriya slowly made his way to the table, still concerned about Dabi. Yep. We can't have these two falling behind, can we? Nizu replied cheerfully as Midoriya and Bakugo began their assignments. Is someone going to explain what is going on? Kirishima asked, watching the two work diligently. When Midoriya's mother passed away, he was approached by the League of Villains. All Might began, capturing everyone's attention in the room. They asked him to join. He turned them down, Dabi noted, standing behind Midoriya and resting a hand on his shoulder. He came to us and explained what happened, expressing regret for not accepting their offer. All Might continued. It took us by surprise until he mentioned wanting to work from the inside to bring down All for One. So you're telling me that you allowed those two boys to undertake a dangerous mission? Aizawa groaned as he sat in a small conference room with Nizu and All Might. They both insisted on it, Nizu replied with a sigh. We told Midoriya no at first, and it didn't go well. He nervously sipped his tea. He kind of had a breakdown, actually, All Might added, sinking further into the couch. What made you let him do it? He's just a kid. He can barely control his quirk as it is, Aizawa pointed out, looking between the two. He's the only one who can, Nizu replied simply with a shrug. What do you mean by that? Aizawa groaned. All Might and Nizu exchanged nervous glances. How could they explain without revealing too much about Midoriya's quirk? That's not my secret to tell, Nizu said quietly, looking down. Then who can tell me? Aizawa pressed, sitting up in his chair, showing he was fully engaged. I can, All Might said with a resigned sigh. But what I'm about to tell you is completely confidential. You can't share this with anyone else. You are sworn to secrecy. Is this really that serious? Aizawa wondered as he looked back and forth between the two. I won't repeat anything you tell me, he said with a sigh, closing his eyes. Have you ever heard of the quirks All for One and One for All? All Might asked in a serious tone. No, Aizawa replied, confused. All Might scratched the back of his neck, contemplating where to start. He took a deep breath before explaining the origins of both quirks and how he had come to possess One for All. He shared that he had been born quirkless and how the quirk was passed down from one person to another. He recounted the day he first met Midoriya and how he recognized him as the one destined to inherit the symbol of peace's quirk. He explained how Midoriya had entered UA without even having his quirk for an hour before the exams, detailing the challenges he faced in mastering this new power and the injuries he sustained. He then described how Bakugo had discovered the truth during their fight, which ultimately resolved their conflict. He concluded by emphasizing that Midoriya was the only one capable of truly defeating All for One. That explains a lot, Aizawa breathed out, feeling overwhelmed by the information. So, if he has your quirk, how did he also acquire All for One? He inherited it in the same way he inherited mine, All Might explained. So shouldn't he be quirkless now? Can't we just have a bunch of pros take him down? Aizawa questioned. He still holds a fragment of the quirk. I was able to use mine for months after I passed it to young Midoriya, All Might clarified. We don't know how much time he has left with it. So how many quirks does Midoriya have now? The quirkless pro asked. As far as we know, 7. He has One for All for One, Combustion, Super Senses, Quirk Transfer, Quirk Magnifier, and Freeze Frame, Nizu replied. Well, I guess now he has 8 since he encountered you. Did you guys instruct him to do that? Aizawa asked sharply. No, Nizu replied, shaking his head slowly. We didn't tell him to do anything. All for One might have suggested it, or he may have felt he needed that quirk to fight back. Beyond that, I have no idea why he would take your quirk. We really didn't have much time to talk to them today since we had to explain a lot to you, All Might pointed out with a hint of sarcasm. Well, excuse me for not being included in my students' lives, Aizawa retorted. Now, there's no need to get hostile, gentlemen, Nizu said, looking disappointed. We'll see them all again next week, he reminded them. What's the deal with Dabi? Aizawa asked with a sigh. He just started showing up with Midoriya, All Might said with a shrug. Why are we trusting him then? Aizawa pressed. He revealed his true identity to us, Nizu replied with a sigh. He knew it wasn't his place to share that secret, but he felt cornered. Who is he then? Aizawa asked. Toya Todoroki, Nizu said sadly. Aizawa's eyes widened in surprise. Endeavor's missing son? He whispered. Nizu nodded in response. He cares about Midoriya, All Might said with a sad smile. They are two young men who have lost much of their family. They need each other in a world like this. I don't know if you've noticed, but Midoriya has a talent for getting people to open up about their lives. He has a knack for helping others become their true selves. He changes everyone he meets for the better, Nizu reminded them. I've noticed, Aizawa groaned, memories flooding back. Midoriya truly was the rock of the class, encouraging everyone to strive for improvement and fight harder than they thought possible. Everyone noticed how the class's performance declined after Midoriya's departure. They lacked the ambition and determination that had once defined their efforts when he was present. Remember, you cannot share anything we've discussed today, Nizu reminded as he concluded the meeting. You and your two students are welcome to join us when we meet with them next week. That was the plan, Aizawa replied tersely as he walked away from the duo. Has anyone seen Deku? We are supposed to leave in 30 minutes, and I haven't seen him anywhere, Bakugo questioned as he walked into the kitchen, where Dabi, Shigaraki, and Kurojairi were gathered. He had his old school bag slung over his shoulder, ready for the trip. I teleported him to the hotel over an hour ago, Kurojairi replied from his creaking wooden stool. An hour ago? Why did he leave without me? Bakugo spat, his frustration evident as he approached Kurojairi. He broke up with Toga and left, Dabi said in a low tone. Bakugo's heart sank at the news. What happened? Bakugo asked, confusion washing over him. Deku was supposed to stay with her to maintain appearances. She must have done something really foolish for him to end it. She and Shigaraki kept a huge secret from him, and now he doesn't know if he can trust either of them, Dabi explained, shooting a glare at the blue-haired man. We were only doing what we thought was best, Shigaraki replied with a heavy sigh. He knows that. He's upset you didn't tell him about it, Dabi shrugged, standing from his chair. What did you guys do? Bakugo questioned, his anger rising. Kurojairi, can you take Bakugo to the hotel room with Midoriya? Dabi asked as he moved closer to Bakugo. It's really bad, he whispered, ensuring only Bakugo could hear. He needs you, Dabi added before stepping away from the group. Take me to Deku, Bakugo demanded, his voice laced with urgency. Kurojairi sighed and stood from his bar stool, which creaked under his weight. Room 209, Kurojairi said before opening a warp gate for Bakugo. Thanks, Bakugo muttered, stepping through the gate with a racing mind, considering all the possible scenarios. Did those two betray Deku? No, Dabi said it was serious. He landed in a small hotel room, glancing around nervously as the warp gate closed behind him. The room was shabby, with a single queen bed in the center, stained gray sheets, and walls that were supposed to be white but were marred with dirt and grime. A black dresser sat across from the bed, half of its knobs missing, and a desk held together by duct tape. What a mess, he mumbled to himself, spotting Midoriya's bright green backpack on the floor. Deku, Bakugo called out, setting his bag down. He approached the closed bathroom door, hoping. Midoriya was inside. Deku, he knocked softly. When there was no response, he pressed his ear against the door and heard quiet sobs from the other side. Deku! Bakugo's voice trailed off as he listened to Midoriya's cries. I'm coming in, Deku, he exclaimed, reaching for the handle, only to find it locked. Go away, Keikachin, Midoriya stammered through his sobs. Open the door, Deku, Bakugo urged gently, his heart aching at the sound of Midoriya's distress. What happened? He asked softly, removing his hand from the handle. And nothing, Midoriya replied from behind the dented door. You wouldn't be crying over nothing, Bakugo pointed out sadly. Just come out. Let me help you. You can't help me. What's done is done, Midoriya said, his voice heavy with despair. Maybe, maybe not, Bakugo replied with a shrug. But I can at least try to make you feel better, idiot. Just open the door. He groaned, but Midoriya remained silent, sitting in a puddle of self-pity on the bathroom floor. He knew opening the door would help, but he feared Bakugo's disappointment. Don't be mad at me, Midoriya yelled through the door. Shuffling could be heard from inside. I won't, Bakugo replied, confused as he heard the door unlock. Why would I be mad at him? He wondered silently. As soon as the door opened, Bakugo understood why. A strong smell of whiskey hit him like a ton of bricks. How much have you had to drink? Bakugo asked, trying to suppress his GG reflex as his eyes found Midoriya's red and green ones. He noticed the damage on Midoriya's arms, his once white sleeves stained red. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock and concern as he took in the fresh marks on Midoriya's skin. He looked back at Midoriya's face, which was streaked with tears. Deku? Bakugo questioned softly, staring at the broken man before him. Kei-Kachin. Midoriya cried out, pain evident in his voice as he stumbled toward Bakugo, throwing himself into his chest and wrapping his arms around his waist. Bakugo stood in shock as he felt a tear roll down his own face. What happened? Bakugo whispered, wrapping his arms around Midoriya's shoulders. Toga and Shigaraki ordered the hit on my mom. Midoriya wailed into Bakugo's chest. She wasn't in the wrong place at the wrong time, they just wanted it to look that way. Midoriya continued to cry, and Bakugo was at a loss for words, squeezing the freckled man tighter, holding him until there were no more tears left to shed. Midoriya clung to Bakugo, listening to the steady heartbeat in his ears. Let's get you cleaned up, Bakugo said quietly, pulling away slightly. Midoriya nodded in response. Bakugo headed for the bathroom while Midoriya quietly made his way to the bed, still feeling the effects of the alcohol. Where is the first aid kit? Bakugo yelled in frustration, the sound of a cabinet slamming echoing through the room. I'm going to find one, he said with a sigh as he stepped out of the bathroom. I'll be back as soon as I can. He grabbed his hoodie from his backpack, pulling it on to help hide his expression. Stay there, Bakugo ordered before quickly rushing out the door, leaving the green-haired man alone with his thoughts. I know Mom is gone, and nothing can ever change that. I should have expected this from the League, Midoriya told himself as he walked to the bathroom. Was that their plan all along? To take my mom away and convince me that heroes were worthless? He questioned himself as he picked up the half-empty bottle of whiskey on the floor. I never trusted them, but I wasn't expecting this. Just when I finally come to terms with her death, I find out she was taken from me because I wanted to be a hero. She died because I wanted to pursue my dreams, Midoriya thought as another tear fell down his cheek. He quickly brought the bottle to his lips and took a big swig. Looking at his reflection in the mirror filled him with anger. He was a complete mess. His long, unruly hair stuck out in every direction, his shirt was stained, and his face was swollen from all the tears. You're pathetic, he spat at his reflection before heading toward the bed, taking another drink on the way. By the time Bakugo returned from the corner store, Midoriya was lost in his own world, consumed by alcohol. He was already tipsy before Bakugo had even left, and now he was far beyond repair. I'm back, Bakugo said boredly as he entered the poorly lit room. Come here so we can get you cleaned up. Kachin! Midoriya yelled happily, interrupting Bakugo mid-sentence. The green-haired man stumbled toward his friend, throwing his arms around him and leaning into his chest. I missed you, he said softly, taking in the comforting scent of caramel. Bakugo looked down at him in confusion before noticing the empty bottle of whiskey sitting on the table. Deku! Bakugo whispered in concern. There was a big difference between drinking during games at the dorm and drinking alone out of sadness. Let's get you cleaned up and in bed, he said gently, attempting to pry the green-haired man off of him. No, Midoriya replied, sticking his tongue out playfully. Yes, Bakugo insisted, gently pushing Midoriya away. Those are going to get infected if we don't clean them. He said this sternly as he guided Midoriya toward the bed. Before Bakugo could sit him down, the green-haired man jumped on him, pinning him to the bed. Deku? What the? His sentence was cut off as Midoriya pressed his lips to his own. Bakugo's eyes widened at the sight of Midoriya's closed eyes and his beautiful freckled face. His heart raced for a moment before he closed his eyes and kissed him back slowly. Midoriya smirked into the kiss, running his hand under Bakugo's shirt, feeling his toned abs. Bakugo felt like he was on cloud 9 as he brought his hands up to Midoriya's head, grabbing a handful of his hair. Midoriya let out a soft sound of pleasure at the feeling of Bakugo kissing him back. But when Bakugo heard that sound, guilt hit him hard. "Deku, stop," Bakugo said, slightly pushing Midoriya off. "But Kachin," Midoriya whined, trying to reconnect their lips. "Deku!" Bakugo exclaimed as he sat up, taking the green-haired man with him. "I'm serious. You are not in the right state of mind to be making these decisions right now." "I'm fine," Midoriya said with a small smile, looking down at his lap. "You're drunk. If you wake up tomorrow sober and still want to kiss me, I'll have no objections," Bakugo told him, gently lifting Midoriya off his lap and into the empty spot next to him. "But I won't take advantage of you. I will not do this while you are drunk," he said firmly. "Okay," Midoriya mumbled quietly as he laid down in the bed, already drifting off to sleep. "What am I going to do with you?" Bakugo wondered with a small smile as he watched Midoriya's chest rise and fall in a steady rhythm as he fell asleep. Midoriya slowly sat up, his head pounding from the night before. He groaned as he looked around the messy hotel room, which seemed much brighter due to his hangover. "What happened last night?" Midoriya questioned as he looked down at the bed. "I don't remember going to bed at all. Actually, I don't remember anything after Kachin left to grab a first aid kit." He noticed his two bandaged arms and smiled faintly. "I guess he found one. Where's Kachin anyway?" The green-haired man tried to stand from the bed but soon fell back due to the sharp pain in his head. "I overdid it completely last night." Midoriya slowly rose from the bed and made his way to the bathroom. He looked at his reflection and let out a silent groan. He looked like he had been through a tough training session. His hair was a mess, his face was red from crying, and his clothes were stained. He sighed as he stripped off his clothes and bandages before stepping into the shower. "I feel like I'm forgetting something," Midoriya mumbled to himself as the warm water cascaded down his body. He closed his eyes, trying to replay his memories from the night before. He struggled to remember anything after he started drinking the whiskey. He sighed as he began massaging soap into his temples. Suddenly, he heard the key card for the room click. He quickly finished up his shower and turned off the water. "Kachin!" Midoriya yelled through the closed bathroom door as he stepped out of the shower, grabbing the closest towel on the rack. "Hurry up, idiot!" Bakugo called through the door. "I got breakfast." Upon hearing something about food, Midoriya moved as quickly as he could, despite his pounding headache, to dry off and get dressed. He decided on just throwing on a pair of shorts and calling it a day. He opened the bathroom door while attempting to towel dry his hair, which was a challenge with its length and curls. When he stepped into the main part of the room, Bakugo couldn't help but stare at him. His perfect green hair was in the process of being dried, showcasing his toned physique as he moved his arms. The blonde's eyes wandered down to his muscular chest, which now bore a few more scars than the last time he saw it. "Everything okay?" Midoriya asked with a playful smirk when he noticed Bakugo staring. The blonde's cheeks flushed a bright shade of red as he quickly turned his head away from the green-haired man. When Midoriya saw Bakugo's face turn red, a warm sensation spread through his lips. He slowly brought his hand up to his mouth, mentally scolding himself for not remembering what had happened the night before. "What did you get for breakfast?" Midoriya inquired as he walked toward the blonde. "Just an egg sandwich," Bakugo replied awkwardly, rummaging through a small brown paper bag. "And something for your head." He pulled out a neatly wrapped sandwich, a small pill bottle, and a bottle of water. "Thanks, Kachin," Midoriya said quietly as he reached for the items. "I guess it was a rough night." He sighed and took a seat on the edge of the bed. "How much of it do you even remember?" Bakugo scoffed, desperately hoping the green-haired man would recall what had transpired. "The last thing I really remember is you going to get a first aid kit," Midoriya replied, popping a few pills into his mouth and downing the water instantly. "That's it?" Bakugo asked, feeling a pang of disappointment in his chest. "Yeah," Midoriya shrugged. "Is there something else I should be remembering?" He began eating his sandwich. "No," Bakugo snapped coldly. "Hurry up and eat." He took a seat on the edge of the bed. "We aren't doing anything until tonight anyway, so what's the hurry?" Midoriya questioned with a mouth full of food. Because we're going to a different hotel. This one is disgusting, Bakugo said, glancing around the shabby room once more. This is all I can afford, Kacchan, Midoriya said sadly, looking at the blonde. I'm paying for it, so don't worry about it, Bakugo replied, pushing himself off the bed. Something seemed off with him. He appeared upset and was trying to mask it with anger. Midoriya thought to himself as he stood up, quickly tossing his sandwich wrapper away. Did I do something to upset him last night? He wondered as he began packing his belongings back into his bag. Come on, idiot, Bakugo called from his spot by the door. Midoriya let out a heavy sigh, zipped up his bag, and rushed toward Bakugo. Where are we going? Midoriya asked, grabbing his hoodie from the hook by the door. Across the street, Bakugo replied with a smirk as they left the room. I already got the room and checked in. He added as they headed down to the lobby. I want to try to keep you out of the public eye, Bakugo whispered as they walked through the nearly deserted lobby. Your face was all over the news after you left. Wasn't yours? Midoriya asked quietly as they pushed through the double doors and stepped outside. No, Bakugo replied as they waited for the crosswalk. They're trying to keep mine under wraps right now, so I have a little more freedom. He smirked as they began crossing the street. That's why I tend to avoid going out during the day, Midoriya mumbled, self-consciously pulling his hood tighter around his face. We're almost there, Bakugo said as they quickly walked through the parking lot and into the lobby. The blonde didn't give Midoriya enough time to admire the white marble flooring as he pulled him through the lobby and into the elevator. I didn't look at the room yet, but it should be a lot better than the other one, Bakugo said with a small laugh as he pressed the button for the 6th floor. This place has to be expensive, Midoriya exclaimed. It wasn't that bad, and like I said, I have it covered, Bakugo replied with a smirk. How much money did you take out before you left home? Enough to pay for UA for the next 4 years, Bakugo said as the elevator came to a stop on the 6th floor. That's crazy, Midoriya exclaimed as they walked down the hallway. Bakugo ignored him as they made their way down the tiled floor, their footsteps echoing in the corridor. The blonde turned right and carefully slid his key card into the slot. When the light turned green, Bakugo smirked to himself as he opened the door. Midoriya was in awe as Bakugo flipped on the light switch. A single queen-sized bed sat in the middle of the room, adorned with fresh sheets and an ivory green comforter, surrounded by an abundance of clean pillows. The hardwood floor was stunning, and the desk and dresser were in excellent condition. Overall, the room was beautiful. I asked for a room with 2 beds, Bakugo muttered as he turned toward the door. I'll go get us a different room. No! Midoriya exclaimed, reaching out to grab Bakugo's arm. The blonde looked at him with a smirk. I mean, it isn't a big deal. I like this room, Midoriya replied with a soft smile, driving Bakugo a little crazy. The blonde was extremely frustrated that Midoriya didn't remember anything from the previous night. Now that Bakugo had tasted Midoriya's lips, he wanted more. Are you sure you're okay, Kacchan? Midoriya asked, concern evident in his voice as he stood in front of Bakugo. I'll be fine, nerd, Bakugo replied with a light sigh. I did something to upset you last night, didn't I? Midoriya asked with a frown, looking down at the floor. No, idiot, Bakugo said with a soft smile as he gently pulled Midoriya into his chest. Midoriya relaxed into the hug as Bakugo's strong arms wrapped around him. He felt like there was something he was supposed to remember, and it was driving him crazy. Every time he was close to Bakugo, he could almost picture what had happened. However, when the scent of caramel wafted into his nose, his eyes widened as memories from the previous night began to flash through his mind. His face turned bright red as he recalled practically throwing himself onto Bakugo the night before. He remembered pinning him to the bed with a kiss before exploring his abs. He remembered Bakugo kissing him back gently before the kiss turned a little more passionate. He remembered Bakugo pushing him away because he was drunk. A smile crept onto Midoriya's face as a certain sentence Bakugo had said replayed in his mind. Midoriya pulled away slightly from the hug. His arms were still resting on Bakugo's chest, while the blonde kept his arms around Midoriya's waist. He looked into Bakugo's red eyes and saw a hint of sadness. How can I forget that? I've wanted this for so long, Midoriya thought as he gazed at Bakugo's face. Without warning, the green-haired boy leaned in, their lips almost touching. Time seemed to freeze as Midoriya's soft lips brushed against Bakugo's. The blonde was momentarily stunned, unable to respond. When Midoriya noticed Bakugo wasn't kissing him back, he pulled away, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Was that just a fleeting moment from last night? If it was, then what about the rooftop in Hosu? I know he almost kissed me then too, Midoriya pondered sadly as he met Bakugo's bright red gaze. What are you doing? Bakugo asked, his heart starting to return to a normal rhythm. Last night. Midoriya whispered, resting his head on Bakugo's shoulder. You said if I woke up sober today and still wanted to kiss you, you wouldn't mind. He buried his face in the crook of Bakugo's neck, feeling vulnerable. So you still want to kiss me? Bakugo asked, unsure if this was really happening. I just did, didn't I? Midoriya teased. Bakugo smirked, feeling a lightness in his chest. He gently pulled Midoriya closer so they were face to face. Without hesitation, Bakugo leaned down and placed a soft kiss on Midoriya's freckled cheek. So that wasn't just the whiskey talking? Bakugo asked, wrapping his arms around Midoriya's waist, drawing him even closer. It gave me the courage to actually kiss you, but my feelings are genuine, Midoriya replied with a small smile as they inched closer together. The space between them vanished, and Bakugo pressed his lips against Midoriya's. Both boys smiled into the kiss they had longed for. As they kissed, Bakugo's hand moved up Midoriya's back, resting gently on his head. Their kiss deepened as they embraced the new feelings coursing through them. Ready? Bakugo asked as he and Midoriya stepped off the train. To meet with All Might and everyone? To go back to the league? Not really, Midoriya replied with a sigh as they walked outside into the chilly air. Their week of quirk hunting had passed in the blink of an eye, and their bond had grown stronger each day. They weren't officially dating, but they had finally acknowledged their feelings for one another. It didn't seem wise to declare their affection during such an important mission. I wonder if Aizawa, Kirishima, and Uraraka will be there, Bakugo said as they began their short walk. Aizawa, probably. I'm not too sure about Kirishima and Uraraka. It would be nice to see them though, Midoriya said with a wistful smile. He truly missed his simple life at UA. There, he didn't have to worry about saying the wrong things or checking every corner he turned. It was his home. Well, we'll be going home soon enough, Bakugo said with a small smile as they climbed the stairs to Midoriya's apartment. Hopefully in about a month, Midoriya replied, his tone tinged with sadness as they reached the top of the staircase. They quickly made their way to the apartment door, and Midoriya felt a wave of relief wash over him when he opened it to a dark living room. Looks like we beat them here, Bakugo said with a smirk as he flipped the lights on. They probably won't be too long, Midoriya replied, shutting the door quietly behind them. If only we could find a way to pass the time, Bakugo said with a playful grin as he made his way over to the couch. If only, Midoriya smirked back, his eyes roaming over Bakugo. The blonde was lounging on the couch in black jeans and a snug red shirt that accentuated his muscles, which Midoriya couldn't help but admire. He walked toward Bakugo with a teasing smile. I can think of a few ways, Bakugo said mischievously. Midoriya hummed in response, positioning himself on either side of Bakugo, playfully straddling him. Is this one of them? Midoriya asked in a playful tone, wrapping his arms around the blonde and tangling one hand in his hair. It's definitely the best one, Bakugo replied, pulling Midoriya closer. Their lips met in a passionate kiss, and Midoriya's loose hair fell around them. Kissing each other was something neither boy had expected to happen, but it was the best thing that could have occurred. Midoriya slowly pulled away, the taste of Bakugo lingering on his lips. Kei-Kachin? Midoriya asked nervously, resting his forehead against Bakugo's. What nerd? Bakugo replied, slightly annoyed that their kiss had ended so soon. When all this is over and we go back to UA, will we still be doing things like this? He asked, a hint of sadness in his voice. He needed to know before he got too attached to the fiery blonde. Why wouldn't we? Bakugo asked, confused as he pulled away slightly. I just thought maybe you were bored since we haven't been with our friends. Midoriya's voice trailed off as he locked eyes with Bakugo's striking red ones. I need to know now. If you're going to go back to hating me, that's something I need to prepare for, he said with a sad smile. Bakugo frowned, staring at the boy in front of him, someone he genuinely couldn't imagine living without. Idiot, Bakugo sighed before pulling Midoriya close again. I'm not going anywhere, he said softly before capturing Midoriya's lips once more. Every kiss felt like they were on cloud 9. Nothing could compare to the feeling of being wrapped in each other's embrace as their lips danced to their own melody. Midoriya smiled into the kiss as Bakugo quickened the pace, kissing him more passionately. Ahem. A voice from the doorway echoed through the small apartment as the blonde pulled away from Midoriya, not breaking eye contact with the multicolored eyes staring back at him. Can't you see we're busy? Bakugo groaned as he turned his head toward the door. A group of 3 stood in the doorway. Dabi was front and center, smirking as he looked back and forth between the 2 surprised teenagers. Uraraka and Kirishima were wide-eyed, clearly taken aback. Glad to see you 2 aren't hiding it anymore, Dabi said with a smirk as he entered the apartment. Shut up, Bakugo barked, while Midoriya slowly crawled off him. The other 2 students from UA stepped further inside, unable to take their eyes off the 2 boys who had just been so close. Where's everyone else? Midoriya asked, clearly annoyed that his moment with Bakugo had been interrupted. They can't come, Uraraka replied nervously, glancing at her best friend. Midoriya let out a small sigh, relaxing his shoulders when he saw the concern in Uraraka's eyes. Why not? Bakugo asked, making his way to the small kitchen table with Midoriya. They said they had something else to attend to and to give you this. Kirishima replied, nervously handing them a folder with their homework. Are we not going to talk about what we just walked in on? Kirishima pointed out, clearly uncomfortable. What about its shitty hair? Bakugo questioned, his agitation evident. He wasn't one to express his feelings openly. When did you 2 get together? Kirishima asked in surprise. And how? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. The Pomeranian has been crushing on Izu since he joined us, Dabi replied with a smirk as Bakugo and Midoriya lazily pulled out their homework. But Izu was with Toga, so he couldn't act on those feelings. Dabi said, reading over Midoriya's shoulder. Why couldn't All Might and the others come? Midoriya asked, desperately trying to change the subject before someone brought up Toga. He didn't want to explain it again. They didn't say, Kirishima replied with a shrug. They just told me to give you the homework and not help with it. He stood by the counter, still processing the earlier scene. They also want to know what the next plan of action is, Uraraka chimed in. We honestly don't know much yet, Midoriya replied, not looking up from his homework. All I know is they want to take time off and gather forces for the final attack. He looked up at Uraraka. What final attack? She asked, confusion evident in her gaze as she stared at Midoriya's mismatched eyes and loosely fallen green curls. This is why Nizu and All Might need to be here, Bakugo groaned from the table. They know the details. It's too much of a hassle to explain it to you guys. Midoriya sighed at Bakugo's behavior. The heroes appreciate fairness, Midoriya said, looking at his best friend. Everyone, including the master, is hoping to show up and take down the top 5 heroes. He explained nonchalantly as he turned to the next page of his work. Kirishima stared at him, confusion and concern etched on his face as he processed what Midoriya had just said. How can you act like it's no big deal? Kirishima questioned, clenching his fists at his sides. You just told us they are going to destroy our heroes. Tears pricked at his eyes. That's not what I said, Midoriya replied with a bored expression, glancing at the upset redhead. Yes, it is. I said they are hoping to, Midoriya interrupted, sending a sharp look toward Kirishima. I never said they would succeed. A smirk formed on his lips. They still think all of us are on their side. They're in for a rude awakening, Bakugo scoffed. So, All for One said slowly as he began walking around Midoriya. Tell me about all of your quirks. You should have at least 10. I have combustion, which you have already seen, Midoriya stated as he slowly unhooked Nomu number 1 from the machines. The attack was less than a week away, and they were finalizing preparations now. I know that one, the master of the league said impatiently. I have freeze frame, which allows me to freeze a target for up to 4 minutes, he explained. That could be very useful, All for One replied with a smirk, closely examining his successor. Midoriya thought smugly to himself before continuing to explain the rest of his quirks. I have erasure, which you already know what that does, Midoriya said with a mischievous grin. He was still mentally grappling with taking Aizawa's quirk, but he needed it to help take down All for One. Yes, I do. I am proud of you for being able to take a pro's quirk like that, he said slowly. I can't help but wonder why you didn't eliminate him, though, the master questioned suspiciously. I could have, Midoriya replied with a shrug. I wanted everyone to know that I am capable of much more. I want them to be scared of me. I want them to know I will make them pay. He was like my warning to them, he said with a chilling smirk. You truly were made to stand by my side, All for One said with glee as he looked toward Midoriya, who was carefully preparing the Nomus for the attack. I have 2 quirk enhancers as well, Midoriya said with a grin. I also have super senses which heightens my awareness. It will come in handy if anyone tries to sneak up on us, he explained as he moved to the next. No. I have float which allows me to levitate. I want to be able to attack from any direction. Is there a time limit to that? All for One questioned. Not that I have seen yet, Midoriya replied with a shrug. I have protect, which allows me to create an invisible barrier from my hands, extending 20 feet in each direction my hands are pointed. Why would you want something so weak? All for One scoffed at the green-haired boy. I want to be able to protect my family, Midoriya said with a sad smile. The league means everything to me, he stated, looking towards his master. With each passing day, the battle drew closer, and Midoriya felt increasingly anxious. He hadn't devised a solid plan to confront the league yet. All he knew was that he had to protect the people he cared about. I'm glad you consider us family, All for One replied sarcastically, turning away from the young boy in frustration. You need to gather more useful quirks. He wheeled himself towards the exit, his tone cold. When we meet on Saturday, those quirks better be more powerful than what you have now, or there will be consequences. More powerful? Midoriya scoffed internally as he stood up from his crouched position. My best quirk is quirk transfer. You won't know what hit you until it's too late, he thought, brushing the dust off his black slacks. He was actually relieved that his master had instructed him to gather more quirks. There was one in particular he had wanted to acquire, but unfortunately, they hadn't had the time during their journey. The green-haired young man slowly walked towards the exit, leaving the Nomu's finishing process behind. He would just tell his master he had left them to gather more quirks. The most exciting part of this mission was that he and Bakugo would be able to spend time together again without the league looming over them. He pulled out his phone and found Bakugo's name in his contacts. Midoriya, we are going to hunt for a few more quirks. Pack a bag and meet me at the train station. Kacchan, what about your bag? Midoriya, I never unpacked it. It still has some clean clothes. Can you bring it with you? Kacchan, I'll be there soon. A smile spread across Midoriya's face as he slid his phone back into his pocket. His mind raced with thoughts as he stepped outside into the cool autumn air. Christmas was only a few months away, and all he could think about was being home for the holidays with his friends. He knew he would either be home or underground, depending on how the upcoming attack went. Without realizing it, his feet carried him all the way to the train station. He looked up with a small smile, watching the bustling area go about its business as usual. No one knew that a war loomed just days away, one that would drastically affect their futures. Where are we going, nerd? Bakugo groaned as he approached Midoriya. The green-haired boy smiled warmly at his childhood friend before responding. Home, he replied, stepping forward to buy 2 tickets. I got it, idiot, Bakugo said with a heavy sigh, aware that Midoriya was low on money after their week of travel. Just go make the call. Midoriya turned towards the phone booth on the far side of the wall, quickly inserting some coins before dialing a familiar number. The phone rang 4 times before someone picked up. Hello. All Might's deep voice came through the line. 25 minutes, Midoriya said before hanging up. He didn't need to say more, All Might understood the message. That was how they arranged meetings when plans changed, knowing they couldn't risk saying too much over the phone. You good? Bakugo asked, walking closer to Midoriya. Yep. Midoriya replied cheerfully, pulling his hand away from the phone. Want to tell me what's going on? Bakugo groaned, taking a seat on a nearby bench. I'll explain on the train. I need to text Dabi first, Midoriya said, pulling out his phone. Midoriya, we are going quirk hunting. I want you to join us for at least tonight. When and where? Midoriya, meet me in Tenso in about 4 hours. It's only a 2-hour ride. Dabi, where in Tenso, moron? Midoriya scoffed, closing his texts and searching for hotels in Tenso that were affordable yet decent. Once he found one that would satisfy everyone, he quickly sent the link to Dabi. Hunting. Bakugo leaned closer to Midoriya to glimpse his phone. Yep, Midoriya replied quietly, a small smile on his face. Does he have to come? Bakugo groaned, resting his head on Midoriya's shoulder. At least for one night, we have a lot to discuss, he explained as the train arrived at their station. The two friends quickly stood and boarded the train for their short ride to the next city. So, they're attacking from all sides of the festival, All Might muttered as everyone gathered around the small table in Midoriya's kitchen. Yeah, Midoriya replied quietly, uncapping his marker and moving his hand towards the map. Shigaraki and Kurogiri will attack from the right side through these woods. He circled the area of the attack and wrote their names beside it. Dabi and Bakugo will attack from the front. He added their names to the map as well. Toga and Twice will attack from the left, he continued, moving to the top of the map. All for one and I will attack from behind. How are you going to turn against him if you're back there with him? Kirishima asked nervously. I've been thinking about that for a while now. Midoriya's voice trailed off. He knew no one would like what he was about to say, but he felt it was the best plan. I need Aizawa, Nizu, Uraraka, and Kirishima fighting up front against Bakugo and Dabi. No, Aizawa replied sharply. There's no need for them to join us. They'll only get in the way. They didn't sign up for this mission. He stared intently at Midoriya. That's why you'll be up against me and Dabi, Bakugo added from his spot next to Aizawa. You all know what's going on, so there's no need for us to go all out. He shrugged, ready for whatever came next. We won't actually be fighting. It's too risky, Aizawa replied. If they get caught, I'm not much help since I no longer have a quirk. He shot a cold glance at the green-haired man. That's why we need the 4 of you. Dabi sighed heavily, silently questioning why the professionals were so stubborn as he looked at the exhausted pro. You 4 will face Kacchan and Dabi. They won't harm you, Midoriya stated firmly, glancing between the 4 individuals. Aizawa let out a heavy sigh in defeat. He didn't like this plan at all. So, what does our fighting them have to do with anything? Uraraka asked, looking to her best friend. Dabi and Kacchan are obviously going to be holding back. When Master notices their lack of effort, he'll send me to assist them, Midoriya explained. When I join them, we'll create a diversion or smoke screen to separate everyone. We'll then stay hidden in the shadows while we provide support to the right and left sides. What do you mean by support? All Might questioned. We'll assist the heroes as best we can without revealing ourselves, Midoriya replied. We can't just rush towards Master. He'll call back his forces and it will turn into a chaotic battle. It will be a complete disaster. Bakugo added, looking sadly at the green-haired man. Midoriya had asked Dabi and himself to fight alongside him, but they had no idea how to proceed when the time came. Midoriya hadn't shared any plan for facing All for One. So, he's like the final boss? Kirishima asked, feeling nervous and confused. Pretty much. Midoriya shrugged. Now, he said, drawing everyone's attention back to the map, I recommend we get Cementos and Midnight on the left with Toga and Twice. Why those 2? Aizawa asked curiously, looking at his student. Toga's quirk isn't particularly suited for fighting, but she handles knives well, so I thought Cementos would be a good match for her, Midoriya explained. He would need to lure them closer to the streets to use it, though, Bakugo muttered. But if he does, he'll just break all of her blades. And Midnight would be perfect for Twice because of his split personality. As long as she can break his mask, she'll be fine. He'll be too busy dealing with his own confusion about her appearance to notice her, the green-haired man explained, pointing to the right side of the map. Now, for Shigaraki and Kurogiri, we need someone fast and strong. I suggest Endeavor, Milady, Ectoplasm, and Fat Gum. He wrote their names down on the map. Makes sense, they're the two we need to worry about the most, Nizu commented before looking at the green-haired man. Who will take on the backside? He asked. Midoriya looked down at the map sadly. He knew who would be back there, but he had no idea if he could handle it. All Might. Midoriya replied, looking at the retired pro. Are you crazy? Kirishima questioned frantically as the room fell silent in shock. No, I'm not. Midoriya shot back at the redhead. All Might. Midoriya mumbled, carefully placing his hand on his head. I know you can do this. He smiled gently as he closed his eyes, letting some energy flow from his body into his teacher. What are you doing, kid? All Might asked, confused. Midoriya didn't respond as he continued to transfer a small part of One for All back to the man it had once belonged to. All Might didn't repeat his question as he felt his body grow stronger. His eyes widened in realization just before Midoriya pulled his hand away. It's only 30%, Midoriya said sadly as he dropped his hand. But all you need to do is hold him off until we can step in. I know you can do it. Midoriya exclaimed quickly, looking at the man he admired more than words could express. Young Midoriya. All Might's voice trailed off as tears formed in his eyes. It is your turn to wield this quirk. It is no longer mine. Who said I had to be the only one to take him down? The green-haired man questioned sadly. It doesn't matter whose quirk it is anymore. He no longer has his anyway. Besides, I'll take it all back later. He shrugged. This is bigger than just one person. He looked around the room at the many people he cared about. It has always been bigger than just one person. His gaze landed on Bakugo. The blonde would probably never admit it out loud, but he loved seeing how much Midoriya was growing as a person and a hero. He gave the green-haired man a small smile before turning to All Might. This is the best plan we've got, Bakugo said, directing a challenging look at the retired pro. Think you can handle it, old man? He asked with a playful smirk. Ha! All Might exclaimed as he transformed into his muscular form. Of course, I am here, he declared happily, raising his fist into the air. Am I the only one who is confused right now? Kirishima asked, rubbing his temples as he tried to process the jumbled information. Kirishima, I need to talk to you in private, Midoriya whispered while everyone else was distracted by their favorite hero. Sure, Midoriya, Kirishima replied, still confused as he followed the green-haired man down the hallway. I need to ask a favor and give you something, Midoriya whispered as he pulled the redhead into his bedroom. What's up? Kirishima asked nervously, noticing how serious Midoriya was. I'm going to be blunt and just ask, Midoriya said with a heavy sigh. What is it, dude? I've got you. Kirishima exclaimed happily, throwing his arm around Midoriya. Well, where have you been? Dabi asked urgently as the green-haired man stumbled into the hotel room, dried blood on his face. Don't worry about it, Midoriya replied with a shaky sigh as he pulled down his hood, revealing his busted lip. What happened? Bakugo questioned, jumping from the bed to the freckled man's side. Don't worry about it, Midoriya repeated. I got the quirk I needed. Did you take him down? Dabi asked why. Whenever Midoriya went to acquire a quirk, he never returned looking like this. Of course not, Midoriya replied with a laugh. This is my own blood, I promise. What happened? Bakugo asked, concern etched on his face as he looked at the freckled man. It doesn't matter. Midoriya replied, stepping closer to the blonde. I need to give you something. He paused, feeling nervous as he stood in front of the person he cared for deeply. Please, get on your knees. He spoke with a firm tone. Bakugo smirked but complied, knowing he couldn't resist making a quip. I didn't think the first time you'd ask me to kneel would be in front of Dabi, But I guess this works, he said with a teasing grin, causing Dabi to chuckle. Kei-Kachin! Midoriya exclaimed, his face turning bright red as Bakugo settled onto his knees. Dabi, don't encourage him, he scolded, directing his frustration at the laughing man across the room. Not that I mind, but why am I on my knees? Bakugo asked, confusion creeping into his voice. Because I need to give you some quirks. Midoriya replied, a sad smile crossing his lips as he reached out to Bakugo. He had been wrestling with the decision to share his quirks, worried about Bakugo's safety. He wanted the fiery blonde to stay back, but he knew that wasn't going to happen. The least he could do was give him a fighting chance in the upcoming battle. Midoriya began transferring quirks one by one, taking his time to ensure he didn't accidentally give away too much. How do you feel? Midoriya asked, a small smile on his face as he lowered his hand. The same way I did before, Bakugo replied, his brow furrowing in confusion as he watched Midoriya closely. I promise, you are not the same as you were before, Midoriya reassured him, extending his hand to help Bakugo up. Bakugo took it, a smile breaking through his confusion. So what did you give me? Bakugo inquired as Midoriya pulled him to his feet. I gave you 10% of one for all. Any more than that could cause serious harm. You might still get hurt, but we can work on that, Midoriya explained quietly. I also gave you 50% of a quirk enhancer, 33% of my protection barrier, 33% of super senses, 33% of restoration, 10% of hardening, and 50% of erasure. Are you going to explain what they all do? Bakugo asked, a hint of impatience in his voice. The quirk enhancer is self-explanatory. You don't need to activate it, it's already in use, Midoriya said with a heavy sigh as he began to elaborate. The protection barrier is an invisible shield that extends in the direction you point your hands. You should already know what super senses does, he added with a smirk, noticing Bakugo's face flush with embarrassment from past experiences. Restoration allows you to reverse any damage done to someone in the last few minutes. It can only be used twice a day, but since we all have it, I'm not sure how it will work yet, Midoriya continued, addressing both Bakugo and Dabi. Hardening is Kirishima's quirk, so you should know what that does. You want to borrow some of my quirk? Kirishima asked, confusion evident as he and Midoriya stood in the bedroom. Yes, Midoriya replied nervously. I want to borrow 30% of it. I'll give you 50% of a quirk enhancer so you won't really be losing any power. Why my quirk? Kirishima questioned, looking at Midoriya with curiosity. I want it so Dabi and Kachin can protect themselves better when we fight all for one, Midoriya explained. It would be a huge help for blocking attacks. It's the perfect quirk to assist the others I've been planning to share. Midoriya, stop mumbling. Kirishima interrupted with a cheerful smile, pulling Midoriya from his thoughts. If it helps in any way, of course you can. You're the ones putting your lives on the line, you deserve it. Kirishima playfully punched Midoriya in the arm, and the green-haired boy smiled back. Oh wait, one more thing, Midoriya said suddenly, reaching into his pocket. I need you to hold on to something very important for me. His tone turned serious as he handed over a small vial containing a strand of green hair. Is this your hair? Kirishima asked, taking the vial from Midoriya's hand. Yes. I need you to protect it. If I don't make it through this, tell All Might I gave it to you, Midoriya said, his expression turning somber as he looked down. He knew there was a chance he might not survive, and he needed to prepare for that possibility. Why? Kirishima asked, bewildered. I can't explain now, just hold on to it, he whispered, moving toward the door. And don't tell Kachin or Dabi about it either, he added quietly, closing the discussion. He let you borrow his quirk? Bakugo asked in disbelief, pulling Midoriya from his memories. Why yes. I took 30% of it and gave him half of a quirk enhancer so he wouldn't really lose any power, Midoriya explained. And erasure. You don't need to explain that one to me either, Bakugo interrupted with a sigh. I know that one all too well. Midoriya frowned, sensing Bakugo's inner conflict. He understood the struggle of deciding whether this was the right thing to do or if it was crossing a line. Your turn, Midoriya said, turning to Dabi. He couldn't afford to dwell on those thoughts. The attack was imminent, and he needed to stay focused. There couldn't be a single mistake. Keep your defenses up. Midoriya shouted across the open field. Bakugo was currently testing the limits of his barrier. They were spending the next 2 days before the attack to discover the extent of their new quirks. It's a lot harder than it looks, he panted, lowering his arms. The boys were tiring quickly as they tried to manage multiple quirks. This was definitely going to be a challenge for everyone. I know, but we need to push ourselves to find out the limits. Midoriya yelled back. They had already uncovered most of the limits for each quirk. Freeze frame only lasted about 3.5 minutes for both Midoriya and Dabi. Erasure lasted as long as you could keep your eyes open, but you couldn't use it again for 36 seconds. Hardening wasn't a quirk that took a lot of energy since they had such a small percentage of it already. They couldn't pinpoint an exact time limit, it just stopped when their energy got too low. Let's take a break, Bakugo said, panting for breath. You guys have been firing attacks at me left and right for 45 minutes now. We know it can handle a lot. The blonde pointed out as they made their way to the duo. He's right, Izu, Dabi replied, agreeing with Bakugo. We don't want to overdo it and exhaust ourselves. Midoriya knew he was right. It was hard to sit back and anticipate the next attack. It was coming soon, and nobody really knew if they were ready for it. Stop worrying, Bakugo mumbled as he positioned himself in front of Midoriya. I can't help it. Midoriya replied sadly, his voice trailing off as he stared at the striking blonde in front of him. It's terrifying to know that I could die in the next 2 days. That won't happen, Bakugo stated sternly, placing his hands on Midoriya's waist. You don't know that, Kacchan, Midoriya replied, turning his gaze to the ground. He and Bakugo had only been developing their relationship for a little while, but he always felt flustered around the blonde. Yes, I do, idiot, Bakugo smirked, gently leaning his head against Midoriya's. I won't let anything happen to you. I don't want to live this life if you're not in it, it isn't worth it. Bakugo whispered, his voice thick with emotion. The moment he accepted his feelings for Midoriya, he was all in. Kacchan. Midoriya mumbled as happy tears rolled down his cheeks. When Bakugo had found him a few weeks back, he never imagined they would be in this position now. Aren't you guys just the cutest? Dabi interrupted, smirking as he broke the moment between them. Damn it, Dabi, Bakugo cursed quietly, pulling away from Midoriya. Sorry, Dabi shrugged, unfazed. I've been meaning to ask this for a while now. Bakugo started nervously, looking at Dabi. What are you going to do when this is all said and done? What do you mean, Kacchan? Midoriya questioned innocently. He means that I'm still a wanted villain, Izu, Dabi replied, shoving his hands deep into his pockets. I'm going to turn myself in. I don't want to run and hide anymore. I need to face the consequences of my actions. Midoriya's heart sank upon hearing his words. He knew Dabi had been a villain, but he never did anything truly terrible. Maybe I can help him get a lighter sentence since his record isn't that severe, Midoriya thought sadly as he looked at the man he considered one of his best friends. Well, if you go to trial, just know we have your back, Bakugo said aloud. The truth was, he had grown fond of the man who helped protect the person he cared about most. He realized Dabi wasn't so bad after all. Until the very end, Midoriya added with a small smile, looking between the two men he cared about more than anything else in the world. The three stood in the open field, enjoying the slight breeze flowing through their hair. None of them wanted to interrupt the peaceful silence, but they knew they had to get back to work. So, what other quirks do we need to work on? Dabi asked, digging his foot into the hard soil beneath him. Just restoration, Midoriya replied with a smile. I don't think testing the barrier any longer would help at this point. What do we know about restoration? Dabi inquired. We know it goes back more than 8 minutes, but less than we also know that each of us can only use it once a day since it has been split, Midoriya explained. We just need to figure out how far it goes back. Timing will be crucial for every plan we've got, he said, digging his hand into his pocket. How are we going to figure out the exact time for restoration? Bakugo asked, watching Midoriya curiously. With this pocket knife, Midoriya replied, pulling a small silver knife from his pocket. Deku. Bakugo growled in a warning tone. Nothing too deep, Midoriya said with an awkward smile. I'll do it, Bakugo stated, reaching for the knife in Midoriya's hand. It's not that big of a deal, Midoriya replied, pulling the knife further from Bakugo's reach. If it's not that big of a deal, then I will do it, the blonde insisted through clenched teeth. He was worried about Midoriya harming himself, even if it was to help figure out the quirk. He had issues with self-harm and had been doing well since his drunken night in the hotel. Bakugo didn't want to risk undoing that progress. Fine, I'll do it, Dabi yelled as he pried the knife from Midoriya's hand. Since you two are too wrapped up in each other, I'll just handle it. He looked at Midoriya, who had no objections. They all knew it was better than spending the next few hours arguing. I got the stopwatch, Midoriya mumbled as he typed in his passcode for his phone. Every minute? Dabi asked, glancing at the sulking green-haired man, who nodded in response as he pressed the start button on his phone. I'm so excited for the festival. Ashido squealed cheerfully as she sat next to Uraraka on the sofa in the common room. Me too, actually, Jiro said from the other couch. I hear they're going to have some epic bands play this year. She smiled, glancing around the room. Every student was sitting in the common room, discussing what they were most looking forward to in the upcoming festival. Honestly, I can't wait for the festival to be over, Uraraka said to herself. She knew everyone was excited, but she couldn't share in that excitement. She knew what was going to happen during the festival. She knew the villains were going to attack, and she was terrified that Midoriya could be seriously hurt. She was glad the class had finally gotten the two boys off their minds, but it was hard for her and Kirishima since they knew the truth. They spent every day worrying about their best friends and their safety. Uraraka? Ashido questioned, pulling the brunette away from her thoughts. You've been pretty quiet today. Are you okay? She questioned, drawing everyone's attention to the brunette. I'm fine, Uraraka replied cheerfully, though deep down, she felt anything but fine. She couldn't articulate her feelings, so it was easier to keep quiet. Do you want to talk Ashido began, but Kirishima interrupted. Uraraka, the redhead called from across the room. Aizawa wants to see us now. He stood up from the couch. Why is he always summoning you? Ashido pouted. The festival was tomorrow, and the brunette and redhead were constantly running off somewhere. Don't worry about it, Kirishima replied with a wide smile. It's just about schoolwork. He reassured her as the brunette stood up. She glanced around the class with a sad expression before slowly following the redhead toward the door. You okay? Kirishima asked gently as they stepped outside. I'm just worried, Uraraka replied quietly. About the festival? Kirishima inquired as they began walking down the sidewalk. She nodded, watching her feet glide across the pavement. I know they're incredibly strong now, she said sadly. But that doesn't mean I'm not worried. I know Deku. He'll keep fighting even if he knows he might lose. He'll have Bakugo, Kirishima countered with a smile. With their bond, I can almost guarantee Midoriya will be okay. Bakugo isn't one to give up, especially if he cares about someone. He explained as they made their way to the teacher's building. I still can't believe they're together, Uraraka mumbled, rubbing the back of her head subconsciously. Truth be told, she felt a pang of jealousy. She had harbored feelings for the green-haired boy for so long, and it hurt to see him with someone else. She wanted him to be happy, so she kept her feelings to herself. She was glad he was happy, just envious that it wasn't with her. As long as they have each other, I'm sure everything will be fine, Kirishima said with a determined smile. Of course he was right. What author would put the main characters in danger? Come on, idiot, Bakugo groaned, watching the green-haired boy pace back and forth in their modest hotel room. You need to get some sleep. We have the most important battle of our lives tomorrow. I'm too nervous. Midoriya snapped back, turning on his heel to walk the other way. Pacing isn't going to help you, idiot. Come lay down. Bakugo yelled, pointing to the empty spot next to him. Cock, Midoriya started but stopped in the center of the room. No, Bakugo cut him off. No more excuses. Come lay down now. See, can we cuddle? He asked quietly, fidgeting with the hem of his shirt. Bakugo stared at the adorable boy in the center of the room. His hair was down, accentuating his freckles. Bakugo let out a soft sigh. Come on, idiot, he said with a small smile, holding the blanket up to invite Midoriya to join him. Thanks, Midoriya mumbled softly as he slipped under the bulky blanket. Come here, Bakugo ordered, pulling Midoriya closer. Do you want to be the little spoon or lay on my chest? Bakugo asked, looking into Midoriya's soft, multicolored eyes. Can I lay on you? Midoriya asked, feeling warmth rise in his cheeks. He still couldn't believe how their relationship had evolved from rivalry to something more. They had never really defined what they were, but with the impending battle, he felt the need to know. Kachin? Midoriya asked nervously as he shifted to lay on the blonde. What now, nerd? Bakugo groaned slightly as Midoriya's head rested against his chest. I've been wanting to mention it for a while. What are we? He blurted out quietly. What do you mean, what are we? Bakugo scoffed, glancing down at the mop of green hair on his chest. Are we rivals, friends, or together? Midoriya asked, trying to hide his embarrassment by burying himself deeper into Bakugo's chest. I mean, we'll always be competing against each other, Bakugo replied with a small laugh. But that doesn't mean we have to be rivals. Midoriya smiled, realizing how much Bakugo had matured in such a short time. I also wouldn't consider us friends, not anymore anyway, Bakugo said with a smirk, kissing the top of Midoriya's head. So, Midoriya's voice trailed off eagerly as he looked into Bakugo's fiery red eyes. What do you call it when two people cuddle? Bakugo asked sarcastically, pulling the green-haired boy closer. And kiss, he added, placing a gentle kiss on Midoriya's nose. And they like each other in a romantic way? A couple, Midoriya replied, flustered. Then that's what we are, nerd, Bakugo said before leaning in for a sweet kiss. It didn't last long, but it meant the world to Midoriya. Katsuki Bakugo, my boyfriend. I want every hero gone. All for one stated as he stood atop a nearby mountain overlooking the festival. There will be consequences if I am disappointed. He looked over the few pawns he had gathered over the years. To him, they were merely tools to fulfill his selfish desires. Of course, master, Kurogiri replied, opening his warp gate. Toga and Twice were the first to step through. However, Toga didn't go quietly. Aizu? When this is over, do you think we could give our relationship another shot? She asked with a small smile. Though she was a villain, she was still a teenage girl at heart. We'll see, Midoriya replied curtly, waving her off. He was too focused on the crowd at the festival below. He knew things were going to get chaotic, but he was determined to protect every person down there. Bakugo, Dabi, your turn, Kurogiri called to the blonde and the scarred man. Whatever, Bakugo groaned, walking toward the warp gate. He paused before stepping through, turning to Midoriya with a determined smile and a short nod before disappearing. The green-haired boy watched his boyfriend vanish, feeling a wave of sadness wash over him. He knew they would eventually meet up later, but he didn't want him to go. We're next, All for One said as he placed a hand on Midoriya's shoulder. The green-haired man nodded in response, taking a deep breath. There was no turning back now. He had to see this plan through to the end. They were already so close. Of course, Midoriya replied with a small nod. The two quickly made their way through Kurogiri's warp gate and into the small forest area. All Might wasn't supposed to arrive until 15 minutes after Dabi and Bakugo had started their fight, allowing Midoriya to make a clean getaway. Keep an eye out, All for One ordered Midoriya. Yes, sir, Midoriya replied before propelling himself into the air. He closed his eyes and concentrated, using several quirks at once. The breeze flowed through his smooth green locks, sending shivers down his spine. He slowly activated his super senses and opened his eyes, his quirk magnifier working in his favor. He was high in the air, yet it was still easy to see everything he needed. The festival lights twinkled below, causing a small smile to spread across his face. He glanced to the left and saw Toga and Twice sitting near a tree at the edge of the forest. Midnight and Cementos were having a friendly conversation not far from where Toga and Twice were seated. They weren't visible, but they were close. Midoriya turned his gaze to the right, spotting Shigaraki and Kurogiri already face to face with MT Lady, Ectoplasm, and Fat Gum. Where's Endeavor? He's supposed to be over there. Midoriya questioned frantically as he scanned the surrounding area, growing more anxious when he couldn't find the flame hero anywhere. A small explosion in the distance soon distracted him. He glanced toward the front of the festival about half a mile into the woods, to see Bakugo and Dabi already engaged in battle with Nizu, Aizawa, Uraraka, and Kirishima. He could hear the festival-goers murmuring in confusion at the explosion. He quickly dropped to the ground next to his master. Toga and Twice are almost face-to-face with two pro-heroes, Midoriya explained nervously. Shigaraki and Kurogiri are in battle with 3 pro-heroes at the moment, and Dabi and Bakugo are facing 4. All for One showed a hint of confusion as he turned his head toward Midoriya. It's like they were expecting us, he said with slight suspicion. UA is not foolish. They know public events always attract a significant number of villains like us. Their pride may be strong, but they are far from naive, Midoriya replied coldly, sizing up his master. It's also a bit strange that nobody has attacked us on this end yet, he pointed out. They probably will, Midoriya said with a serious expression. Once they figure out that there are villains attacking on those 3 sides, they will definitely send someone over here. He could hear the sounds from the festival echoing through the wooded area. Who is struggling the most? He asked with a heavy sigh. From what I can tell, Dabi and Bakugo. They're outnumbered 4-2, he informed, giving his master a hopeful glance. Go help them and hurry back to me, All for One ordered, waving his hand in the air. But you better make it quick. He added with a cold tone as Midoriya prepared to take off. If you are not back in time, there will be consequences. Yes, master, Midoriya said nervously as he soared into the sky once more. He couldn't afford to stay on the ground and be seen. With the combination of his quirks, it only took him a few minutes to cover the mile distance. You guys okay? Midoriya asked, determination in his eyes as he landed behind the ongoing struggle between his friends and teachers. We're good, Bakugo replied with a smirk. Just messing around at this point, he said, throwing a small explosion toward Kirishima. You guys could make it a little more believable, Midoriya sighed, glancing at his boyfriend. What's the next plan of action? Dabi asked as the group gathered closer, barely fighting. All Might should be attacking in 2 minutes. When he makes his move, we make ours, Midoriya reminded, trying to see through the trees to the other league members. That reminds me, where is Endeavor? He questioned with concern, recalling the number 1 hero's absence. He is on his way here. He has been out for 2 weeks on a secret mission, Nizu replied with a frown, knowing the small-time criminals had been more active than usual. Then we need to assist with Shigaraki and Kurogiri, Midoriya said, glancing at his watch. All Might should be approaching. It should be fine if we break off and head that way now. He took a deep breath, hoping Shigaraki and Kurogiri hadn't hurt anyone too badly. It's only half a mile. If we run, we can make it in 3 minutes, Kirishima said, turning toward the direction of Kurogiri and Shigaraki. Or Deku can just throw you, Bakugo replied with a shrug. With his strength, you could probably make it there in less than a minute. Kirishima and Uraraka looked nervously at the green-haired man. I can, Midoriya offered. The landing might be tough, but with your quirks, you should be able to land just fine. He shrugged and extended his hand toward Uraraka. The brunette sighed but extended her hand to her best friend. Let's do it, she said with a small smile. Midoriya squeezed her hand and activated full cowling. Aizawa, hold on to Uraraka. I'm going to launch you both, Midoriya instructed. Aizawa didn't argue, grabbing onto his student. He knew Midoriya was in charge of this plan, and there was no point in arguing. Once Aizawa had a good hold on Uraraka, Midoriya sent them flying through the sky as fast as he could. He then launched Kirishima next, leaving only himself, Dabi, Bakugo, and Nizu. Nizu, hop on Bakugo's back please, he ordered politely. The blonde bent down enough for the principal to climb on his back. Once they were all settled, Midoriya launched them through the air as well. But he didn't listen, did he? Midoriya teased as he slowly lowered his arms. He didn't listen to poor Tamura, he taunted, casting a quick side glance at Bakugo. Obviously not, Shigaraki spat back, brushing dirt off his body. Want to know why? The green-haired man asked with a smirk as he stepped closer to the fiery blonde. Not particularly, Shigaraki replied, clenching his fists. Regret for his recent actions began to creep in. But I want to know how, he yelled as Midoriya whispered something to Bakugo. How what? Midoriya responded with a smirk, taking a couple of steps back. How you could fool him, Shigaraki spat in anger. How you could manipulate Toga into thinking you actually cared about her, he said, taking a single step forward. Shigaraki, Kurogyari warned, watching the blue-haired man with concern. They were clearly outnumbered and unlikely to win this battle. The only way out was to warp away, but Shigaraki was too stubborn to listen. Shut up, Kurogyari. Shigaraki snapped. Guess you'll never know, Midoriya replied with a simple shrug. Both he and Shigaraki locked in a tense staring contest, waiting to see who would make the first move. Meanwhile, the rest of the class stood confused, realizing that Bakugo and Midoriya were not villains but undercover. They felt foolish as the pieces began to fall into place. How could they have ever doubted their friends? Shigaraki opened his hand and charged forward. Now! Midoriya yelled, propelling himself into the air. Bakugo smirked and jumped toward Shigaraki, already charging his quirk. Kurogyari attempted to reach Shigaraki but was quickly intercepted. Your fight is with me, Dabi shouted, lunging at Kurogyari to keep him occupied. Sorry, Todoroki. Midoriya yelled from above, executing a backflip and connecting his hand with Todoroki's head. A loud explosion erupted as Shigaraki was sent crashing into the trees. Midoriya landed behind the group, scanning his surroundings. Dabi struggled to land a hit on Kurogyari, while Bakugo and Shigaraki clashed in the treeline. The blonde was keeping the blue-haired man at bay, but he could only hold out for so long. Demon it, Midoriya muttered to himself, causing the class to turn in shock. Everything was happening so fast that no one could fully grasp the situation. Everyone turned their attention to the screaming warp gate user. Yaoyorozu! Midoriya called out, pushing through the group to find her on the ground, using her quirk. How much longer until the first one is finished? He asked. About 3 more minutes, she panted, struggling to maintain her complex creation. You're doing great, Midoriya said with an encouraging smile, turning his focus to Kurogyari's warp gate, which was being forced open, causing him to scream in pain. Slowly, 15 Nomu began to emerge through the warp gate. This is not good, Mineta cried, clutching his shirt in fear. We'll get through it, Midoriya asserted, turning his attention back to Bakugo. Everyone, keep the Nomu at bay and protect Yaoyorozu, he ordered, activating full cowling. He needed Shigaraki's quirk sooner rather than later. Kicking off the ground, he aimed for Shigaraki's head. When he got within range, he activated Erasure. As Shigaraki's quirk was cancelled, he placed his hand on the blue-haired man's head and activated Transfer. Shigaraki grabbed Midoriya's arm, trying to disintegrate it. Why isn't this working? He yelled in frustration, squeezing Midoriya's arm. Tighter. Why aren't you disappearing? He shouted, digging his poorly trimmed nails into the green-haired man's skin. Midoriya thought to himself, I don't have much time left. His eyes began to burn. He needed to escape Shigaraki's grip fast. Once he blinked, his arm would turn to dust. He had only managed to gather 14%, but it had to be enough for now. He quickly grabbed Shigaraki's arm and pushed himself away, causing the blue-haired man to fall to the ground with a thud. Demon it! Shigaraki yelled, pushing himself up. You and your quirks? He spat, self-consciously scratching at his neck. Kurogyari! He shouted as Midoriya and Bakugo stepped closer, anticipating his next move. Warp! He commanded, turning toward the warp gate user. Fortunately, he never got the chance. An ice wall shot up, separating Kurogyari and Shigaraki from one another. You okay, Deku? Bakugo asked, rushing to his boyfriend's side. A thin layer of ice covered Midoriya's right side. When did you manage to take Todoroki's quirk? He questioned, examining the ice. When Yu attacked him, Midoriya panted between breaths. "You're bleeding," the blonde pointed out, grabbing his boyfriend's arm. It wasn't a lot of blood, just from Kurogiri's nails. "It doesn't matter," Midoriya replied, forcing a small smile. "Yarozu!" A shout rang out from behind, pulling their attention from the main battle. A Nomu charged full speed at the girl on the ground. Her cuff was almost complete. They couldn't let anything interfere now. "Use combustion," Bakugo ordered, gripping Midoriya's shoulders and quickly turning him toward the charging Nomu. The green-haired man raised his arm, concentrating all his energy. Moments later, the Nomu stopped in its tracks and burst into flames. With only one quirk each, the Nomu shouldn't have been too difficult to take down. They were ready for battle, but their efficiency was lacking. "Can you use that on all of them?" Bakugo asked, wide-eyed as he watched the Nomu practically surrender to the flames. "Probably," Midoriya replied, his gaze deadly focused on the remaining Nomu. "Keep Shigaraki distracted for me," he ordered, raising his hand into the air. One by one, the Nomu halted and ignited in flames. It made no sense why they stopped moving. Even with only one quirk, they should have fought until the end. Being set on fire shouldn't have been enough to stop them. Midoriya, however, didn't have time to think it through as Yaoyorozu rushed towards him. "Here's one," she exclaimed, handing him a metal cuff large enough to fit around Kurogiri's waist. "Thank you," he replied quickly, turning back to the battle behind him. Bakugo was engaged in a fierce fight with Shigaraki from a distance, doing his best to avoid any contact. Meanwhile, Dabi was locked in a heated argument and struggle with Kurogiri. "If I use one for all, I should be able to reach the backside of Kurogiri without him noticing. I can secure this before he has a chance to escape," he thought, steeling himself to take action. Dabi noticed Midoriya preparing to put the cuff on Kurogiri, but he had a different plan in mind. He smirked at the green-haired hero before focusing on Kurogiri. "Freeze frame," he whispered, a dangerous grin on his face. The warp gate user opened his mouth to speak but was halted in time, unable to move. "Now's your chance, Izu," Dabi shouted across the distance to Midoriya. This was the moment they had been waiting for. They could finally confront the League without them fleeing like cowards. This was checkmate. "I thought you had passed one for all on." All for One shouted from the air, looking down at All Might with disdain. "Turns out you were just pretending. You hoped to mislead us with news of a fake retirement. Why does it matter? You claimed you were strong enough to defeat me, so prove it." All Might retorted, launching himself from the ground towards the villain hovering above. They clashed with all their might, each determined to end the other's existence. "So how much longer can you keep this up?" All Might taunted, narrowly dodging another attack. "Long enough to take you down and anyone else who stands in my way," All for One replied with a confident smirk as he prepared for another strike. All Might struggled to regain his former strength, having surrendered his quirk. He knew One for All well, but his mindset was holding him back. It was challenging to switch back to hero mode after a PRD of retirement. "You won't harm anyone here. Not today, not ever," All Might declared, a fierce smile spreading across his face. "Because I am here." He charged forward to attack. All for One, caught off guard by the sudden shift from defense to offense, was struck directly in the stomach, sending him flying. The festival attendees below began to realize the chaos unfolding as they scrambled to escape the wooded area. "I thought our last fight would finish you off," All for One spat, regaining his footing after being punched. "Technically, it did finish me off," All Might thought as he evaded attack after attack. The only reason he was still standing was because of the brave young man who had inherited One for All and was now carrying that burden with pride. He had grown so much since their first meeting, but there was still much for him to learn. "I won't let him face you alone," All Might vowed as he cornered All for One among the trees. Without giving the villain a moment to react, he unleashed a flurry of punches, pushing his limits as always. His body began to smoke, a sign that he was reaching his limit. The issue with One for All at that moment was that the souls were fragmented, not truly belonging to any single person. The quirk was definitely in a weakened state. "He's getting weaker and weaker." He still had some of his quirk left, but it wouldn't last long if he kept using it like this. Guess that means it's time to go plus ultra. All Might thought with a determined grin. He never imagined he would be able to use this quirk again. There was no holding back. He knew this was his last chance. He propelled himself into the air and brought his fist down swiftly as All for One attempted to recover. United States of Smash, he shouted, executing his finishing move. This was it. This was all Might could contribute to the fight. He hoped it would be enough to end things, but he knew it wasn't. However, it was enough to extinguish his ember, giving the trio a chance to win. All Might looked at All for One with a sad smile, seeing the man still standing. He was out of breath and worn down, but still on his feet. The retired hero fell to his knees as his adrenaline faded and exhaustion set in. His muscular form diminished as he collapsed to the ground. This is it, All Might. All for One panted, slowly approaching the fallen hero. You are not strong enough to defeat me, even though I have passed my quirk on. My new holder will surpass even me and fulfill my vision of a world without heroes. He smirked, standing over All Might's body. Why you're wrong, the retired pro managed to say through the pain. He won't ever be L like you. It doesn't matter what you think, All for One replied, a wicked grin on his face. You won't be here to see it. He took a deep breath, preparing for another attack. This is it. I finally get to eliminate the symbol of peace. Forcing him into retirement was one thing, but taking his life, that would truly show that heroes are worthless. They don't belong in this world. They can't do everything. Get away from All Might. A voice rang out through the sky, followed by a powerful gust of air that surged toward them. What the? All for One began to question before an angry fist collided with his stomach, sending him flying back to the ground. I'll take him to Recovery Girl, a voice called out as they rushed to check on All Might. All for One slowly picked himself up, realizing what was happening. The one person he had trusted was betraying him. This whole time. You were playing me for a fool, All for One spat, turning his gaze toward Midoriya's direction. Are you really surprised? Midoriya asked with a smirk, getting into a charging stance. He tried to warn me. All for One's voice trailed off as a younger version of Shigaraki flashed in his mind. I ignored him. The one person who truly cared about you? Yeah, you did, Midoriya shot back as he charged toward the man he despised most. You can't defeat me with my own quirk, kid, All for One yelled as he launched himself into the air. Distracted by Midoriya's air force, he didn't notice Bakugo coming in from above. The blonde landed a solid punch on him, sending him spiraling back toward the ground. Maybe not, Dabi replied calmly as he walked toward Midoriya. But we can defeat you with one for all, Bakugo added with a smirk, positioning himself beside Midoriya. You see, can't have that, All for One coughed, pushing himself off the ground. You don't know what we have, Midoriya declared, standing firm next to his boyfriend and one of his best friends. Demon it. All for One yelled, activating all of his quirks in his right arm. I actually trusted you, he yelled as he took charge with incredible speed. He landed a direct hit on all three boys, sending them flying backward toward the rest of the class. Bakugo collided with Todoroki, sending him crashing into a nearby tree. Shoto! Dabi shouted, his eyes following his younger brother. He watched as Todoroki stumbled, a pained expression crossing his face. How did he throw you guys that hard? Mineta yelled as Dabi immediately ran toward his little brother. Dabi, no! Aizawa shouted, rushing toward the Todorokis. If you pull him off, he may be in serious danger, Aizawa warned. No, he won't. Dabi retorted, grabbing his brother by the waist and carefully pulling him away from the tree. He struggled to catch his breath, realizing he needed to do the right thing and turn himself in. He couldn't lose his brother now. Todoroki groaned in pain as he felt discomfort in his chest. Dabi quickly laid him on the ground and gently placed his hand on his brother's chest. Get off of him! Kaminari yelled, pushing through the crowd of students. Kirishima acted quickly, grabbing onto Kaminari to hold him back. Why are you helping a villain? Kaminari exclaimed, trying to break free. Because he isn't a villain. Uraraka shouted, pointing toward the two Todorokis. Look, he's been helping Bakugo and Deku for weeks. He really is a good guy, she pleaded as everyone watched in awe as the distress seemed to fade from Todoroki's body. Wait! Ida yelled, turning toward Uraraka. How do you know that? He asked, his eyes wide, drawing the attention of the rest of the class. Because she and Kirishima have been coming to our weekly meetings since the Pomeranian joined us, Dabi said with a small smile after finishing up with Todoroki. What meetings? Ida questioned. We met with All Might and the pros every week to stay updated on the plans, Dabi replied, turning back toward Midoriya and Bakugo. So, Midoriya and Bakugo were never villains? Mineta asked in relief as Dabi watched Midoriya and Bakugo struggle to keep up with the master. Not even for a second, Dabi replied with a soft smile before he lunged toward his friends. They hadn't known each other for long, but in the end, they were still friends. Midoriya had given Dabi the courage to change. He wanted to, but never knew how. He smiled to himself as he landed next to the duo. He doesn't look like he's going to last much longer, Bakugo pointed out, watching as Dabi's knees shook beneath him. So we do one final attack with one for all, and I'll finish him off with one punch after that, Midoriya said, activating his quirk. What punch? Dabi asked, concern creeping into his voice. Don't worry about it, Midoriya replied with a smirk. On 3. 3, he yelled. The instant he said 3, all 3 boys charged forward with everything they could muster using one for all. Go Beyond, plus Ultra. One for all. Detroit Smash. The 3 boys chanted to themselves as they poured everything they had into that punch. When they made contact, their opponent flew back, skidding across the ground before coming to a halt. Why did we break our arms? Dabi questioned, confusion etched on his face as pain washed over him. It isn't an easy quirk to control, Midoriya replied before charging once more, leaving the other 2 behind. He activated Shigaraki's quirk, focusing on his hand as it ignited with flames. He powered up One for All and Todoroki's quirk, putting everything he had into his final punch. As soon as his fist made contact, a loud explosion erupted, and their opponent was engulfed in flames. His cries echoed through the woods as he disintegrated in Midoriya's hands. This was it, the conclusion they had all been waiting for. So Toya Todoroki helped with your grand defeat? The chief of police asked as he sat across the table from Midoriya, Bakugo, and Dabi. Yes, sir, Midoriya replied with a sad smile. He was a villain, that part is. He never did anything truly terrible, and he has changed his ways. He helped me in so many ways. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve some kind of punishment for his past actions, but I believe he has redeemed himself enough to avoid prison. Midoriya explained, carefully wrapping his arm around Dabi's. The 3 were currently trying to convince the police to consider an appropriate punishment that didn't involve jail time. I understand, but having someone who was a villain walking free is unsettling for the community, the chief explained. It's okay, Dabi said with a sad smile, turning toward the green-haired boy. I'm willing to accept whatever punishment I receive. I knew the risks when I turned myself in, he said gently, causing Midoriya to tear up. What if he enrolls in UA? Bakugo suggested from the other side of Dabi. He can't just enroll in a high school, the chief replied with a heavy sigh. No, hear me out, Bakugo said, trying to keep his cool. He could work under a few pros at UA to become a hero. He can wear an ankle monitor that tracks his location 24/7, and he can't go anywhere unless accompanied by a member of his household or a pro. Bakugo offered. The chief gently tapped his pen on the metal table, contemplating the situation. I will have to discuss it with UA, but I think that is reasonable, he said with a sigh, setting his pen down. You may wait in the waiting room. I believe there are around 30 people waiting to see you. He pointed toward the door with a small groan. Thank you, Midoriya exclaimed with a wide smile as he pulled Dabi from his seat. Everyone bowed before quickly exiting the room, eager to leave before the chief changed his mind. Once outside, the first people they noticed were Endeavor and Hisashi. Midoriya froze, staring at the man he hadn't seen in years. He was hardly recognizable now, but Midoriya knew his father. You are in so much trouble, he exclaimed, taking a step toward the timid boy, anger filling his face. Tomorrow, he said with a light laugh. Tomorrow, you're in serious trouble. Midoriya couldn't help but smile as he ran to his father, throwing himself into his embrace. We couldn't find you. Midoriya's voice cracked as tears filled his eyes. I needed you, he cried, burying his face in his father's chest. His heart felt heavy, and a knot formed in his stomach. I'm so sorry, Izuku, Hisashi whispered, squeezing his son tightly. I wasn't here for you, and I truly regret that. He pulled back from the hug, looking into Midoriya's bright green eyes. Can you ever forgive me? He pleaded. Midoriya nodded quickly, tears streaming down his face as he admired the man he hadn't seen in years. Can I speak to Nizu, All Might, Aizawa, and the parents of Izuku Midoriya, Katsuki Bakugo, and Toya Todoroki? The chief called from the doorway. Confusion swept through the room at the mention of Toya. Everyone knew he was Todoroki's missing brother, but no one realized he was present. I'll be back, Izuku, Hisashi said with a sad smile, reluctantly pulling away from his son. Why yeah? Midoriya replied, wiping his tears away. The group that had been called began to make their way to the small room, leaving the class and Dabi behind. I can't believe we ever thought you guys were villains, Ida said, shame evident in his voice as he looked down. Don't beat yourself up, Ida, they were pretty convincing. Uraraka replied nervously, scratching the back of her head. Midoriya glanced at his classmates' sad expressions before turning to the blonde next to him. He placed a hand on the back of Bakugo's head, pulling him down into a bow alongside himself. We're really sorry, Midoriya called out. We made you question our loyalty. I said hurtful things and I apologize. I'm also sorry for the worry we caused. Please forgive us, Midoriya pleaded, his eyes earnest as everyone turned to the two men in front of them. Bakugo stood silently, acknowledging his role in the confusion. Jay, just never do anything like that again, Yaoyorozu scolded, crossing her arms. We have so many questions, Mineta said hesitantly, glancing between the duo and Dabi. We'll gladly answer anything you want to know, Midoriya said with a weak smile, standing tall with Bakugo. Not today, Bakugo shot back, scanning the crowd. We can talk tomorrow, but not now. Shoto, a voice called from behind the group. Todoroki turned around, his eyes widening as he came face to face with Fuyumi, Natsuo, and his mother. What are you doing here? Todoroki asked in surprise, taking in his family. We were told to come down and speak with the chief as soon as possible, his mother said gently, smiling. It was clear she felt overwhelmed by the number of people around her. They're in there, Todoroki said with a small smile, pointing to the door. Thank you, she replied softly. They began to push through the crowd. Mrs. Todoroki halted as she noticed a quiet man leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. Her gaze met his striking blue eyes, filled with sadness, just as the door opened. Perfect timing, the chief said, holding the door open for Bakugo's parents and Midoriya's father to exit. As soon as they stepped out, the Todoroki family entered. You too, Shoto, Endeavor said in a somber tone, surprising Todoroki with the unusual softness in his voice. Hey brats, Mitsuki said, walking toward Bakugo and Midoriya. We need to talk. She grabbed her son's shoulder, steering him away from the group. Midoriya followed, confused, with his father beside him. About what? Bakugo asked, irritation creeping into his voice as they stopped a few feet away. About Izuku, Hisashi said, placing a reassuring hand on Bakugo's shoulder. He took a deep breath before continuing. Enji was the one who found me, he began, a small smile forming. Endeavor did? Midoriya asked, puzzled. Yes, that's why he wasn't at the festival. He spent weeks tracking me down, Hisashi explained. How did he find you? Bakugo questioned, stepping closer to Midoriya. He was my best friend during childhood. He knows me better than I know myself sometimes. Hisashi smiled. He knew he could find me, so he did. Unfortunately, I still have a job to finish. I can return within the next year or so, but someone has to take care of you. Why you're leaving again? Midoriya asked, sadness creeping into his voice as he looked at his father. I have to. That's what it means to be a hero. I have a job to complete, but I promise I will come back as soon as I can. Hisashi said sadly, resting his hand on his son's forehead. So the Todoroki family and we have volunteered to be your temporary guardians until he returns for good. Masaru said, looking at Midoriya. So you get to choose. Hisashi said with a smile. You'll be at the dorms for everything except holidays, so it isn't a big deal. He shrugged, genuinely happy that so many people cared about his son. I need to talk to the chief and Nizu before I make that decision. Midoriya said, lowering his head. Can I speak to Kacchan in private for a moment? He asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Of course. Hisashi said, glancing at Bakugo's parents. We'll be over there with the rest of the group. He said before turning away. Bakugo's parents followed shortly after, leaving the two boys alone. You're really considering staying with them? Bakugo scoffed, turning to his boyfriend. Only for Dabi. Midoriya replied with a small smile. So you want to live with another man who isn't your boyfriend? Bakugo asked, his frustration rising. It isn't like that. Midoriya defended. The only reason I say that is because if I'm part of the household, Dabi can spend time with me without anyone else needing to be there. He argued. I can even stay at your place during the holidays if you want. I just want to be able to see one of my best friends without a pro or his parents around. So you want to hang out with him alone? Bakugo asked, glancing down. No matter what Midoriya said, he felt cornered. Midoriya chose not to respond and slipped his arm around Bakugo's neck. The blonde stood still, allowing Midoriya to take the lead. The green-haired boy leaned in, sharing a brief, sweet kiss before pulling back and resting his forehead against Bakugo's. I will always be yours and you will always be mine. You can hang out with us anytime. I just don't want to be followed by Aizawa or his dad. Plus, I want to make sure Endeavor is treating them well. I know he isn't the best person, so I want to keep an eye on him. It's not that I want alone time with Dabi or that I care about him more. I just want to be a good friend while being a great boyfriend to you. He said with a sad smile. Bakugo didn't need to hear more. He placed his hands on Midoriya's hips and smirked, leaning in for another kiss. You will always be mine, idiot, Bakugo said as he pulled away. Yes, I will, Midoriya replied with a small laugh, glancing back at the group. Their parents were facing away, but half of the class was watching them with wide eyes. They had a lot to explain. Let's get over there, Bakugo said with a groan as they separated. They made their way back to the group, smiles on their faces. As they approached, a loud thump caught their attention. They were shocked to see Endeavor on the ground in front of Dabi, practically begging for forgiveness. The rest of the Todoroki family stood in disbelief, looking at their lost family member. The class looked more confused than ever as they watched the number one hero grovel at someone's feet. Everyone has agreed to the terms. Toya Todoroki, you will live at your family residence and do a work-study under Pro Hero Eraserhead. To leave either your home or UA, you must be accompanied by a member of your household or a pro hero. The chief said as he approached Dabi with a small black cuff. This will not come off until we say so. When you prove you are a great hero, we will remove it. It is waterproof and will track your location and quirk usage at every moment. He said as he stood in front of the missing link to the Todoroki family. Do you accept these conditions? He asked, bending down towards Dabi's ankle. Dabi looked towards his family for approval. Endeavor remained on the ground, still groveling. His mother, brothers, and sister looked back with encouraging smiles, nodding slowly. Yes, he whispered quietly. The chief smiled as he clipped the ankle monitor onto Dabi's right leg. I'll fill out the paperwork then. Midoriya, which family will you be staying with? He asked as he stood up. The Todoroki family, Midoriya replied without hesitation, lacing his fingers with Bakugo's. Hisashi, I need you and Enji to fill out some paperwork. Everyone else is free to go, he said as he turned towards the door. Nobody moved for a moment as Dabi and his family stared at one another in disbelief. Slowly, his mother made her way towards him, careful of Endeavor on the way. My baby, she said with a small smile before she lunged towards Dabi, throwing her arms around his neck. My baby is home. Dabi's vision blurred with tears as he embraced his mother. It was something he had longed for, and it was finally happening. He wrapped his arms around her waist and rested his head on her shoulder. You are in so much trouble, Toya, Fuyumi exclaimed as she joined the hug. One by one, the Todoroki family formed a group hug until only Endeavor remained on the ground. You know, Dabi said awkwardly, looking down. A family hug usually requires the whole family. Dad. Endeavor didn't need to hear more. He quickly got to his feet and stepped towards his family, wrapping his arms around them in joy. The family was whole once more. Midoriya? Aizawa called out as he entered the crowded dorm. It had officially been 2 days since the attack, and the entire league had been apprehended. Everyone had plenty of time to recover physically, but nobody really spoke to Bakugo, Midoriya, or Dabi about what had happened. Dabi had moved into the UA dorms as he was working under Aizawa, making it sensible for him to stay there instead of his family home. After much persuasion from Bakugo, Midoriya, and Todoroki, the school reluctantly agreed. I'm coming, he yelled as he pushed through the crowd of students. He soon found himself in front of his teacher. I'm sorry it took me a little while to recover, Midoriya said nervously, scratching the back of his head. It doesn't matter, Aizawa replied with a heavy sigh as he walked towards the couch, earning a few strange looks when he took the open spot next to Mineta. Let's get this over with, he groaned, looking back at Midoriya. All right, the green-haired boy replied, moving towards his teacher but stumbling a few times. Do you still have freeze frame? Aizawa asked quietly, looking up at the hovering student. Why yes, I still have all the quirks. I only had enough energy to take them back from Bakugo and Dabi yesterday, Midoriya replied hesitantly. Aizawa scanned the class, noting the confused expressions. He understood how painful it was to have that quirk taken away. If he had been able to scream, he would have. He didn't want his students to witness that kind of pain. Use it, he ordered quietly, returning his gaze to Midoriya. The green-haired boy understood and complied. He activated freeze frame on his teacher and placed a hand on his head, transferring 99% of the quirk back. It was a brief moment, and it didn't cause any pain. When he sensed the energy transfer had ceased, he took a deep breath and activated his most dreaded quirk. He knew Aizawa was immobilized and couldn't cry out, but he could still sense the discomfort. He had also transferred the quirk to himself, an experience he never wanted to endure again. After about 2 minutes, his hand fell from his teacher's head. Midoriya gasped for breath as he stepped back from the pro-hero. What now? Dabi questioned from across the room, sitting next to his brother. We wait. He'll be free in about 20 seconds, Midoriya replied with a small smile. And so they waited for Aizawa to move. Once he did, his hand shot to his head as he let out a loud groan. Are you okay, Aizawa? Ida asked, standing up in concern. I'm fine, he replied, rising from the couch, wobbling slightly as he regained his balance. Todoroki, use your flames, Aizawa ordered, looking at the two-toned-haired boy. Todoroki nodded quickly, raising his hand in front of him. He ignited a small flame and focused on his teacher. Aizawa instantly activated his quirk, extinguishing the fire. Our teacher is back, Kaminari shouted, throwing a fist into the air. Midoriya, if you ever pull a stunt like that again, I will expel you, Aizawa warned, shooting a glare at the green-haired boy before heading toward the door. Gee, got it? Midoriya exclaimed nervously as he turned to Kirishima. If you three are heading out, go soon. I want you back before 6 p.m., Aizawa instructed as he opened the door. Maybe take everyone with you, he added quickly before leaving. Bakugo groaned at the thought of everyone tagging along all day. Where are you guys going? Ashido asked with concern, looking at Midoriya. And who is all going? Ida inquired, taking on his class president role, always feeling responsible for keeping an eye on everyone. I guess we are all going, Midoriya said with a simple shrug as he walked toward the redhead. Let's get this over with. He smiled, resting his hand on Kirishima's head, beginning to transfer the borrowed quirk back to its original owner. What are you doing? Kaminari asked, rising from his seat on the couch. He's giving Shitty Hair his quirk back, Bakugo replied with annoyance. I didn't know he had it, Kaminari said, confused. The blonde groaned loudly, turning toward Kaminari. You all watched us use it when we protected you from Dabi's flames, he retorted. In our defense, there was a lot going on. Jiro defended, glaring at the blonde. It doesn't matter, Midoriya replied, dropping his hand and walking toward Todoroki. He placed his hand on his head and quickly transferred the quirk back to its rightful owner. It took less than a minute since he hadn't transferred much from him to begin with. Everyone, get your shoes on and let's go, Midoriya ordered as he walked away from Todoroki. In a matter of minutes, everyone had their things and was at the train station. Midoriya ended up paying for everyone's ticket. Since they weren't going far, it wasn't much anyway. Everyone boarded the train in confusion, hesitant to ask the boys where they were headed. They hadn't discussed what happened when they were with the League or how they even got involved. They mostly sat in silence, trying to readjust to each other. Midoriya was anxious to show them the League of Villains hideout as they disembarked the train. Where are we? Uraraka asked quietly, gathering her courage. Just keep your head down and be quiet. We'll be there very soon, Dabi said from the front of the group as they walked quietly down the sidewalks. The town was preserved and indifferent to the random people. They quickly made their way to the familiar building. Midoriya let out a small sigh as he pulled his key from his pocket, unlocking the door. He pushed it open nervously, allowing the class to follow him inside. Where are we? Mineta asked as everyone began to look around the dusty, abandoned dorms. Judging by the picture on the wall, I'm going to guess the League's hideout, Tsuyu said aloud, pointing to a giant picture hanging on the wall. It depicted the entire League, including Bakugo and Midoriya. Toga took that the day we recruited Bakugo, Dabi said with a bittersweet smile as he walked toward the kitchen area. Don't eat all my katsudon. Midoriya yelled, rushing toward the kitchen and dodging anything in his path. Idiots, Bakugo muttered, clicking his tongue. The entire time. You guys were only a short train ride away, Ida said sadly, looking around the place they had once called home. We're all okay. The League is gone, and we can finish our training with ease, Midoriya said with a nervous smile as Dabi slid a plate of food in front of him. Midoriya, when did you join the League? Mineta asked from the front of the group, staring into the open kitchen. 3 days after my mom died, Midoriya whispered, a hint of sadness in his voice. He still missed her every day. Bakugo, when did you join? Ashido asked the fiery blonde. I ran into Deku while delivering a package for my history class. I was informed that day that he was undercover, he explained, shoving his hands deep into his pockets. When you guys were listening in on my conversation with Kirishima, I was discussing joining the League with my mom at the time. Which is why you freaked out and threatened to cut Jiro's ear jacks off, Hagakure assumed nervously. Yes, Bakugo replied. Kirishima and Uraraka found out when Aizawa did after the Hosu attack. They demanded answers, and Nizo finally caved, adding them to the plan. Why didn't you just tell us all? Kaminari asked, looking toward his friend. The more people who knew, the higher the chance it could have leaked. Nobody was supposed to know at all, Midoriya answered for his boyfriend before shoving more food into his mouth. Did they do anything bad to you guys? Ojiro asked, unsure if he wanted to hear the answer. Not really, Bakugo replied with a sigh. Toga still tried to cut Deku and me every once in a while, but he has quick reflexes. Shigaraki and Deku clashed often. Other than that, it wasn't too bad being here, he answered honestly. We had a lot of fun most days actually, Midoriya whispered sadly. He knew he shouldn't feel guilty, but he did. They were good people who had just been raised in the wrong environment. Fun. Kirishima scoffed at the freckled man. Like I told Bakugo when he first joined, they treated you like family when you joined. Sometimes they treated you so well that you forgot they were actually villains. He explained as he finished his food. But you actually are a villain. Mineta half yelled, pointing a hand at Dabi. Todoroki shot an annoyed glare at Mineta before looking at his brother, who let out a heavy sigh. Yes, I was, Dabi said, placing his and Midoriya's dishes in the sink. I did bad things. I even helped attack you guys, and I don't think I've apologized for that yet. He said quietly, looking down. His stomach churned as he faced the people he had tried to hurt. I messed up. I had a rough childhood and left. I thought this was where I belonged, but I was so wrong. He said with an uneasy smile. I know I hurt you guys and I am sorry for that. I'll be sorry for the rest of my life. I'm not asking for forgiveness, but I am asking that we try to regain that trust. I'm not the same person I was back then, I just want a fair chance to prove that. He finished as he walked around the counter. What made you change your mind? About being a villain? Kirishima asked nervously. Dabi couldn't help but smile as he replayed the memory in his head. Seeing Shoto for the first time, actually, Dabi replied with a weak smile. Seeing him become a hero made me start to have doubts around that time. When I came here, he had so many questions about you, Todoroki. They weren't about your quirk either. He wanted to know simple things like your favorite food and favorite color, Midoriya said with a soft smile as he walked next to Dabi. The scarred man smiled faintly as he rested his arm on Midoriya's shoulder. Did you know he was my brother the whole time? Todoroki asked, finally speaking. I figured it out. When he asked about you and shared a little about his past, it wasn't that hard, Midoriya replied. You didn't know before you came here? Todoroki asked, hoping for reassurance. No, Midoriya replied, shaking his head. Any other questions? Bakugo interjected as he made his way to the back of the building, heading towards the stairs. Not at the moment, Kirishima replied with a toothy grin. Then let's grab our stuff, Bakugo said as he began walking up the staircase. Midoriya couldn't help but smile at his boyfriend. Dabi wasn't the only one who had changed for the better. Your room is a lot nicer than Bakugo's, Tokoyami pointed out as a small group of students watched him pack his things. I was with the league a lot longer than Kachin, Midoriya replied simply, pulling his clothes from the dresser and stuffing them into his duffel bag. When he joined, we were traveling most of the time anyway, so he didn't care to upgrade his room. Traveling? Sue questioned, looking around the slightly messy room. For what? Quirks. I needed certain quirks to take down All for One, he replied as he moved over to his desk, quickly rummaging through papers until he found his Nomu studies. That's something else that still needs explaining. Even we are still confused, Uraraka said with an uneasy tone. We'll tell you all about it tonight at the dorms, Midoriya replied with a weak smile. After talking with All Might, Aizawa, and Nizu, they decided to share the truth about One for All and All for One with the class. It was risky, but they deserved to know, especially after everything that had happened. Midoriya knew his classmates would never tell another soul as long as they lived. It truly felt like the right thing to do. Why not now? Uraraka questioned. It will be easier to do it at home later, he replied, digging under his bed. He remembered kicking a few articles of clothing under there when Toga and Shigaraki came to his room last week. When he found what he was looking for, he smiled. He laid the black sweater next to his own on the bed and reached for the watch he knew was under there too. You ready, nerd? Bakugo called from the doorway with Dabi and the rest of Class 1A. Almost, Midoriya replied as his hand landed on the object he was looking for. He stood up and looked at his handsome boyfriend. Catch, he said, tossing the watch into the air. Bakugo caught it swiftly with his right hand. I was just looking for this, Bakugo said as he turned the silver watch over in his hand. Don't leave your stuff in my room then. I'm pretty sure I have more of your clothes in here than I do mine, Midoriya laughed as he zipped his bag. Likewise, Bakugo replied with a smirk, causing Midoriya's face to turn bright red. I don't think we want to know, Ida said, lowering his head to hide his blush. Trust me, you don't, Dabi replied with a mischievous smirk, earning a glare from both Bakugo and Midoriya. I have something of yours too, Midoriya said, picking up the sweatshirt. He tossed it over his friends' heads toward Dabi. Thank you, the scarred man said as he caught the sweatshirt. Is that it then? Bakugo groaned, turning away from the doorway. I have to grab some stuff from Toga's room, Midoriya said with a frown as he turned toward the door. I'll grab it, Bakugo intervened. You shouldn't have to go in there. What do you need? He asked with a frown. My shoes, my red hoodie, and that picture of us four on her desk. I'll just cut her out of it, Midoriya replied, thankful his boyfriend had his back. Why don't you want to go in her room? Uraraka questioned nervously. Did something bad happen in there? She and Shigaraki were the ones who ordered the attack on my mom, he replied, clenching his fists. His heart ached every time he had to say that. He missed his mom more than anything. He would always blame himself for being the reason she was gone. It wasn't a coincidence? Kirishima stuttered, his voice filled with confusion and sadness as the class looked on, concerned for their friend. There are no coincidences with the League, Bakugo said sharply as he reappeared in the doorway. Ready, nerd? He asked, a sad smile on his face as he glanced at his boyfriend. I'll meet you guys downstairs, Midoriya replied, his voice trembling as he fought back tears. Bakugo sighed heavily, turning to Dabi. Take my bag and get everyone downstairs, he ordered, handing his bag to the former villain. We'll be down in a few. Dabi nodded and quietly began ushering everyone out as Bakugo pushed through the group. Once the room was empty, he scooped Midoriya into his arms, wanting to keep this moment private, free from any comments. Deku? Bakugo asked softly, holding his boyfriend tightly. This isn't your fault. I know how much you miss her. I wish we could change the past and bring her back. I would do that for you in a heartbeat if I could. He nuzzled into Midoriya's shoulder as the green-haired boy continued to sob, squeezing Bakugo as tightly as he could. You are going to be an incredible hero. You will make her proud, you know that? She loved you more than anything. She wouldn't want you to feel this way. It's okay to feel sad and reflect on the past, but don't let it consume you. Bakugo whispered gently, rubbing circles on Midoriya's back. Gradually, with Bakugo's comforting words, Midoriya's tears began to slow, leaving streaks on his face. Thank you, Kachin, Midoriya whispered as he pulled away from the hug, his arms lingering around Bakugo's shoulders. Bakugo replied with a smirk, tightening his grip around Midoriya's waist and bringing their bodies closer together. He pressed his lips to Midoriya's for a sweet kiss, which the freckled boy returned with a soft hum of happiness. Bakugo couldn't help but smile as he pulled away. Ready to go? We still have one more stop to make, Bakugo asked as they separated. Yeah, Midoriya sighed, glancing around the room. He was grateful that the League had been defeated and he could return to UA, but he felt a twinge of sadness at leaving behind the memories he had made in that room with Dabi and Bakugo. Come on, nerd, Bakugo said with a gentle smile from the doorway. Why yeah, Midoriya stuttered, slowly making his way toward the door and taking one last look around. When he reached the doorway, he slid his hand into Bakugo's, intertwining their fingers. Let's go, Midoriya said with a soft smile. The two boys walked down the hallway in silence. When they reached the stairs, they released their hands as Bakugo went down first. Midoriya couldn't help but admire Bakugo, smiling to himself. How had he gotten so lucky to have a boyfriend who truly cared for him, despite his fiery temper? Let's go, Dabi said as everyone gathered at the landing downstairs. Izu, lead the way. They all walked toward the front door. Bakugo and Dabi had never been to the warehouse, so they were just as curious as everyone else. It's just down the street about 2 blocks away, Midoriya said with a smirk, starting down the sidewalk with Bakugo by his side. The class followed in silence, watching the two converse at the front of the group. They noticed Bakugo smile as he laced his fingers with Midoriya's. I still want to know how that happened. Ashido whispered to the group, nodding toward the couple ahead. Well, we were all there for Bakugo's breakdown when Midoriya left the first time. We saw how broken he was, Todoroki recalled, remembering the day he had to help the fiery blonde calm down from a panic attack. It started with Midoriya being a bit reckless in an old hotel room, Dabi added with a smirk as he walked alongside his brother. Wait, what? Ida whispered in disbelief. Dabi chuckled quietly before continuing. Apparently, Midoriya kissed him when he was tipsy, and Bakugo pushed him away. The next day, when he was sober, he didn't push him away, he explained with a casual shrug, ending the conversation as they reached their destination. Where are we? Kirishima asked, looking up at the old brick building with several broken windows. The warehouse, Midoriya mumbled as he slid his key into the door, granting access for everyone. They entered the building, and Midoriya turned on the lights. He dropped his bag and quiver onto the cold, hard cement. Why is it so cold in here? Mineta complained, rubbing his arms in an attempt to warm up. Where are we? Uraraka asked in astonishment, gazing at the several Nomu lined up against the far wall. This is where I worked on the Nomu, Midoriya replied with a sad smile, walking toward the massive computer station. Why you built the Nomu? Ida asked, concern etched on his face. Why yes, Midoriya admitted nervously as he logged into the computer. So you sent them to attack us? Todoroki questioned, disbelief evident in his clenched fists. No, Midoriya replied quickly. I never sent them to harm any of you. All for One sent them during the festival. I couldn't stop them because his orders overrode mine. He explained as he navigated through the files he was searching for. They listened to you on voice command? Kirishima asked, recalling every Nomu he had encountered. Yes. I think when I burned them with my quirk, they malfunctioned, Midoriya explained, finally finding the file he wanted. Since All for One was controlling them, they couldn't listen to me directly. But when I set them on fire, I think they were confused. They were trying to follow his orders, but my quirk overpowered that. Midoriya pulled out a pair of scissors. Babe, can you cut the wires and tubes connected to the Nomu against the giant containers? He asked, holding the scissors behind him. Babes? Mineta snickered, glancing at the blonde. Bakugo sent him a fierce glare that silenced him instantly. What for? Bakugo asked as he took the scissors from his boyfriend's hands. So I can put a stop to this, Midoriya replied, turning toward the filing cabinet on the right side of the desk. He opened the drawer and began sifting through the names of the previous Nomus until he found the one he was looking for. With a smirk, he pulled the file from the drawer and handed it to Dabi. What's this? Dabi asked, puzzled as he took the file. He opened it to the first page and saw the cover, Kurogyri B1N1. His eyes widened in shock as he looked back at Midoriya. Kurogyri is a Nomu? Yes. He was the first Nomu ever created for Shigaraki. I hope to reprogram him to listen to the chief of police. His quirk is truly remarkable and could be useful in many situations, Midoriya explained with a small smile. Plus, I would miss his cooking too much if I just shut him down. So there is a way to shut them down? Todoroki asked, glancing at the file in his brother's hands. All good. Bakugo shouted from the Nomu that was now disconnected from everything. The green-haired man smirked as he hit the yes option on the computer, causing a loud clunk to echo throughout the old, creaky warehouse. What's happening? Uraraka asked, a hint of fear in her voice as the ground rumbled. Slightly beneath their feet. I set it to lethal mode, Midoriya replied casually as he stood from his chair. What is lethal mode? Ida asked, watching the Nomu's monitors shut down one by one. There is a tube connected to the brain, Midoriya began explaining as he walked toward the Nomu in the center of the room. It releases a substance that effectively shuts them down. Since they can regenerate, targeting the brain is the only sure way to stop them. He finished explaining as he pressed his hand against the lone standing Nomu, his Nomu. He closed his eyes, transferring quirk after quirk back to the Nomu standing at the other end of his palm. He didn't need them anymore, and he couldn't return them to their original owners. Most of the quirks he had taken were from people who were either dying or didn't want them back. Roughly 20 minutes later, he had transferred every quirk into the Nomu, including combustion. The only remaining quirks in his body were One for All and All for One. Let's go, Midoriya panted as he took a step back from the Nomu, losing his balance slightly. You okay to walk? Bakugo asked, sliding his arm around Midoriya's waist to steady him. Why yeah, Midoriya replied, walking toward the group with Bakugo's support. He quickly knelt down to grab an arrow from his bag and quiver. Using his bow wouldn't provide enough force, so he charged One for All and threw the arrow at the Nomu's head, bringing it all to an end. Chapter end. I'm going to tell you a story about two brothers, All Might announced as he stood in front of the large group in the dorm common room. But what I say must never be told to anyone ever. His warning caused concern to wash over the students' faces. Think of this as your first assignment as actual pros. Keeping your mouths shut, Aizawa added with a bored tone. Every student nodded in understanding before turning back to All Might. There were two brothers a long time ago. One was extremely powerful and on top of the world. He wanted to rise to power alongside his brother. He began watching every student listen intently. The other brother was thought to be quirkless. His brother, known as All for One, gave him a quirk that allowed him to stockpile energy. Gasps filled the room at the mention of the villain Midoriya had just defeated. It turns out the other brother wasn't quirkless at all. He actually had a quirk that let him pass on other quirks. One brother could take and the other could give. All for One used many quirks and people to extend his life for far too long. He scoffed, ensuring he still had everyone's attention. The other brother, known as One for All, passed his quirk on when he was nearing his death. One for All is a quirk that has been passed down through generations, but it doesn't come without a price. The person who wields One for All carries the burden of reluctantly taking down All for One. Todoroki averted his eyes toward Midoriya, connecting the pieces. The wielder of One for All gets to choose the next person to inherit that quirk, he explained, receiving several looks of confusion. I'm sure you're wondering why we are telling you this. We would be lying if we said we weren't, Ashido replied, nervously scratching the back of her head. How does One for All pass on quirks? Like All for One took them? Ida questioned, raising his hand. No, they give someone a part of their DNA, All Might replied. You could have open wounds touch. His voice trailed off as he glanced toward Bakugo and Midoriya. Or you could have someone eat your hair or drink your blood. This quirk cannot be stolen, it has to be given willingly. He answered Ida's next question. Meanwhile, Kirishima was piecing things together as his hand flew to his pocket, feeling the vial of hair Midoriya had given him. His eyes widened in realization before All Might's voice rang out once more. I was born quirkless, All Might said aloud. The room filled with soft voices as the students began to whisper to each other after the shocking news. Quiet, Aizawa said loudly, his tone warning. So your quirk was One for All? Uraraka questioned. Yes, he replied quietly. But you retired so you don't have it anymore? Kaminari choked out. No. I passed it on the morning of the entrance exam, he said, his eyes flickering to the clearly nervous Midoriya. To who? Yaoyorozu choked out, though most of the class already knew the answer. To Izuku Midoriya, All Might replied with a small smile. All eyes turned toward the freckled boy, who stared at the ground. What was he supposed to say in this situation? So Deku? Uraraka began, looking at her best friend. Why you were born quirkless? She asked in shock. Midoriya's heart sank as he blushed red in embarrassment. And not exactly, he replied nervously, standing up to face the group. I was born with the combustion quirk you guys saw in Hosu. It was stolen from me before it fully developed, so I grew up thinking I was quirkless my entire life. He frowned as he recalled most of his childhood. So All Might pretty much paved the way for you to be the #1 hero? Todoroki questioned, clenching his fists in frustration. A lot of things were starting to make more sense now. No, All Might said sharply before Midoriya had the chance to reply. I gave him a quirk, which is something all of you already had. He pointed out. I provided him with the means to forge his own path. He flashed a sad smile toward the freckled boy. He could have chosen to be a villain with that quirk. He could have chosen to be a support or rescue hero. He could have chosen to drop out and not be a hero at all. I put him at the starting line. I gave a kid with a lot of potential something that everyone else has. I gave him a chance. What he does with that quirk is up to him. Not me, not you, not anybody. Midoriya actually had to work harder than anyone to train that quirk his body was unfamiliar with. That's why he breaks his bones. He can't control it. He works harder than most of you just to avoid injuring himself. You all have your whole lives to train your quirks, he has 3 years. So don't think he has it easy, he has it the hardest, Aizawa lectured. The class fell silent upon hearing All Might and Aizawa's speeches. Midoriya took on the role and continued to fight All for One. He even went undercover. He knew there was always a chance he might not come out alive, but he did it anyway. I don't know anyone more suitable for that quirk than that fool, Bakugo said, pouting slightly. As he defended his boyfriend. Did you just call him by his actual name? Kirishima questioned in disbelief, looking at his best friend. I do on rare occasions, Bakugo stuttered, his face turning bright red. This is one of those occasions, he spat, looking at the ground. So what would have happened if Deku had died? Uraraka asked, looking to All Might and Midoriya. Does One for All die? Yes. No. All Might looked to Midoriya in confusion. Yes, young Midoriya. It does die if you don't pass it on. Even if you temporarily gave it to Dabi, Bakugo, and myself, you are still the holder. We all would have lost that. But I did pass it on, he just didn't accept it, Midoriya smirked as he turned toward Kirishima. Do you still have that vial I gave you? He asked. The redhead didn't respond as he stood from his seat and dug his hand into his pocket. He pulled out the vial while walking toward Midoriya. Thank you, the green-haired boy said with a smile as he approached Dabi. Can I have some flames? He asked, taking the lid off. Dabi already knew what he was planning, so he complied without hesitation. When a small flame flickered in his hand, Midoriya poured the contents into the fire, watching as his hair caught the light. You chose shitty hair? Bakugo asked in disbelief. I was sure you would have picked glasses. Ida was a solid choice, but Kirishima can light up any situation with his wide smile. He has such a calming presence. I truly believe he would have been the best fit for One for All, Midoriya said, smiling at the redhead. Kirishima struggled to find the right words, his goofy grin shining through. So what quirks do you have now? Mineta inquired. Just One for All and All for One, Midoriya answered, glancing at his role model. When the time comes, One for All will be passed on to the next person. However, All for One will end with me. Welcome to my new fanfiction. This is a villain Deku story, and I hope you enjoy it. The story consists of 51 chapters, and I will publish a new one every 2 to 3 days. Without further ado, enjoy. This story begins with Midoriya in a relationship with someone who isn't Bakugo, but I promise the endgame is Bakudeku. If that doesn't appeal to you, feel free to skip ahead or choose not to read. Trust the writing process. As the sun set over the bustling city, Midoriya found himself lost in thought. He had been spending more time with his partner lately, but his mind kept drifting back to Bakugo. There was something about their rivalry that ignited a spark within him, a tension that was both exhilarating and confusing. Meanwhile, Bakugo was grappling with his own feelings. He couldn't shake the image of Midoriya from his mind, even as he tried to focus on his training. The intensity of their encounters only fueled his determination, but it also left him feeling unsettled. He was determined to prove himself, but the thought of Midoriya being with someone else gnawed at him. As the two continued their separate paths, the world around them began to change. Shadows loomed larger, and a new threat emerged, challenging everything they knew. Midoriya and Bakugo would soon find themselves drawn together, forced to confront not only the dangers ahead but also the feelings they had been trying to ignore. With each passing day, the stakes grew higher, and the bond between them deepened. They would have to rely on each other more than ever, navigating the complexities of their emotions while facing the darkness that threatened to consume them both. In the midst of chaos, their true feelings would be tested, leading to a confrontation that would change everything. Would they be able to overcome their differences and embrace what lay between them, or would the weight of their past hold them back? Only time would tell as they ventured into the unknown, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them.